For a mind built on pure logic, death wasn't the finish line. It was just another variable in a bigger, crazier equation, and the first rule of this new world hit hard. No matter what, every system is a variable. No matter how divine it's promised to be, one young man gets no gentle escape. He breaks into reality like it's a new nightmare, landing in a pitch-blank void. An endless white room, and a lone simple bed under him, like the world forgot to finish the rest. He jolts upright, not panicked, just locked in, coldly analyzing everything as the sterile room echoes with a voice that sounds ancient and cut off from the world. You finally woke up, new soul hiker, and somehow you're weirdly calm for what you're facing. The young man whips his gaze across the empty void, then snaps, "Where are we?" "In the soul hiker room," the voice answers, calm as steel, "and right here, we choose where your soul goes next, and what your future race will become." His eyes lock in like a switch flips, slicing past the small talk. Then the real panic hits. Why did I die in the first place? The narrator lays out a brutal, almost insulting truth. Your death wasn't some grand tragedy. It was sleep apnea. While you were asleep, your breathing just flat out stopped, and a mind this sharp and a life built on careful calculations got wrecked by one tiny glitch in the human machine. In this new life, the voice roars back. You can be anything: beast, fairy, or even a vampire. It throws those choices down like they're earth-shattering, but the boy doesn't hesitate. His decision is already locked in. Neat. "I'll take that," he snaps, and when the voice hesitates, he smirks and says, "That was fast, so I'll pick anything that's about hematophagy." Then he confirms his choice with a word the entity never saw coming. You could tell in an instant, this soul wasn't like the others. "All right," the voice admits with a spark of intrigue. Then it promises, "I'll line up the abilities for your new form." A quill suddenly pops out of thin air, hovering above an empty parchment, as if it's about to write destiny. With a dramatic flourish, it inks out a colossal catalog of vampire power, blood and shadow skills, control over the night itself, iron resistance to mortal threats, and the forbidden secrets of dark magic, all staring back at him. The boy's eyes race down that endless list, his face giving away nothing, like the sheer mountain of choices is barely even interesting. He lifts up one finger like that changes everything. "Fine," he says, smirking, "then I'll grab them all." The entity scoffs, sneering that there's a point system, so you don't get to cherry-pick the ones you like. The boy doesn't back down for a second. He repeats the same tone, and there's zero room left to argue. He raises that paper and keeps his eyes locked on it, even as the details wobble. What are those points, exactly? The voice lays out the rules, how the system juggles power so no soul goes out of control, then talks through the exact loadout you're supposed to build, pushing resistances or magic first, because you're drowning in too few points to master everything. This place runs on one law, one brutal rule. The boy just listens, snaps the paper back into his hands, and darts off to wrap up the task at lightning speed. All the preparations are done and the system's been locked in, accepted. When you get reborn, where do you want to live? The voice presses one last time, and the boy's answer is simple, quiet, calm, and with pretty decent weather, somewhere you can actually sprawl out for an afternoon nap. For a mind that refuses to shut off, the world's fanciest treasure is one breath of peace. Good luck, the voice booms as his new life finally kicks off. Consciousness snaps back in a blinding rush of light. She jolts awake inside a brand new body, sprawled among the sun-blasted ruins of a forgotten sanctuary. Long silver hair cascades over the chilly stone floor as she sits up, then stares at herself in a crack of glass, shocked by her new body. She's a young vampire, and her growth is trapped forever, frozen in time. She clenches that tiny fist, and raw power sparks to life inside her. Then a sigh bursts from her lips. "I should have picked a race that doesn't need to eat." Right then her senses explode. An irresistible, rich aroma rides the wind, yanking her toward a hunger she's never felt before. With a jolt of inhuman speed, she's gone, silver light tearing through the ruins in a blur, and the power surging through that tiny body feels straight up electrifying. Her senses yank her onto a dirt road, right where a merchant's carriage barrels ahead, and vicious bandits snap at its heels. The air smells like food and fresh blood, like something vicious just tore through the silence. One of the men shrieks as he tumbles off the speeding wagon. Right when the bandits surge in, a brutal blast of force detonates in their way, blasting dirt and rocks sky-high. They lurch backward, eyes bulging with pure, stunned shock. Before them stands the silver-haired girl, calm as still water, eyes locked on the carriage, yet the air around her hums with raw power. Her sudden arrival freezes the thugs in their tracks for a split second. They spot a lonely kid with no clothes on, an easy target just begging for trouble. The merchant, Zeno, snaps his hands up to his eyes, completely stunned and utterly lost. She shuts them all down with a voice as sharp as ice, cold, spotless logic. "If I haul you out of that mess, will you feed me?" she asks. The merchant just stammers, completely lost. It's a wild bargain, but her delivery. Pure hunter energy, like she's sealing the deal before anyone even blinks. Her crimson eyes snap to the bandits, and you can tell she's intrigued. Now let's kick this off. The bandits finally get their courage back and start shoving out brutal threats. Yeah, the Terrier crew, a trio of local thugs who live for intimidation. They brandish their weapons, and their threats crash through the forest like thunder, but all they get is quiet, condescending laughter thrown right in their face. Fueled by pure rage at the disrespect, their leader barrels forward and slams a brutal chain around that tiny frame. He yanks it tight, trapping her in place. "You're just gonna talk, huh?" The man sneers. "Wait till we're done, then he'll sell you straight to a slave trader." She stays ice calm, chin tucked with one thoughtful finger, and it even shocks me that my voice comes out sounding like a girl. She murmurs like the chains mean nothing. "When I got captured, I was way too steady, and now a faint, dangerous smile curls on her lips. Since it's come to this, I'll toy with them, until they can barely hold on, and I'll make sure they see my cool side, too." "Now you've really crossed the line," that bandit bellows, as he yanks the chain with everything he's got. "Who do you think you're messing with, me?" The girl fires off a blunt question. "So who do you think you're messing with?" Just like that. In the very next heartbeat, her body crumbles away, turning into a swirl of black mist. The chains slam to the floor, and they're suddenly empty. The bandits freeze in horror, their faces locked on shock, because she didn't just fall, she disintegrated. She reforms just a few feet away, her eyes burning with a faint glow, and an instinctive vampiric rush hits. She can practically feel their blood in the air, reading their strength and their fear like it's written there. Pathetic, they're so weak they couldn't even scratch me if they all charged at once. One of the thugs finally snaps. He realizes magic is in the mix, and he hurls a blazing oil bomb. It rockets through the air, but the girl just lifts her hand and stops it cold. "If you wreck the carriage's cargo, what are you even thinking?" With a breathy whisper, she orders the wind, and the bomb freezes midair, then rockets right back into the hands of its owner. "Kneel," she commands, and that brutal hit blasts all three men straight to the ground. They groan in agony, completely crushed by the sheer, effortless show of power. She studies the outcome, and you can tell she barely spent a drop of magic, just a bare-bones gust of wind, but somehow, it's way more than enough. The bandit leader, finally seeing clearly, realizes he's up against something his mind can't even wrap around. But his realization hits way too late. Her eyes narrow, and the wind snaps around them. A savage whirl of air bursts around her, like a tiny cyclone ripping straight through the forest floor. With a brutal flick of her wrist, she unleashes a roaring gale. The bandits get slammed by the raging torrent, ripped off their feet, and blasted up into the sky like bullets. Silence settles back into the forest, and the girl whips her gaze to the stunned merchant, no change in her face. "So then, just like you promised," she says, "can you finally give me something to eat?" Zeno the merchant can only freeze and nod in terrified agreement. He shoots her a dark cloak and hands over a steaming piece of cooked meat. As she takes that bite, his courage finally surges up. "My name's Zeno Karabuki, and I still don't know yours." The girl stops dead in her tracks. No name, just a living pile of memories born into a brand new world. She thinks for a heartbeat, then makes her choice. "I'm Argento Vamper." She stares at him with crimson eyes that glow with ancient wisdom wrapped in a young face, "so just call me Arjun." As Zeno finally lands in the coastal city of Arosia, he jabs a hand toward the roaring port, where the streets and docks buzz nonstop. "This is the moment, so tell me, what are you thinking?" Arjun inhales that sea air, and the wind hits him with a salty sting that somehow feels downright refreshing. For a heartbeat, Zeno's can't look away, as her otherworldly presence lights up the whole city. He snaps out of his daydream. "All right, I'll take a look around. Give me a second, Arjun-san." Just as Arjun turns to bolt, he yanks him back and shoves a tiny pouch of coins into his palm. "You saved my life. It's not much, but please take it and fund your travels." Then her gaze snaps around, sharp as a blade. "And if you can, grab something to eat while you're still in the city. These lords, they're all over young girls. Real nobility they're not, just smooth-talking philanderers." Arjun watched him vanish, her mind sprinting through a dozen moves at once, because before this life she'd been canned Jinji, and now, as Argento, she had to reinvent herself fast. Catching the eye of some powerful man could blow up her shot at peace, but then she wondered, if they had the drive to climb, maybe teaming up with them wasn't the disaster she feared. Zeno's might have been fascinating in his own way, but the idea of settling down to help run some family trading business sounded painfully boring. Meanwhile, the trader keeps slipping away before she can even get settled. He won't stay still long enough for her to coast like it's free. She brushes the thought aside and flashes Zeno a calm, placid smile, but when it's time to take the horses, she can't ignore the sting of it. like she's stealing honor even though they were stolen from bandits and handed over to the authorities. It's fine, she says, eyes steady. I don't have anything else to repay you right now, maybe next time. Zeno flashes a grin and goes, all right, then help me next time I'm in trouble. He throws a wave and sprints off to grab lunch. With everyone gone, Arjun suddenly sways. Weakness hits him like a crushing wave. A fierce hunger claws at her from the inside out. She's already eaten, she's already gulped water, but that burning thirst and bottomless need won't let go. She grips her chest because the truth hits like a hammer. This new body is starving for blood. No ifs, no buts. 1 week ago, she was reborn as a vampire, and somehow she already battered her way past the legendary weaknesses to sunlight and water with sheer willpower and her own natural resistances. But her primal instincts, those don't negotiate. The simplest solution hit like a neon sign right in front of him. She had to drink someone's blood, yet she couldn't bring herself to do it. The idea of politely asking some stranger for their neck was pure madness, like it would brand her as a lunatic on the spot, and she already knows it. I can't help wondering if becoming a vampire was a mistake, because now she mutters, and her strength starts to crumble. The world lurches sideways, then she crumples onto the freezing stone path. A searing pain snaps through her gums, and her fangs throb like they're cracking under the pressure. Panic detonates in her chest. If this keeps going, she'll snap and lunge at the first soul she sees, turning into the monster she's terrified of becoming, so she has to run, tripping into the dark shadows of a back alley. Chugging her own blood was just a stopgap, a quick bandage on the real problem, not the answer. Her eyelids flutter, her strength drains fast, and darkness rushes in as she slips into unconsciousness. Right before everything fades, she catches one tiny, curious sound. Arjun jolts awake to a softness that shouldn't exist. She's lying in a bed. She forgets her trouble for 1 sweet second, buries her face in the soft, plush covers, and floods with pure, overwhelming joy. Pure bliss, this warmth, this softness. This is exactly the life she dreams of. 3 meals, an afternoon nap, and snack time galore, the whole foundation of her big future plans. Are you okay? A calm voice asks, and Origen's eyes snap open as a woman with flaming, ash-burn hair leans over him, staring with real worry. Startled, Arjun jolts upright. Wait, yes, that's right. Did you save me, madame? I dragged you in after I saw you crumple on the streets, but why does everyone snap at the way I name them? I'm not guessing. I call them exactly right, based on their traits. She flashes a soft, welcoming smile, then says, I'm Felnot Layla. If you can, please call me that. Arjun nods once. Understood, he replies, and then adds, my name is Argento Vampire, just call me Arjun. Layla's smile bursts bright, lighting up everything in front of her. I'm gonna grab us some tea right now. She glides with practiced grace, her hands slipping into place instantly. She comes back with a steaming cup in hand. Here, drink it right now. I tossed in some herbs to speed up your recovery. As Arjun snatches the cup, she immediately clocks the truth in Layla's eyes. They're gorgeous, but their eyes drift past the room like they're lost in someone else's world. So tell me, could you be blind? She asks softly, and Layla's smile never slips, indeed. She tells you she went blind years ago during a fight with a magical beast, then spent ages chasing the best doctors and even powerful mages, only to be hit with the same brutal truth. Nothing, not spells or medicine, could heal her. Arjun stares at her, plans sparking like lightning inside her head. Maybe even her brutal regeneration magic can cut through this curse, but she has to try. Come a little closer, please. Layla pauses, then steps in. If you don't mind. Arjun leans in and cups Layla's face with gentle hands. She's thrown off by just how silky smooth her skin feels. Now, close your eyes for a second, okay? Layla obeys, and in her head she's like, how is this stranger so gentle? Because the truth hits hard. Someone this kind shouldn't be left crumpled alone. Layla's eyes snap open, bright and crystal clear. Then tears spill as those years of darkness get wiped away in one flash, and I can see it. After all that time, hope had already died in me. She whips her gaze to Arjun, voice cracking. Thank you. Thank you so much, Arjun. Arjun just nods, already locked on his real mission. Heh, with this payment, I can finally take a nap in peace. Hold up, what are you even talking about? Layla blurts out, her voice blazing with heart. The one who should be grateful is me, and no, you don't get to refuse. Let me repay you. Tell me what you want, and I'll give it to you. She tilts her head up to Arjun, staring inches from his face, and her eyes gleam with tears she's fighting not to let fall, pure gratitude. It feels like the distance is closing in on my chest, and I can't breathe. Suddenly, Arjun's vampiric instincts explode to the surface, Layla's blood blazing in his nose, her life force pulsing like a target, and she looks downright irresistible. Rage-fueled hunger surges, and as she closes in, panic slams him. If she comes any nearer, he'll end up biting her. "Oh, I'm sorry," he blurts because this isn't him, and he knows Layla's honor won't let the debt go unpaid, but his own nature is a ticking bomb. Right after a brutal moment of overthinking, Arjun finally lands on a decision that, "Then I've got a wild question. Would you let me suck your blood?" And before anyone can even blink, Layla's eyes light up like Christmas. Of course, anything. Before Arjun can even ask how much, Layla snatches a sharp letter opener off the nightstand, then slashes her own forearm open. Blood surges out on the spot. "Here you go," she chirped, and shoved the bleeding limb right into his hands. Arjun gapes in pure terror. "Holy hell, that wound is way deeper than it should be. I told you it was bad," he mutters, "but this is beyond ridiculous." Then she snatches Layla's hand, her voice trembling with real concern. "You're still just a girl, so take better care of yourself, okay? And tell me, don't you feel even a hint of pain?" Layla just shakes her head like, what a total mess. "Oh, here my blood." Arjun lets out a defeated sigh at her unstoppable sincerity. "Thank you." As the crimson drips down, Arjun's mind snaps. She refuses to let it all spill and waste away. She smoothly grabs the teacup Layla handed her, tips it under the wound to catch the offering, lifts it high, and the cheers explode. It hits her instantly, an electric wave of pure ecstasy and raw power slams through her. Every fiber of her screams pure satisfaction. Heya, this could turn into a habit fast, like frighteningly fast. She gasps and clutches her breath, and that rush hits so hard it feels straight up dangerous, in the best way. As that shock fades, a whole new power crashes into her mind, blood reading. If she drinks a person's blood, she can peel back their entire life, every past, every ability, even their thoughts. And when she checks Layla, the results are unreal. Swordsmanship level 6, holy magic level 6, healing magic level 4. This isn't some regular civilian at all. Arjun lowers the cup, and I can see it click in her eyes, so that's what it means. "Thanks for the blood. Looks like you're not just great at healing magic, but a magical knight in your own right, huh?" Layla can't even breathe. She's just staring a second slip by. "Wait, why are you grinning like that? Aim Arjun. Who are you really? No magician in this whole kingdom could fix my eyes, and yet," Arjun only smiles, utterly satisfied. "Hold up, wait, a vampire." Layla puts the pieces together, and boom, their numbers are so low they're basically rare as hell. Even though it's still blazing in the middle of the day, "Are you okay?" Arjun just nods. Honestly, he's loving it, because his sun resistance is level 10. Layla's jaw hits the floor. 10. A daywalker, the myth that actually walks in the sunlight. Why would a legend like you show up here? Hold on, don't tell me your regeneration magic is level 10 too. Arjun shrugs off the questions, objective locked, and then she yawns like a storm rolling in. "All right, I'm taking a nap now." She drops back onto the bed, and Layla just stands there, completely stunned. "This is the best," Arjun murmurs, snuggling under the sheets. "Argento Vamper, what on earth are you?" Layla whispers, amazed. "We're all wiped out for today," Arjun says, already slipping into sleep. "We'll continue tomorrow, okay?" Felnot stared in total disbelief. "What kind of magic is that? I can't believe you're pulling this kind of stunt." She shot back that body-cleansing magic usually stays locked for sacred ceremonies or sit-downs with top-tier nobles. Arjun shrugs, and the swirling water unravels just as fast as it showed up, like it never mattered. "It's no big deal," he says, brushing it off, "and as for using magic like this, easy." Then he drops the final reality-shattering hit. "Wait," because she casually mentions she's already level 10 in magic manipulation, like it's just the weather, but the meaning is insane. She's reached the absolute max mastery this world has, and Felnot just stands there, gaping in disbelief. "You make zero sense, you know that." With a defeated sigh, he shoved a set of clothes into her hands. "All right, just get them on." As Arjun dresses, Felnot jumps in with polite small talk, fidgeting with a lighter outfit and saying, "It was brutal hot yesterday, so I'm wearing something cooler today." Then she shoots a worried look at Arjun. "Hey, Arjun, are you really okay with being on your own?" Arjun stares at her, and Felnot's eyes pop wide, horror flooding in as the meaning hits her. "Wait, you're not wearing any underwear, could it be?" "Yeah, you're spot on," Arjun admits it straight up, with zero shame at all. Felnot's composure crashes to the floor, completely gone. "Is something wrong?" Arjun blurts out, genuinely baffled. "Wait, are you serious?" "You're serious? For the love of God, there's a limit to how reckless you can be. Why the hell did I even ask in the first place? Am I really that stupid?" Arjun listens to her rant, and suddenly a light bulb clicks on above her head as she scrambles to force logic into the chaos. A second later, she's got a theory. Wait, she's talking about the bathroom. Of course she is. I should have seen it coming. Felnot goes still. "Wrong, and I'm not backing down. I told you you're wrong. I'm heading out." She storms for the door, but Arjun's voice snaps her to a halt. "Get your shopping done. Have a good trip." Felnot whirls around and jabs a finger at the vampire. "You're going too." Arjun just blurts back, "What?" Moments later, Felnot snaps them into motion and marches them straight to a store packed with women's undergarments. Inside, Felnot scrambles to explain the culture behind it, like, no matter where you are, girls just can't resist stylish stuff. But Arjun stays totally checked out. Since I'm as flat as a board, nobody will ever attack me, so this is all fine. The logic is so off the wall that Felnot can only throw up a helpless sigh. For now, this should work. Then Felnot leans in. Arjun, do you even know your own measurements? For crying out loud, Felix's groans drag that vampire deeper into the store. Because I'm not here to hear your weird ideas, so quit talking with your chest and come here for a second. She lifts a sliver of lingerie and flashes it to Arjun. His eyes pop wide, pure curiosity sparking instantly. Felnot, put this on right now, he commands. Arjun freezes. So don't tell me you don't know how to pull up underwear. Arjun cracks. Yeah, I'd be lying if I said I did. Felnot's cheeks flare crimson as she realizes Arjun is just calling out those physical sensations with unsettling precision. So she can pull off that face too, huh, she thinks, totally flustered. Turns out there's way more to her real self than that loud outburst. Felnot tries to step back like it's over, but Arjun instantly deflates. Sorry, I'm still exhausted. Can you let me sleep when we're finished in here? She says, already plotting her next nap. Felnot's fury snaps right back. How lazy can you get? She yanks Arjun by the shoulders. Wake up, come on. We're out of here and we're buying everything we need, she fires back, because this nightmare isn't ending anytime soon. They blow through the rest of the day wandering the city streets, soaking up every loud, lively corner they find. Felnot, buzzing with fresh joy for life, drags the exhausted Arjun through packed crowds and past the city guards like they're breaking out of a cage. For the first time in ages, Felnot finally glows with real joy, bright smile blazing as she clasps Arjun's hand, sharing the world she can see again. They stroll side by side as the sun starts sinking over the glowing city. At last, they slump onto a bench with a view that stretches for miles. Then Arjun unleashes the biggest yawn you've ever heard. Arjun, are you tired? Felnot snaps, eyes full of worry. No, I'm fine, I just fully woke up. After all, Felnot says, yeah, if I don't sleep for 30 hours a day, I barely have any momentum. That's more than one day. Then Felnot can only apologize. I'm sorry. Why are you apologizing? Arjun blurts, totally lost. Then I stammer. I got carried away, I just fell. Really? Arjun probes, then Felnot snaps her head toward him, her eyes blazing with tears she's barely holding back. Yeah, I'm honestly so damn happy I can finally see again, and I ended up pulling you into it with me. They huddle in tense silence for a heartbeat, staring out at the whole world like it just changed forever. Arjun finally gets it, and honestly, that's not surprising. Up until yesterday, she had to live in the dark. Maybe she wanted to show me the city, or maybe she just needed to see the city and her own surroundings with her own eyes. As they stare up at the sky, Felnot's face hardens. Arjun, listen up. Hiding the fact that you're a vampire is the smarter move. The first time we met, I told you vampires are rare, right? I even said they only exist in legends, and then you walked in Day Walker, a real vampire, strutting under the blazing sun like it's nothing. Arjun stared down, wrestling with every word, because if anyone stumbled onto this, it would turn into pure pain. Felnot lightly brushes her fingers over her face, like she's checking that I'm really okay. She saved me, and she still keeps worrying about me nonstop, so I need to start taking better care of myself. Please stay safe and keep your eyes wide open. Arjun shuts her eyes, overwhelmed by the real warmth in their care. Yeah, thank you so much, Felnotson. Felnot's cheeks flush at his sincere reply. Are you okay? Arjun asks, and she nods fast, smiling like, yeah, I'm fine. Later, they stared at their mountain of purchases, and panic hit hard. All right, but how are we supposed to drag all this home? It's way too much, and it's ridiculously heavy. Arjun just grins calmly, then I'll take it. Before Felnot can even protest, Arjun cuts in. Hold up, let me show you my blood box, and a swirling vortex of dark crimson energy rips out of her body. Energy churns together into writhing tendrils of liquid blood, twisting into a bizarre, otherworldly thing. It's just a storage ability, but at max level. Are you kidding me? The stuff I can hold feels limitless, convenient. Felnot stunned into silence, and Arjun keeps going. Now that I think about it, I even toss some money in there too. I want to repay you for everything we bought today, and for letting me crash at your place. She breaks down the core idea. This power lets her stow objects inside her own bloodstream, then pull them out on command whenever she wants. Don't sweat it, she says, clocking Felnot's shocked face. Still, she insists on doing this much for my sake. This is so embarrassing. I'm gonna pay up front if I can, no matter what. She drops a little stand in the town square and calls it like a pro, offering her services. Then she leans in, reaches out to a man missing an arm, and cries, all right, pain, pain be gone. A warm glow swallows the man's shoulder, and in seconds his arm slams back into place brand new. The crowd explodes. What, my lost arm just regrew. Another guy shouts, I'm next, get back in line, mate. Arjun just watches, completely unfazed. So it can regrow even a whole arm. Yeah, healing magic is crazy convenient. Still, the sheer force of their reaction is downright unreal. My reputation exploded overnight, 3 days in a row with zero visitors, so I had all the free time in the world, until I started selling healing magic to test the waters. And then, boom, people flooded in like it came out of nowhere, rushing over the second they saw the prices, and it hit me. If you feel the treatment's worth it, just pay what it's worth to you. This radical idea, letting people pay whatever they think her miraculous healing deserves, just supercharges the crowd's burning belief because they don't treat it like a deal at all. They see it as divine generosity, as if she's a goddess. How can anyone be that generous and that self-sacrificing? People start bowing to her and someone declares, she's the goddess of the sea wind, but another snaps back, no, she's a silver-haired seraph. Arjun opens his mouth to set the record straight, then stops, saying, I'm no goddess at all. And yeah, she's clearly got them wrong. Then one brave soul blurts out a guess, and it lands dangerously close to the truth because she's a silver-haired vampire girl, a genius to the core. Luckily, the whole idea sounds so wildly out there that nobody buys it for a second, so with everyone's backing, Arjun just keeps this thought to himself. Somehow, nobody has clued in that I'm a vampire. And that's how she slips into the city's pulse, moving with ease as Felnot draws and uses her blood to keep him going. Damn, I could really use a nap, so she just keeps staring at the sky. Yeah, I'll hang back here for now. I'd rather they just scoop me up and take me with them. And stuff like that never stays hidden. In a glittering mansion, a rich noble scans fresh reports about the new arrival, and right there, he spots a saint who can pull off miracles. A predatory grin crawls across his lips. This isn't about faith at all, it's about timing. Still, I've got to check if she's worthy of becoming my wife. With the day's grind finally done, satisfaction hit Argento hard as she headed back to their calm, quiet lodgings. I'm back, Felnote-san, she called out, but all she got was silence. When she peeked into the room, she saw her companion slumped at the table, washed in the gentle glow of the setting sun. Felt like the world had finally stopped, and Felnote sank into a deep, peaceful slumber. A cozy golden light spilled across the room, and Yanked fell out of sleep, while the air filled up with the most delicious, mouth-watering scent. She blinked hard, completely lost, and blurted, Wait, when did I fall asleep? A calm voice replied, Oh, so you're awake, Felnotson. Argento loomed in front of her, clutching a tray piled with freshly made food, the kind of aroma that makes your stomach scream for more. Felnot's eyes snapped wide, not because of the food, but because the room looked reborn. The dust-ridden place was suddenly spotless, every surface shining like new, and not a trace of grime hung in the air. What just happened? She stammered, spinning her gaze like she couldn't believe her eyes. Then Argento, with a slight smile, asked, So, do you like it? She slid a steaming bowl onto the table in front of her companion and said, Here, eat up. A stew notice hit the scene, and Argento leaned in to check the rich, creamy dish. All right, what is this? He asked, grinning as he revealed it. It's a soup made from butter and milk. I tossed in potatoes and flour to thicken it up, and when it was done, the revelation hit Felnote like lightning, speechless as he stared at this tiny kid who'd pulled off all of it by herself. Argento took a spoonful and held it out to her. Arjun, you made me something to eat, she murmured, voice trembling. She hadn't eaten properly in days, and somehow this child still noticed. She took a shaky bite, and the second the flavor hit, her eyes snapped wide because it was even better than she ever dared hope. Argento's face burst into a bright, happy grin. That makes me so glad. And Felnot got so overwhelmed she nearly broke into tears. The sheer care and skill she poured into it left her stunned and overflowing with heartfelt gratitude. Throw it on bread and it'll hit even harder, Argento said like it was nothing. You should have done it already. Fel was stunned. Bread. When did that become a thing she could just do? I made sure the dough got properly baked in the oven. Argento said it straight, pride flickering in her voice. I'm the one who can handle things like this, not some thing that just sits around in this mortal mess. All you do is nap all day, so why even ask? Velnot pressed her until the truth spilled. Why did she know how to handle chores like it was nothing? Argento's eyes went sharp, her reasoning impossible to argue with. I just want a peaceful life, she said. 3 meals a day, naps whenever I want, but I have to be ready if nobody's willing to take me in. And yeah, I need to keep going the right way, you know what I mean. She kept running the numbers like a war strategist, because if my customers still wanted to rest, letting everything stay the same would be a disaster, and the kind of place where someone steps in to help her partner is exactly where she's ready to be cared for and fed. The one she wants to be nourished by is none other than Argento, a truly special person to her. With the lesson finally done, Argento served up another tasty treat, then I whipped up some dessert too. I hope you like cookies, she said, but her smile faltered, and yeah, it drives me crazy that she's somehow better than me at the chores. Later, he stood outside beneath a sky so huge it swallowed the world. Argento's calm stare shattered when a stranger shoved the pastor hard without a single word. Before she could even blink, another guy surged into the scene, pure flamboyance, dragging roses out of thin air like it was magic. So you're the saint they say can heal every wound and erase every scar? He asked, stretching the words like a spotlight. Argento watched him and his crew roll in, and he could tell the townsfolk wanted nothing to do with them, so he pressed, and she just smiled cool as ice. I never claimed a title like that, but sure, some people call me that. In the blink of an eye, he slammed her up against the wall, his face way too close. Then he leaned in and demanded, "Don't you want to be my wife?" He leaned in with a smug grin, like he couldn't wait for you to agree. Doesn't it sound way worse than it is, huh? A furious voice snapped through the air. Fell's eyes flared, blazing with protective rage. So you're the porn town's lord and our landlord, huh? She hissed at the man revealed to be the prince. What is that getup? You look like a poisonous mushroom. Argento, all sharp mind and steady calm, corrected her like it was nothing. Would you rather I call you philander of fungus, the F? The prince's men erupted into laughter, and Felnot stood there stunned. Wait, why is this mess suddenly on me? With a grand flourish, he finally threw off his silence and introduced himself. He'd been sent by the king to run Orsha. I'm Samaka Suwaro, and I rule this land. Felnote shot straight between them. Felnote, what did Arjun do to you? And Argento just shrugged. My name's Samaka, I only proposed to you, that's all. Felnote sprang into the moment, using her status as the former 3rd Brigade Royal Knight Captain like a weapon, and stared him down. So I hear your incurable eyes are still judging everyone, and that you've got 34 wives, but you're never satisfied. Samaka just corrected her with a proud grin. Those numbers are old news, we're at 36 now. Argento studied the new dangerous twist, because this man was the lord of the territory, and there was no running away from it. A sickly sweet scent oozed off him like a perfume, meant to hide the terrifying power roaring beneath. You couldn't even measure his power, and if you made a reckless move now, it could cost you your life. Sensing the tension rising, Samaka switched gears. Let's talk again once we've cooled off. He even pitched it like an open invitation, a cup of tea. Then he nodded toward the nearby mansion, where they could trade views in total peace. Argento caught the opening fast and grinned. Yeah, that's a great idea. Wait, Arjun, Felnote screamed in alarm as if time was running out. You're taking his offer. Argento stayed calm as ever. Relax, Felnote-san. I'll just slip away and pour myself a cup of tea, nothing more. Felnote was horrified. So you're really just ditching 3 meals, your afternoon nap and your afternoon tea for this? Argento froze, then weighed the risk. If this meeting could wreck her reputation, she'd have to tear up her whole life plan and rebuild it from scratch. The mansion screamed pure wealth, so flashy in its fresh new shine, it almost looked gaudy. Inside, Samaka's whole vibe flipped instantly. He dropped into a deep bow and blurted, "First, please forgive my rudeness." He snapped his face into seriousness and said, "I'm sorry for how brutally I acted, but whatever happens, I need a way to face it with you." Argento shot back, "What do you mean?" with his guard still blazing. Then he confessed, admitting that before his face got staged, he didn't think anyone even cared to ask that. Then he finally spilled his real motive, his eyes razor-sharp as they measured everything. Your regeneration magic is way too strong. There's no way anyone can just ignore someone packing that much power. He laid it out plain. Being a lord means I have to report to my king, King Pleiades, and I even have to tell him about you asterisk, because a mage with insane power has shown up. Argento got it instantly, so that whole proposal talk was just for show, and the reason you're telling me now is simple. You want me to meet his highness. Not quite, Samaka shot back, and I felt like he was calling my assumptions out to my face. The king isn't just chatting, he wants you in a role. You'll be sent to heal the wounded soldiers on the front line for the war, and when they survive thanks to you, they'll fight like your shield is made of their gratitude, pumping the whole unit's morale sky high. He kept going like, even if I never dragged this to the king, it would have crawled its way to him sooner or later anyway, because the common folk back whoever's got the skills and the looks, and your gorgeous face would only jack up your unbeatable reputation even more. He flicked his hand like it was nothing, but honestly, hearing him talk was torture. A cold dread hit Argento like a hammer, because chasing fame and getting dragged into servitude on the front lines wasn't her dream at all. All she could think was, I just want to sleep and laze around all day, every day, and the horror of it made it feel painfully real. Her voice cut like ice, so that's what you want, to use me like some pawn in politics. Samaka's eyes widened, genuinely hurt. No, that's not what I meant, I blurted. He slammed his hand on the armrest. Then I swore my loyalty to our king, clinging to him like a promise, but there's one special line I just can't seem to get across. He shot to his feet, passion roaring back to life, and honestly, how could this be obvious? If you're still letting someone like you get dragged into nonsense like that, I don't care about anything else. Live as my wife, and that's all I want from you. I'm done with this, please. I can't stand to see someone as beautiful as you get dragged into politics, or worse, war. Those beautiful hands weren't meant for cruelty at all. They were made to bring a girl pure bliss to love her. And then Argento, just marry me. Argento didn't beat around the bush. He shut it down instantly, and that was the end of it. Hell no. Samakasai took the blow and bowed with grace. Fine. If that's what you want, I won't stop you, but I'll still have to report the king of your existence. Argento didn't sugarcoat it. This was her rule, and my whole life ran on the same rhythm: 3 meals a day, an afternoon nap, and tea in the afternoon. That's my idea of a happy life. She stared him down, eyes burning with real assessment. Don't you resent me for this? I refused you, and you still didn't force your way in. You're just doing your duty and reporting to the king. I don't care. It's your job, right? He gave a faint smile. Relax, I can tell you're a genuinely kind person to women. He let out a hearty chuckle. Ha ha. Oh, I get it now. So THATS why everyone's calling you a saint. Argento couldn't shake the weird encounter, and while Felnot recoiled in disgust, something deeper was clearly stirring beneath the surface. This guy had the kind of charisma that could charm 36 women into marrying him, and somehow get them all living together in peace. She couldn't believe it, but he didn't feel like a bad guy at all. His hair looked like a damn mushroom cap, his fashion sense was non-existent, and some of his moves were downright gross. Yet somehow, she just couldn't bring herself to hate him. Even with 36 wives of his own, Samaka's voice still sank as he sighed. At least you showed up for tea. It's a shame I won't get to share tea time with a beauty like you again. Then he gushed about his wives with real, heartfelt love, and it genuinely shocked Argento. Yeah, all my wives are beautiful, and I guess I don't look like the kind of guy who'd actually notice that. I love them so much they felt like family, like they fully moved in and became part of us. Argento finally got it. This dude isn't just flirting, he's a full-on philanderer, but the way he showers his wives with praise makes it feel like he's got no evil in his heart, even if that wasn't who I was back then. Just as their strange meeting was heating up, the door flew open, and a frantic guard burst in. He reported, "An abyss call has come in." The Knight Commander's voice sliced through the naval chaos, barking orders with iron control. Until then, get every wounded man treated. Then when those bastards roll into the haven, light up the place with artillery fire. He snapped his gaze to the shadowy figure beside him. Samarkassan, we're that paracliny of two things, because right now it's tearing our ships apart. From the ocean's darkest depths, their enemy's true form finally surfaced, an endless, massive beast, a walking nightmare ripped straight out of the abyss. Argento stared as those colossal appendages tore apart everything in their path, hauling whole vessels down into the wild, churning sea. That's an abyss call, he said, dead calm, while he studied that horrifying magical beast, an enormous cephalopod. Samaka didn't know what to do, stammering like crazy and blurting, "Is that thing a robot or what?" The commander stared at Argento, jaw tight. "Listen, Argento, I'll say it plain. When the fighting starts, you need to run and get out of the city, even though it crushes me to see you go. And once it's done, I'll have to report that you exist to His Highness." Flee the city, Argento caught the commander's meaning instantly, and in that moment, he knew this wasn't just an order, it was mercy, a lifeline thrown before the kingdom's gears crushed him. But Argento's thoughts sprinted ahead. Staying would be a disaster, not a weapon, because the king would slam the order for his capture, and when the political chaos exploded, his own patron would end up getting swept away in the fallout too. Samarka laid out their last-ditch plan. If it stays out in the sea, we're basically powerless, so we're paying with sacrifices, using them to drain its strength. Then we'll try something new, lure it into the haven. Argento's eyes narrowed, and the truth hit him like a punch, cold, sharp, and painful. They'd already accepted their fate. Those men on the ships weren't just soldiers, they were sacrificial pawns, choosing to burn themselves up in a last-ditch gambit. "Samakassan," Argento snapped, his voice slicing right through the commander's grim resolve. Then he asked, "Would you feel good knowing they could slip away from that massive beast with not a single scratch?" Samaka blinked, stunned. "All right then, you're listening. I've got a plan and it's going to run smooth." But the commander started to argue and Samaka snapped, "No, I can't let you storm out there to fight." "My face is a total lie," Argento snapped, then grinned like trouble. "I'm a vampire, and you have no idea how much more ruthless I can be than I look." The commander froze in place, eyes wide, because the shocking truth hit him like a punch. He was looking at a vampire. Argento had already kicked his plan into gear, unleashing a rare, earth-shaking power. It was a technique that let him snag a follower by making them swallow his blood, normally meant for living beings, but Argento twisted it so hard it even worked on lifeless stuff. And right now, the ship itself under their feet had become part of his will, sliding and steering exactly the way he wanted. Argento stood defiant on the vessel's prow, staring down the monstrous Leviathan as it closed in, and he prepared to take it on alone. The creature's one gigantic eye snapped around, locking onto the lone ship charging toward it. Argento told himself, I asked Samaka to haul in every ship and wreck, now there's nobody left to trip me up. He needed zero distractions for the talk he was about to start. Argento snapped his fingers and twisted his own blood, forging it into a deadly arcane amplifier. His voice crashed across the waves, crystal clear and terrifyingly strong. Then he said, Hello, is it me you've been looking for? That colossal eye blinked, and its reptilian pupil snapped tighter as it zeroed in on the tiny figure. Look, my translation skill is maxed out, Argento said, confidence blazing. With this, I'll be able to speak. A voice as ancient and huge as the ocean roared inside his head. Who do you think you are? Then it hit, Adele. A tidal wave of disbelief and rage crashed through the creature's mind. A vampire, seriously. It scoffed. Girl, stop with these ridiculous words. Vampires don't roam under blazing sun rays. Don't worry, Argento said with ice-calm confidence, his steady voice cutting through the beast's raging fury. I've got high sun resistance, and don't judge me by how I look, Elder Leviathan. That isn't my nature. The beast let out a furious roar, seething over the title. Argento clocked how the creature reacted to names, and that little detail hit like a shock. Oh my bad, let's pick this up. Could you stop that pointless rampage and hurry into the city? The creature snapped back, recoiling. Girl, what's with that look in your eyes? The monster's patience snapped like a rope. Denied. It roared that it didn't want talk anymore and wanted a fight right now. What are you even trying to pull off? Get out of my sight with that useless chatter, because a tentacle the size of a tower just slammed down onto the ship. I can keep the ship standing with my blood contract, but I can't hold it together if he keeps attacking it. The hit slammed like thunder, wood shattered and screamed, swallowed by the furious roar of the sea. Argento's blood magic ripped outward in a fierce defensive blast of dark energy. When the spray finally settled, the ship was ripped away, shattered into 1,000 screaming pieces, and the monster scanned the wreckage, totally baffled, staring around like it couldn't understand what just happened. It was just a tiny vial, but the kind of treasure he guarded for himself alone. Soaring above the crashing waves, fully clothed and blazing with raw power, he finally pulled his trump card, blood arms, the only thing I ever kept locked away in the blood box for myself. He planned it all ahead of time. He tracked down Samaka and begged for a tiny sip of blood from his own soldiers, bottling their vitality inside the vial. Now he let it rip, crimson globules of energy spiraled around him, and with one silent command, they obeyed. The blood pooled together, twisted like living ink, then hardened into a gigantic, otherworldly trident, so massive it practically owned the sky. Trident. With just one bottle of blood, he forged a terrifying arsenal, so powerful it could actually take on a god. He flicked his eyes back toward the far-off city as a warm wind rolled in from the shore, and he snapped, I can't stand by while a place that perfect gets destroyed. He couldn't stop thinking about Aroratia, the town where everyone adored their wild, unconventional governor, and even the most down-on-their-luck former knights could finally lay their burdens to rest. It was a good place. So that's why I'm going to stand my ground, protect this place, and keep its people safe. With a final, silent command, he snapped his power loose. All right, ladies and gentlemen, protect the city. The blood weapons crashed down like a storm of rage, crimson spears streaking straight for the beast's heart. The attack landed perfectly, like a bullseye that never missed. The abyss screamed, pure agony, ripping through the sky and shaking the heavens themselves. They crushed the fight, but the cost was brutal. Argento blasted out of there on a single bat, wrecked and spent, because flying wrecks you worse than any battle. He realized the blood he'd just burned through didn't come from anywhere else. It was his to begin with, feeding him in a loop that never ended, and all he wanted now was to finally crash and sleep. As night rolled in, a blazing full moon hung above the quiet city at last. Inside the governor's mansion, Samaka sat at his desk, bent over a report he was carefully drafting, line by line. Good work, Samaka-sama, Eldora blurted, rushing in with his tea. He just nodded thanks, enough to send her cheeks flaring. He locked eyes and made his meaning crystal clear. Argento. I'm talking about Argento the vampire. Felnot's eyes bulged with pure shock. Wait, what are you saying? That rumored healing magic saint from days ago. He hadn't managed to meet her again since then. Samaka flicked his hand like it didn't matter and shot back. Felnot, don't you dare ask. I'm slammed. That abyss call incident has me buried in trouble, and I don't have time to play saint understand. Felnot went dead silent, and the meaning behind his words hung there like a blade in the air. Since your days as a knight, Samaka said, and his voice softened, you've gotten way more controlled. People are finally starting to see what your presence is worth, so tell me, are you planning to report what happened yesterday? He slumped back like he was spent, but the abyss called, and that's when every kind of hell busted loose. Now I can't even keep count, and I'm terrified I'll miss one or two details when I report to the old man, especially something like that magic. He stared out the window and quietly dropped his last clue, like it was a chess move. So where did she vanish to this time, the Empire or the Republic? The truth hit hard, but everything finally clicked. She saw the saint slip toward the border on some impossible, untraceable route. Then she hauled herself up on shaky legs. With one last nod and a quiet, "Thanks," she turned and vanished. As the door shut, an attendant murmured about Yuzuriha's eerie quiet, thick with intensity. Samaka huffed a sigh, and even with her tough front, you could tell she was a genuinely good person. They dug into Yuzuriha's real reasons, the quiet hunger to see the world, and Samaka cut in like, "Sure, but I swear by this, far from me, far from heart." Then he shrugged and said the royal bigwig probably wouldn't even care, and that the whole saint rumor would get laughed off before it could take root. They settled on the official story, and Samaka, still staring out at the moonlit city, murmured, "All right, what are we telling the locals now that our saint is gone?" Miles away in a moonlit forest, Argento yawned under the glow, then a brutal wave of exhaustion slammed into him. This is the worst. I wanted to properly say goodbye to Felnot, but I guess I'll crash for a nap first." The words from his family were the real cage. "Don't you dare move an inch. Keep that kid locked inside. He's a total disgrace. Don't you dare step out or talk to anyone else." They called him a failure, a stain on their whole household. And so he finally gave in and did exactly what they asked, obliged them to. All they ever chased from him was emptiness, so he handed it over without a fight, and the whole world turned into pure bliss. In that gentle, tender world, he finally felt whole, just wanting to drift off with a smile, so he died in the only way that made him happiest, and woke up reborn in this new life. Gasping awake in a forest, the reborn vampire Argento groans, what a damn nuisance. Her memories from her past life felt like they'd vanished into the farthest reaches of time. She stretches, shaking off a lingering dream, murmuring something nostalgic, then her mind rockets into motion. Wait, what exactly happened? The memories hit like a wave. She bolted out of the capital as a bat, vanished a sea monster called Abyssal, and had to get out of the country fast before the king even realized she was there. My mind kicked into overdrive, slotting every detail into place. If Sir Samaka is playing it like he always does, he'll drag his feet before he even reports I'm here, and that means I've got one shot to escape this country fast, no hesitation. Survival was the only rule. First, she had to hunt food and water. Next, she needed real clothing. And third, with her new body, blood wasn't a want, it was her lifeline. But the non-stop grind it demanded felt downright exhausting. With nobody in sight and no danger breathing down his neck, he felt this crushing urge to just stand there and do absolutely nothing. She leaned back and breathed in that sweet, clean breath of nature, needing a quick rest before the next move. Falling asleep in a place like this felt like pure luxury, but just as she tried to breathe easy, a new scent crashed into her peace, sweet on top, wild and sharp beneath it. She swore she'd smelled it once, back when she only barely dared to venture outside, and now it was closing in fast. "Seriously," she muttered, snapping upright, "I can't even get a nap in peace." A loud crash ripped through the trees. She couldn't tell who was coming, but she guessed they might just be the help they need. The roar exploded into deafening thunder as a massive figure tore through the tree line like it owned the forest. Argento's eyes snapped open, wide with sudden shock at what he saw. A hulking minotaur, bull-headed and bipedal, stood right before her, radiating pure hostility. Its fangs flashed as it snarled, and thick drool streamed from its mouth. That smell hit her like a punch, she thought. This is the butcher's shop again, asterisk, but it definitely wasn't some ordinary cow. The creature's voice thundered out, shockingly clear as day. "What a fool you are, you foolish poacher." Argento blinked, because somehow it could speak. The minotaur kept roaring, calling her a hunter, even as the birds above the woods just watched and waited. Argento narrowed his eyes at every word, "Poacher. No, this thing isn't clueless." It clocked him, made a call, and got it wrong. The beast hefted a colossal axe, and in that split second they clocked you for the filthy poacher you are. I won't forgive creatures like you. Right as the axe came crashing down, Argento slipped aside with supernatural grace, dodging the hit at the last second. With a sharp flick of her wrist, she unleashed her blood arms chain's power. Crimson tendrils burst from her shadow, lashed the minotaur up tight, and pinned it in place. "Now, don't move." The beast thrashed and roared like it meant war. "Human, thou shalt not pass." And Argento finally snapped, her patience fraying. This walking slab of meat was starting to get on her nerves. "Let me make it crystal clear. I'm a vampire, not human, and my light resistance is wickedly high, even in full daylight." She snapped at the bound creature with ice-cold logic. "My goals have nothing to do with this forest or its treasures. I'm only resting, and I've got wealth you can't even picture. I don't need to hunt, so tell me." Do you get it, or are you really just a poacher? The Minotaur's roar died out, and rage instantly twisted into stunned confusion. Then, to her shock, it dropped down on its knees, like it was begging her pardon. I humbly beg thy forgiveness for my actions. The vibe flipped so hard it shocked me. I'm really sorry. I thought you were a poacher. Please forgive me. Argento stared as the massive creature finally caved and submitted. And you've got your own reasons too. Doesn't it feel that way? All right, fresh start, she declared. Then she hit you with her name, Argento Vampire, but you can call her Arjun. And right after, the Minotaur swaggered in and introduced himself as Oswald. Then he dipped so far his horns nearly scraped the earth. Ma'am, the honor is all mine. Meeting you is a privilege. His stiff formality was downright hilarious. Ma'am is a bit much, isn't it? He muttered, eyes flicking like he meant to say, maybe it's big sister Arjun. Oswald blurted out a shaky excuse and bolted the moment he could. When he came back, Argento snapped her fingers and went for a peace offering, cleansing. She ordered, and a raging vortex of pure water magic swallowed him whole. Oswald stepped out looking perfectly spotless, like absolute all glittered around him. What kind of top-tier magic is this, like a unicorn's own power? Arjun, tell me, what are you doing? Just some vampire passing through, she said softly. And Oswald, oh, he crumpled with remorse. I can't believe I tried to hurt someone this kind. If there's any way I can help you, please just tell me. Argento's mind was already racing ahead, sizing up this new guy and weighing what he could bring to the table. And if he truly was a powerful local guardian, that could be a game changer. All right then, she said, eyes sharpening as an idea sparked. I've got a request for you. Can I ask you a favor? She tilted her head up at him and asked, can I ride on your shoulder? Inside, her thoughts went practical fast, like an ox with plans, because that creature's blood sounded dangerous and strong. Better to taste it later. For now, she just needed a ride. Oswald agreed in a heartbeat, and before long they were tearing through the forest, while Argento just lounged, comfy as ever, perched on his huge shoulder. The Swald exhaled in relief. I'm glad you're no poacher. Argento leaned in, firing questions about the local plants and animals. He broke down the tangled world of demahumans, dwarves, elves, and more creatures that hated humans, stayed guarded in their own corners, and never let outsiders get comfortable. Soon he jabbed a finger forward. Right up ahead was the watering hole. That's where you'll find what you're after. Argento weighed the forest's politics in his head, knowing everyone agreed on one thing, keep it discreet. They demade it. Right in front of them lay a wide clearing, and a magnificent herd of horses stood at a shimmering pool, drinking like royalty. One particular one blazed with an eerie, otherworldly power that sent chills down my spine. Argento's eyes snapped onto it, like he'd just found the one thing he couldn't ignore. Oh wow, this is seriously promising. She leapt down and strode right up to the magnificent creature, eyes locked on it. Hey Argento Vampire, that's me, she said, cool as ice. I know this is random, but take me to the border of this country right now. That horse's voice, smooth, proud, and powerful, rung inside her head. Hey, so you really want me to carry you? All right, I've got one rule. I don't take orders from anyone slower than me. Race me, beat my speed, and I'll grant whatever you want. The rules were dead simple. She had until sunset to race after that horse and touch it before it vanished. Oswald kicked off the countdown. When he hit the finish line, shock slammed into him. His horse was already a streak disappearing into the horizon, while Argento stayed cool, calmly getting ready to take a nap. Sister Arjun, the race just started. Why aren't you chasing him? He shouted, and Argento only gave a faint smile. No need, our shadows are already tangled together. With a flick of her mind, a dark tendril burst from her own shadow, an exact extension of her will. The horse, cocky in its unbeatable speed, suddenly sensed something it couldn't outpace at all. Are you sure about that? Argento's voice hissed through the wind, like it knew the truth before you did. The horse's eyes bulged with pure, stunned disbelief. A fist of pure shadow slid over him, then softly landed on his flank. The race was finally done, and the horse just stood there, crushed, as Argento strode up. So yeah, I've won, unless I'm totally wrong. The proud creature finally threw up its hands and said, all right, you win, but calling you horse would be awkward, so name yourself. Argento waited for a beat, then snapped, by Haki, short for Bed Hair King, and that magnificent horse just froze solid, radiating pure, furious indignation. Ignoring the creature's full-on existential meltdown, Argento found a cozy patch on the ground. Her job was finished. Now it was nap time. The small talk was over. Now a truly brutal chapter was about to kick off, announced by a fresh splash of blood staining the forest floor. From the shadows, a voice hissed with ice-cold certainty, saying that even if the victims had shown up on time, death still would have found them, slaughter. She snapped her will into motion and forced her blood magic to surge forward, the dark liquid obeying her every command. That coppery smell of iron burned in the air. She snapped her head toward her horse. "Wait, is that Blood Argento?" she asked, naming the horse after herself. The horse, yeah, its real name was Bahaki, snapped its head around. Then it twisted up its face in pure misery, and Bahaki snapped, "What's wrong?" asking her what was going on. The woman looked like she was spiraling over the name she'd just thrown out, panicked and burning with emotion. So she blurted, "I'm okay, I really am," while inside she couldn't deny how much she loved the shocked look on their face when she used her own name. Her smile crumbled as she zeroed in on the wind's trail. This wasn't just dried blood. Humans were here, and under it all lurked the stink of countless beasts. That mix could only mean one thing: poachers. A brutal roar tore through the forest, so loud even the scent leaves scattered. "Wessis, Argento," he yelled, snapping into recognition. "The forest's protectors are locked in a fight." She snapped her head toward that second shout, Oswald's, and the way it carried through the chaos told her one brutal truth: the fight wasn't going his way. The protectors get shoved back, and grim truth hits her in a whisper. Oswald and his men are close, with dried blood in the air and something fresh on their trail. She whips around to her horse, jaw set. "I'll go on ahead, just keep right behind me." Somewhere nearby, a young woman with dark hair stared at the wreckage she'd unleashed, because not long ago, she'd been chased out of this very place, the home she once loved. "It won't happen again," she swore, eyes blazing with iron resolve. "I'm going to make them pay." Argento burst onto the scene and crashed right into the middle of the chaos. Right in front of her loomed a battered minotaur, hulking, wounded, and running on pure exhaustion, as it locked eyes with the dark-haired intruder in a tense showdown. The woman let out a mocking laugh. Then the minotaur Oswald snapped, "Don't underestimate me, you damn poacher." He rumbled defiantly, "Tell me, is living with a dull mind like yours really fun? If I looked like you, I'd die of boredom alone." He even fired off his point-blank attack, certain it would land, yet she was completely unharmed. Oswald's vision spun out of focus, and the ringing in his ears blasted so hard he could barely make out The woman lifted her hand with a trembling, unstoppable flow of power, and with one command, everything obeyed. A brutal burst of force exploded from her, and Oswald, huge and strong as he was, got slammed backward like he weighed nothing. He screamed as that invisible force ripped through him, and blood sprayed across the air like a deadly burst. The woman sprang into the air and drove a crushing kick into him, slamming the massive protector down hard. Then she smirked, "So go on if your attack really hits me." Oswald fought just to rise, his hearing totally wiped out, because if he crumpled here, the whole forest would fall to this attacker without a fight. If she ripped the roots of this forest out, the whole place would die, and with it, most likely every living thing inside, and he could feel it. This intruder was way stronger than him. But he refused to back down, because in that whole forest, he was the only one who could actually fight. He'd throw himself in front of danger, and nobody was getting to them. Suddenly, a soft voice flooded his senses. "Pain, pain, go away." And there was Argento, her hand resting tenderly on his injured body. In his throbbing, pain-blurred vision, he caught her reflection staring back at him. "Do you feel any better?" she asked, her voice soft and gentle. "Does it still hurt anywhere?" Oswald opened his mouth, but the words wouldn't come out. Argento snapped it right into place. "I'm sorry, I can't make out a thing. My eardrums are totally wrecked." Argento's eyes soften as it clicks. "Oh, so you're talking about a curse, not something you can cut, and now you're saying it like this." A soft glow spilled from her, and suddenly Oswald's hearing snapped back. Power surged into his arms and legs like it never left. He stood straighter than before. "Arjun Nisama, thank you so much. My ears are healing fast, and I'm back to full strength." The dark-haired woman froze in disbelief, eyes blazing wide as she breathed. "It's fast." Because Argento had popped up so suddenly, it felt like she just spawned out of thin air. "So fast," she blurted. "There's no way anyone on this planet could be quicker than me." Her senses got slammed by that brutal scent of blood wafting off the newcomer. "No, hold up, it's not just one victim, it's the stink of everyone this psycho butchered." She snapped back into focus. This girl wasn't a poacher, and she definitely wasn't a bodyguard. Her speed was a total illusion, an afterimage burned into your eyes by moves so lightning fast they shattered what you thought you were seeing. So it's wind manipulation magic. Argento broke it down with calm precision, using a fight style that scrapes away every bit of surface friction to rocket forward at the absolute fastest speed. Her face snapped into seriousness, and my gut tightened, because that speed lets you swing your hand like a blade, a literal hand blade. The woman exploded forward, her hands carving through the air, but her strike froze inches from Argento's face, smothered by some unseen force. She blinked, utterly lost, and Argento just shrugged it off, saying, "It's because my high magic resistance is so strong magic can't hurt me more than you'd feel if I got cut by an ordinary girl." The attacker froze, utterly stunned. What my magic can punch through her magic resistance? Argento stayed calm and corrected her, saying, "No, your magic level isn't high enough. That's what I've been trying to tell you." The woman went red with rage and humiliation, ready to strike again. "I'll skin you alive." She tore into the silence with a furious, frustrated scream. Again she blasted off in a blur, crying out as her speed tore through the air. Again Argento caught her wrist like it was nothing, pure magic, then shut her down with a cold, "Denny darling." The woman just stared in total shock, like what, how, why, what just happened, and I watched it happen so fast it felt impossible. Argento made it sound simple, but what he explained was bigger than anyone could wrap their head around, because with my agility, I can bend friction and turn it into speed, which lets me dart forward, react instantly, and counter before anyone even blinks. Bottom line, agility controls everything about how fast I move and how I strike. That's why. With her opponent totally outplayed, Argento let out a small breath. "Man, all this focus is draining me, and you've pushed my patience. I already won this fight, so I'm ending it right now." She snapped out two chilling words: "Blood arts rope." Solidified blood blasted from her hand like a violent whip, snapping around the speedster and locking her down completely. Argento practically flicked her up and dangled her upside down from a tree branch, and I'm thinking, where's the nearest tree? Last time I patched up Oswald, I tore off a little blood straight into my own palm. The captives thrashed and fought for every breath. Wahi. Argento looked over her work and smiled. She was completely satisfied. Argento stared at her like he was piecing a puzzle together. Then he snapped, "Now listen up, okay?" And she froze, hunting for the perfect words. I can't even decide what to call her. Her mouth spits insults nonstop, and every single one hits the target perfectly. Suddenly, Argento's head snapped up. Other humans' scent was fading fast, slipping farther and farther away. They sprinted for their lives, and I swear they finally understood what was going on here, because Oswald, fully healed now, spun toward Argento. "Arjuna-sama, are you okay?" She nodded, calm and steady. "Yes, I'm fine." "No problems." Then Oswald turned serious again. "Listen, there are still tons of people out there, and it looks like poachers might still be heading that way. You could still catch them." Oswald dipped his head. "I'll go first." As Argento watched him sprint off, Oswald muttered that his job is to guard the forest. "So yeah, I just lent a hand, it's fine. But the captives are still dangling and yelling, 'Don't ignore me, get me down.'" Argento stared up like her thoughts suddenly snapped into place. "Oh, I forgot you were here." The captive seethed with pure rage, but Argento just grinned. Yeah, she could stay hanging a little longer, because the way their conversations dragged on was way too hilarious. Argento blinked at her reflection and whispered, "All right, what are we calling you?" The captive yanked her blade at the blood rope, but it just shrugged her off, useless. "Seriously, why can't I slice through this?" Argento's eyes snapped wide as it hit him. "Oh my god, I never even noticed how unperceptive I'd been." "Wait, so now it's somehow my fault." The captive shrieked as Argento kept right on thinking. "That's why you're supposed to introduce yourself first. Blood arms don't just hit hard by luck. Their power depends on the skill, so you can't just slice it away." And finally, the captive caved. "My name is Chrome, Chrome Grim." "All right, Wing Chrome, if you want to pass." Argento said it cool and clear. "You've got two demands to meet. First, get out of this forest and leave everyone alone. No more hunting. Second, hand me your blood so I can drink it." Chrome froze in shock, my pulse hammered as Argento snapped. "Yes, as a vampire, you've gotta survive." My instincts were still fighting for control, but if I could get blood right now, I'd buy myself a few more days. She looked away and regret flashed in her eyes. I was praying I wouldn't have to drink another human's blood again, at least for a bit, besides fell note sands, but my vampire instincts wouldn't let me, and honestly, that's a nightmare. "Argento Vamper got it, now let me down." Chrome muttered as it finally clicked, and Argento yanked the rope away. Chrome dropped hard onto the ground. "All right," Argento said, stepping back. "Before anything else, let me introduce myself. Just call me Arjun. My real name is Argento Vamper." Chrome slammed down unsteadily, a sudden blush spreading across her cheeks. "If you're gonna bite me, then do it, move," she blurted, whipping her head around to bare her neck. Argento stared at her, confused for a beat, then it clicked. "Oh, I get it, you really did bare your neck." He smirked, saying, "But those fingertips, that little taste of blood would have been plenty." With that stray drop of blood sliding off her lips, she checked her handiwork, and the mark sat right in plain sight, so one wrong move could leave a trail. "Are you okay?" Arj blurted, and it all but confirmed what she feared. Yeah, she definitely grabbed a little too much power. The girl, still shaking from the hit, could only stammer, like her words were trapped behind the shock. Suddenly adrenaline slammed into the warrior. "Go away." She screamed, then hurled a huge shove with every ounce of strength. Shaking hard, she clutched her neck and snapped, "Why won't you shut up?" Her eyes went wide with pure terror the second the name clicked in her panicked head. Argento, the vampire. Yeah, I remember him. She sucked in a breath like it might save her life, then wheezed, "W, what was that just now?" Arj simply nodded and confirmed who she was. Arjun is fine, you know, vampire. Her calm confession only poured gasoline on her rage, and terror tearing through her. Tears brimmed as she thrust a trembling finger at him and hissed, "If you do something like that to me, I'll kill you." Arch shut the panic down with cold logic. Was she furious because I chugged too much of her blood? Every drop lost pulled her one step closer to death. So yeah, rage was the survival instinct burning in her bones. She said an apology was overdue. "Please forgive me," she murmured, calm as can be, admitting, "I took too much." Her apology hit a wall of pure indignation, unforgivable humiliation, and you still had the nerve to beat my speed. With one last hateful glare, the girl snapped, "Don't forget, you haven't won yet," then spun around and bolted straight into the thick woods. Arch watched her storm off and his mind raced, already crunching numbers. Still, I can't figure out why she was that upset. At least she left. Now the real drama. She opened the fresh data and pulled up the girl's profile. Name, chrome, crime, race, human, and yeah, a couple skills stood out, but what truly grabbed her was the raw power level, and it was shocking. She weighed her skill level at 8, because even Felnot Sand's top record hits only 6, and her resistance is 8 too, even though it should have been just level 3. Her gaze snagged on a new entry, *** contracted artifact ***, and that only made her frown deeper, because she already wears a bracelet, so that wind blade and the curse she just unleashed might not be coming from her alone. After thinking it over for a beat, she tossed the idea aside. I don't really care. Drowsiness crashed over her, so she plopped down and shouted, "Argento, come here, please." But just as the horse was about to show up, a shadow ripped across the sky, an enormous winged monster, built like a turtle with a shell, gliding overhead like a nightmare. Arj stared, eyes narrowing. "I've never seen anything like this. It looks deadly." The beast screamed a bone-chilling cry that sliced through the air. It yanked open its maw and blasted a flood of venom straight onto the forest floor. Venom rain, and Arj clocked the attack instantly. She planted her feet and stared up, fearless to the bone. Her horse Argento was spiraling into panic, yet Arj stayed stone calm, so for now I'm calling him Slippery Flying Fish, bald as a peach and wearing a shell like it's no big deal. The horse stared in shock, staring straight at her casual take on mortal danger, but Arj was absolutely thrilled with her naming convention. She snapped her head toward the other companion and barked, "Bahaki-san, could you please take the other animals away from here?" As venom slammed down on her, Arj didn't even flinch. She just raised her hand and cried, "I beg thee, wind." Then a violent gust tore through the air, whipping the poison aside until it fizzled out harmlessly. Her eyes snapped across the sky and locked onto it, an enormous airship drifting in the distance. Everything clicked into place in my head, so if Bihaki-san has never seen it, then that has to have come from somewhere else, or did the poachers drag it in here? She stared at the sizzling brush around her, and you could tell the poachers didn't care who got hurt in the chaos. "Yeah, but I don't have time to worry about that right now," she whispered, locking in like it was all that mattered. A terrifying surge of power blasted out of her tiny body. She fired off a silent command to the forest crowd, "Move now, get out fast, and help haul the disabled to safety." She spotted a creature that missed the deadline by seconds. "I've got to shut this down, like, right now." The ground jolted out of nowhere as a colossal monster burst through the trees. "Oswald the Minotaur." "Is that Oswald?" Arj shouted. He thundered her name with a grin. "Hey, Oswald. UNISAN, the one who spits that poison, did it as if it was obvious, and he stood there ready to go. So you're okay with the poison. Minotaurs are tough, they've got poison SSU and nobody S hurt. Is that true?" "Yeah," and that answer hits like a wave of relief. Oswald yanked his club up and smashed it into the ground. "Those damn poachers. Because they let that monster loose right when I was this close to catching them SSU. Tell me," Arj demanded, "where did they even come from?" They sprinted after the carriage, and he shouted as he pointed toward the vehicle she'd spotted earlier. Arj nodded and her plan snapped into place. "All right, we're going after that slippery flying fish." And she leaned in, "Let me help, okay?" Oswald just stared, shell-shocked. "Slippery flying fish, yep, that's the name of the thing." "Is that so?" he stammered, then panic surged. "We've got to move right now, help me," she barked. Oswald slammed his massive head from side to side. "Arjnessen, what are you gonna do? That damn thing's zooming so high my hits can't touch it. I've even hurled dead trees and boulders." And then Arj cut in with a brilliant, absolutely unhinged idea. "Then, Oswald kun, throw me up there." Like it heard the cue, the creature unleashed another savage volley of venom. Right in the middle of her talk, Arj snapped her wrist. Whoops, I swear, wind. When that gust whipped back again, it slammed a cover around them. A ridiculous ball Oswald snapped, grip tightening, because turning it into a bat is pure misery. Arj shot back with a deadly serious look that said, "It's fine." She pressed the point harder and harder. "This is getting dangerous, so let's end it now. If you don't do it fast, this forest is toast. Just do it." The Minotaur locked onto the iron resolve in her eyes, and finally broke down, whispering, "I understand." Arj calmly perched on his shoulder, eyes fluttering as warmth wrapped her up. "Might just be a perfect place to sleep," she murmured, already getting drowsy. "Arj Neeson, what's wrong?" Oswald asked, worry all over his face. "Nothing," she said, brushing it off. She let out one massive yawn, then flashed the final signal. "All right, I'm throwing you now. Any second now, okay." With a thunderous roar, Oswald flung her straight into the sky. She turned into a one-woman missile, launching herself straight at the flying beast. It snapped around, those beady eyes bulging wide, as the tiny vampire rocketed forward like a cannonball. Even with a vampire's body supercharged for durability, a head-on crash would turn everything into a bloody, brutal mess. It was guaranteed to blow everything up and leave a total mess. "I don't want this to hurt or drag on," she told herself, logic spotless even as she streaked through the air. "If I can, I'll finish it fast, I'm sleepy." At the very last second, she barked a command at the wind again, yanking the air beneath her and bending her whole trajectory. She spun midair and slammed her heel straight into the creature's huge jaw. From the carriage, another companion jolted into panic and screamed her name, Arj Nyson. But Arj wasn't panicking. She spun through the air with her eyes shut tight, locking in her focus, while Oswald underneath was drowning in pure terror. He blurted her name again, and pure desperation crashed through his voice. A thick, dark liquid poured off her hand in slow, greasy drips. It thickened into a long, nasty chain that curled down toward the ground, and Oswald saw what she was trying to do, so he lunged and snatched it from her. He gripped something solid, and it felt like a lifeline, yanking him back to his airborne friend. High above, a faint, knowing smile curved across Arj's lips, like he planned it all along, no accident. Oswald's eyes bulged with shock as his hands gripped the chain. With a thunderous roar, he launched into a brutal swing, using Arj's momentum like a weapon to turn her into a living wrecking ball. He rammed her shell straight into the giant, monstrous bird they were hunting, and the impact thundered through the trees. He swung her again, ripping through the fight with a brutal improvised weapon forged from nothing but trust and raw power. That's when it hit him, this wasn't some ordinary bond at all. It was a blood chain, stitched straight from her own life, and she'd done every bit of it just so he could walk out with a weapon. Even as she was being swung, Arj's mind was racing. "I beg thee," she whispered, and her plea rode the wind through the air. Fueled by her magic, Oswald hurled the blood chain with even more ferocity. A streak of pure chaos ripped through the forest in the blink of an eye. The chain snapped tight around his arms, didn't try to hurt him, just locked him in place, turning him into a living conduit for power so immense it felt unreal. He snarled through clenched teeth, digging in as the brutal power he'd just gained slammed through his control. The attack hit like a lightning strike, but the wind burned everything it touched. Arch's momentum was already slipping away. She de-drained too much blood, and her energy crashed fast. Her escape snapped short, and she slammed back down to earth hard. She winced and muttered a tiny charm under her breath. Pains fly away. Meanwhile, the monster they were battling hadn't even started winding down. It was nowhere near done. It tore the air apart with a rain of razor-sharp feathers, an outright death volley fired straight at Oswald. They shouted his name as a warning, but the moment hit, and it was already too late. The Minotaur got swallowed whole by the attack. With dozens of projectiles tearing through the air, he didn't flinch. He just roared and held his ground, defying them with one last promise: "I won't." From far away, Arj spotted the fight tearing him up inside, and Oswald couldn't let me heal. She started moving before she even noticed what was happening to herself. "I'm fine," I said, "but that guy's fighting to break free." She stared at her leg, blood running dangerously low. Then she snapped, "Don't push yourself, Oswald Kun." With ruthless resolve, she sank her teeth into her thumb until it bled, then grabbed the ink like she meant to make fate listen. Blood and steel, his power has a blade's edge. Her thoughts slammed into overdrive, hunting for the smartest way to spend her shrinking power. Arrowheads took way less energy than spears or swords, and the one-shot method was all she needed. "Wind, I beg you," she snapped, and unleashed a storm of hardened blood shots. A ravenous storm of deadly blades shot straight for its target. With a second whispered order, she steered them straight into their target, tearing through the monster's defenses like paper. But she wasn't finished. She poured every last drop of herself into a final, desperate play and shouted, "Blood Arms, Axe." A monstrous battle axe made of pure blood slammed into existence right in front of her, deadly and unstoppable. Thanks, Arjnison. Oswald snapped, whipping his gaze to the weapon as it burst into view. Take this, she screamed, hurling it straight at him. With a sickening catch, he snatched the axe mid-swing, then screamed as he slammed it down, one brutal hit that split his foe clean in two. A colossal black ichor exploded across the battlefield, swallowing everything in a violent flash. Torn apart as it splattered across the forest floor. Oswald stood tall, victorious, as he roared up at the heavens. He stared down at the vanquished beast, and at last, this brutal battle was finally over. Exhausted, Arj slumped to the side, whispering, I can finally sleep now. Pain, pain, fly away. Now the little forest animals, who'd been cowering and hiding during the fight, finally tiptoe out and swarm around their protector. They pressed in close to her and mumbled their thanks against her like warm whispers. Thanks for guarding the forest, they chirped, then Oz started to softly fire them back. Now line up. Then he spun toward her. Arj Nyson, thanks for all your hard work. She let out a heavy sigh, realizing understanding animals was starting to get on her nerves, so she shut the skill off. To her shock, she still understood Oswald perfectly, even without the translation magic, and the scary part was this. He was way smarter than any other minotaur she'd run into. He shrugged off her unspoken praise like it didn't matter, then he fired back. And you did great too, Oswald Kun, but what I did doesn't even come close to what Arj Neeson pulled off. He tore his gaze away, and his voice fell heavy with old memories, saying you nailed your role as the forest guardian, while he couldn't save a thing in his old place. Arch kept staring at him, curious as ever, but he waved it off, and she just shrugged in her head, secretly craving nothing more than to be left alone so she could finally sleep. Later that evening, the moon climbed into the sky. Arj plopped onto a log, yawned wide, and thought, finally this is over. Now I'm crashing for real, 'cause no one's got business with me anymore, okay? Oswald inched forward, trembling. Arj Nyson, are you really going to leave this forest? She nodded like it was obvious. Yeah, I'm banned from this country because of the chaos I kicked up, and now I've got to get out of this kingdom fast. She dug up memories of her past brawls. People even called her a saint after she fought a giant squid, and now she couldn't even catch a quiet life. How long are you planning to hang around here? Oswald demanded, then she shot back. The quicker I move, the better, always practical. So tell me this, who out there even wants me well fed? Oswald's face crumpled in shock. Arch could basically hear Arch's thoughts, and she could tell he desperately wanted her to stay, sealing her fate as the forest's next guardian. The plan so awful it made her stomach turn, and if she started tussling with poachers all the time, her precious nap schedule would get smashed to pieces. Got it, she snapped, cutting him off before he could even speak, and the relief hit him like a wave. Thank you, really. Then she smiled. Take all the spring water you want. He bowed and said, I'll dig through the poacher's stuff for you. This isn't me hating this forest, got it? I just want a way to do something better for these guys. He tore back into view with a powerful stallion in tow. I'm really sorry, I can only bring you secondhand goods from those poachers, he mumbled, eyes down, and she just smiled like he'd missed the point. That's not even close to the truth, she said. You're helping me more than you know. Oswald, the master strategist, had already mapped out her escape. So yeah, the border's the distraction, right? You're trying to slip out without anyone noticing, and trust me, there's another way. He jabbed a finger at those far-off mountain ranges, cross them, and right after you crest the other side, you'll see the Republic of Yatsuba waiting for you. Then he shoved a sheathed sword into her hands. Here, take it. You'll need a weapon. She grabbed it, and the moment her fingers clamped down, Oswald went rigid, rocked by the overwhelming power roaring off her. The raw pressure of her aura snapped the nearby animals into panic. Oops, she said like it was nothing, and I tried to clamp down on my reaction. She stared into the blade's edge, an artifact she'd seen before, down to the last chilling detail. Oswald broke down exactly what it was. Once that tool was sealed by contract, only the one who held the power could use it. He clenched his fists and swore to himself with a voice blazing full of fresh resolve. Then, right before my departure, she leaned in and sank her teeth into his arm, pure power, raw and untamed, surging straight through his body. She forged a blood contract with shaking intensity. No, it wouldn't turn him into a vampire, but it would supercharge every one of his skills for life, making him a real guardian. Arj Nyson, thank you so much, he stammered, but she stayed calm and cool, because even if it's just a simple thank you gift, as her master, she can still order the servant around. But she had zero plans to do that. Unless someone issued a clear command, a blood contract partner could live freely, and their life was theirs to choose. She swung into her brand new horse like it was made for her. No sand required, just call me Behaki. Arj nodded, I'm counting on you, Behaki. With a sudden burst of speed, they vanished straight into the trees. Miles away, a shadowy figure dove in and devoured the fresh remains of a powerful minotaur. Out of nowhere, its head shot up, sensing a presence that had just slipped away beyond the horizon, one that felt too intriguing to ignore. It licked a fresh drop of blood off its lips, eyes blazing as a skill snapped to life. Blood reading results appeared. Asterisk blood reading asterisk. A tidal wave of information crashed into its senses, and its eyes flared wide, not with fear but pure obsession. Don't tell me she's just like me, it whispered, a daywalker vampire. A chilling, predatory grin crawled across the figure's face. Then the new player stepped into the game. That's it, the vampire murmured into the moonlit sky, new purpose flashing in its eyes. I'm going to find her and make her mine. The carriage wheel clattered over the stone-strewn path, rattling like it was going to tear apart any second. Inside, Felnaught's face turned ghost-white as she scrambled to steady herself. Just a moment later, she lurched ahead, fighting a wave of motion sickness. Zen, the young man by her side, snapped his gaze to her with worry and asked, Felnaught-san, are you okay? She flicked her hand like it was nothing, sucked in a lungful of fresh air through the window, then snapped, Yeah, I'm fine, I just can't stand vehicles, that's all. A faint smile flickered back on her face, and she breathed, I'm fine now, I feel totally safe with you on watch, thank you so much. Zen shot him a smile, his confidence didn't even twitch. It's fine, I'm counting on you to get me to the Republic. Roger, leave everything to me. Then he said, I'll probably need someone at the Republic to teach me how to talk. Felnaught's face lit up. Whoa, thanks, Zen. If you want, I'll teach you on the way. She laid out the whole deal. Right then, my employer, Karabuki Zen, stepped into the spotlight. And face it, compared to that bargain price you promised for escorting me to the kingdom, this really is that much. Felnaught laid it out. Zen was one of the Merchant Guild's messengers, sent straight to their headquarters in the Republic. She started drifting into deep thoughts about the political chessboard, eyes distant as her mind raced, and then she said, if you stack the Empire's piece against the Republic's, the Republic's the smarter choice. Her mind drifted straight to the Sakurenemia Republic, the place she was headed. She pictured the dazzling scenery, the legendary food, and a culture that kept pushing forward, and the Republic even had a reputation for fully legal acceptance of same-sex marriage. Her thoughts drifted to the legend of the odd-eyed Holy Knight, the kind of hero everyone, in even the most remote corners of her country, swore was real. Just then, memories of the very recent past came crashing back, sharp flashes of that terrifying vampire who had vanished so suddenly. She pictured that carefree immortal, sleeping soundly as the days just drifted by. She remembered Felnausen's gentle, angelic voice, and it punched straight through her heart, leaving it aching. Arj teased her, she muttered it under her breath, drifting off into a daze, and when Zen caught that little slip, he froze, totally thrown off. Wait, did I just hear you say Arj? Felnaught's face heated up. You mean Argento? Yeah, I did, do you? The name lingered like a chill on the tongue, silent, sharp, and unmistakably the vampire. Miles away, Argento the vampire was sprawled on her steed, fast asleep, like she'd been knocked out for ages. Sue barely caught her yawn, then glanced at the horse, Behaxian, like it was talking straight to her mind. Argento, aren't you sleeping this whole time? 12 hours isn't even close if you want me satisfied. You'd better double that. Argento buried his face in the horse's mane. Guess the Republic still isn't close enough if he's out cold again. She barked one last instruction before her eyes shut. Argento, if anything goes wrong, wake me up. Then a wild thought hit her. She bit her thumb, let one drop of blood fall, and asked, Can I get a blood contract with you too? The whore nodded like it totally understood. No problemo. A wave of crimson energy slammed into them both, and the blood contract snapped into existence. Behaxian's eyes went wide as brand new power surged into him. Argento, thank you, the horse thought, feeling power surge in its legs, and now it could sprint like never before. Argento nodded with her eyes shut, and that was the reason, right on cue, just like it had expected. This wasn't just a boost, it was a battlefield link. And unlike Oswald's ship contract, a blood contract with a living being let her feel his thoughts and perceptions, even when they were miles apart. How nice, I'm finally crashing back to sleep again. But the arrest got yanked away before it could even finish. Argento, I shot a message, and the horse instantly warned me. Argento's eyes shot open, and a burnt stink crawled through the air like charred meat. Then the question hit her hard. What do we do? Her curiosity was blazing, begging for answers. For now, that's going to be a headache, so let's just look into it real quick. Behaxian pushed back, trying to talk her out of it, and for now, looks like it finally backed off. Should we ignore it and head back on our journey? Argento wouldn't budge. If those spots are still burning, it's trouble, so we have to check right now. And yeah, I'm the one who's going to do it, you know that. She smirked just a little. Then if there's a human nearby, she'll beg them to look after this sweet, adorable little thing. They tracked the stench that cut straight ahead, a razor-flat ribbon of scorched earth. Doesn't that trail look suspiciously too perfect, like someone placed the burn there with a magic spell. Maybe he finally snapped. How do you miss all that detail? You're just too lazy to look. As they pushed forward, they finally tracked down where that awful smell was coming from. It was all that was left of a colossal beast, nothing but charred ruin. If any traces are left, what do you think happens to you, demon? Argento asked calmly, and the girl's face went pale as she realized her attack could have sparked a forest fire. I'm sorry, she stammered. SHH, since you admit it and you say forgive, I forgive you too, Argento replied. The fox girl stared in total confusion. Wait, why am I even apologizing? She tore open even more power. Her tails split, birthing a two-tailed beast. Then Futaba slammed into the scene, summoning it right now. Now two identical fox girls lined up in front of Argento, and if you're wiped out, don't force it. This time, we're going full double. They geared up for another full-force strike, the twin sickles flaring bright like they were about to tear the sky open. Two streaks of raw thermal fire tear through the air, smashing together toward Argento. She shot up one hand and begged, I implore you, wind. One soft breeze shattered their ultimate attack in an instant, and the two fox girls just froze, staring in total disbelief. Defeated, the two figures fused back into one, and you could already hear the scolding waiting for them for coming back empty-handed. Face my spell head-on with 0 scratches. Nobody alive can pull that off, because I'm not human, but I'm not a monster either. Argento shot out his hand. Wait, what do you mean I'm like you, a demihuman? I bet you're beastman too. Name's Argento, the vampire. That fox girl snapped her head up, stunned and mortified by how wild she'd gotten, then she heard it. Why, you can call me Kuzuha. Argento just stamped the name down, while her mind raced ahead, already crunching what this messy new encounter could mean. The young beastkin bowed her head, tears of regret in her voice. I get it, I'm sorry. I never meant to cause all this trouble. Arch just stared at her, and in that moment he made one thing crystal clear. If you get it, then we're good. She looked up at you with desperation burning in her eyes, and she practically begged, I'd love to make up for this with more than words, but look around. Rotting wood sagged in every direction, the hay was thin as dust, and the air itself reeked of decay. Arj scanned the gray, hopeless landscape, and yeah, it looked completely dead inside. I don't think I've got anything worth giving you, Yoha mumbled, her ears drooping like she'd already accepted the silence. Arj nodded, her eyes locked on her like steel, and she shot back, yeah, I see it, but hold on, you've got me all flustered. Honestly, I don't want anything, so forgive my rudeness earlier. Arch studied the little kid in front of her, pure innocence, complete helplessness, something she'd have to handle with razor-sharp control. Kuzuha mistook her silence for something else and kept talking, gesturing vaguely toward that far-off village. All right, here's the truth, the girl said, then she straightened up. I didn't come on my own. I followed orders from a certain someone, and my mom's working with the lord of the village right near here. Arj's interest flared the second they started cooperating. Usually I'd know exactly what apology to give, but Kuzue's voice rang sincere. Look, I'll patrol the village and wipe out every monster I run into, so the lords and my mother can finally stop worrying. And what are you doing that for? Arj demanded, her thoughts snapping together the moment those details clicked. I heard he's knee-deep in research for a secret weapon that could smash the war with the Empire. Meanwhile, the battlefield land between Empire and Kingdom, all rough and stubborn, doesn't faze Beastkin like us at all. So my proud, respectable mother is doing her job as Kuzuha's voice trailed off. And then we noticed Arj's eyes were closed. Arch-san nudges you with a quick little ask, just enough to get you going. Then Arch's eyes snap open like a gunshot. Ah yes, please continue. Accused of it, she just stared at you, pure, stunned confusion burning in her eyes, like the kid could tell the vampire had been played all along. Archer pretended she was tired, but inside she was really calculating everything. This was a pain, and since she wasn't trying to draw attention, she slipped out of the village without bringing a single thing. That tells me your puffed-up ego is running the show. Real respect doesn't let parents bulldoze their kids like that, period. Arj gave a calming reply. Nope, no need to overthink it. Your thoughts are already good enough, and that's an apology, plain and simple. If there's anything I can do, say the word. Then she paused on purpose, watching the girl's face light up with relief. Night crashed down, swallowing the ruined stable in cold, total darkness. Arch collapsed onto a pile of straw as moonlight poured through a jagged hole in the roof. Accuse you, she's staring in shock. Arj-san, it's already night. Your request was to sleep on straw. Are you really okay? She asks, watching the vampire curled up on that rough bedding. Arch just hummed back, a soft smirk tugging at her lips, like the girl's naivety was hilarious to her. Arj chewed with zero hesitation, didn't touch her food at all, and a thought hit me hard. No wonder she's starving *. I swear she eats this same stuff every single day. And when I noticed the way she looked, eyes full of awe but laced with worry, it was like the moment screamed, "You're being watched." "Thanks for the food," Arch said, wiping his mouth and finishing every last bite. "Did the Lord really send this?" "Yeah, he dropped it on me while you were out cold. That's why you were stammering. Now tell me, did you eat it just now?" Arch said dead calm that vampires can feed straight from your hands, and then he shrugged like it was nothing, claiming he could even eat from his elbow or his feet too, and that utterly serious answer hit like a punch, leaving you staring in stunned disbelief. And that's her way of saying thank you. Arj flicked her wrist, and a storm of shimmering particles erupted, forming a fresh pile of fruits and mushrooms right in front of her. Your face lights up. "Wait, are you sure?" Ar goes, "Yeah, absolutely, dig in." Arj just says thanks, like that's all it took. The young beastkin didn't even pause. He tore into the fresh food like it was pure bliss, and his face lit up with joy. Arch watched her chew and then blurted, "So this is your daily routine. Is that what you're doing, A-chan? Do you feel that kind of hurt, like today, when you're stuck eating alone because your mom isn't there?" She lets out a cue, and you see her smile fade as her face turns somber, an esteemed mother, doing her duty with pure dignity. "I don't want them to brand me a crybaby," she says, but then she lanes in. "Aren't you feeling lonely?" "Yeah, a little. I haven't seen her in months." With the bowls finally empty, a thick silence slammed between them. Then Arj snapped up and blurted, "Excuse me, Channa, I need to step out for a bit." She stared like the last legacy she still had was slipping away, and the other guy shot back, "Hey, where are you going at a time like this?" "What?" "I just want to feel the wind for a second." My stomach finally settled, and in the blink of an eye, she turned into a bat and burst out of the stable, straight into the sky. "It's just my whim, yeah, that's it. Yup." Soaring over the pitch-black land, her nose caught a beast on the wind, familiar but not quite Kuzue's, and it pulled her straight toward a cluster of buildings, ruled by one huge manor. No hesitation, she shot straight at the stone walls, her body breaking into a swarm of glowing particles that slipped through the solid rock like it was nothing but mist. Inside, she reformed and drifted through a silent, empty hallway, no guards at all, so easy it felt unreal. Then she sensed something waiting below, pulling her deeper into the underground. She dropped down in a blur, her body shimmering with raw power. Then once she hit the next level, she hardened again into something real. A heavy door groaned open in front of her, like it was begging her to step in, and then she realized it wasn't just open, she was being called. The room was huge and freezing, and a glowing magic circle on the floor lit up everything like it meant business. Dead in the middle, a beastkin woman hung suspended from heavy chains, and her stench was the source of everything. Arj slid in closer, then leaned toward the quiet and breathed, "Good evening." The second she laid eyes on it, everything clicked. This person's life was already long gone, yet her body didn't smell like a grave. The air still carried that sweet, familiar scent of a beast and a female. Suddenly, the magic circle erupted in a fierce flare, and a blazing beam of light tore out from inside. A glowing, otherworldly woman stepped into existence in front of Arj. No corpse, no decay, just herself, alive and blazing with the power she had in her prime. Arj started to speak, but the projection cut in with a soft, echoing voice. "If something that isn't human ever makes it in here, this message will play out." It was Kyuza's mother. "Yeah, I got dragged into this place after the Lord personally invited me, claiming he needed my help to research a magic that could stop the war, but..." Her face crumpled with crushing sadness. Then she said, "I got tricked, but I'm done holding a grudge. The only thing that haunts me is that I'll never see the world I dreamed of with my own eyes." The projection snapped its gaze onto Arj, so before my life ran out, I slipped a magical video here, praying it could save my child's future, and then I stayed put, waiting for the perfect moment. A soft maternal smile slipped onto her lips, but like clockwork, I can't shake my worry for my child, Kyuzuha, because she's just too pure. The projection hardened in proud silence, and I could tell, this woman wasn't the kind to leave Kyuzuhu behind without caring. They're both just too innocent and too trusting to fall for an evil scheme. And right in front of me was a mother overflowing with love. The heavy silence cracked instantly when the mother's projection hiccuped and spat out a deck of magical cards, each one flashing pictures. So pure, and then she blurts, "Ah, I've got the one from when she was just born." Then it lands on Kaya, adorable to the point I might actually die. Shigesh. And hey, look at her, isn't she totally adorable? Now check out this picture too. Alright, I'm pulling up the album. This one, that one, please look. Arj just stood there, completely stunned by what she was seeing. The projection finally steadied itself. Yeah, jokes aside, I haven't spoken about my dear daughter in ages, and I totally got sidetracked, so if anyone watching this recording, please listen to me and grant my dearest wish. Her face crumpled into pure desperation. She begged through tears, "Please, help my daughter survive in this world. I'm entrusting her to you. I'm begging you." With that last desperate plea, the glowing woman started to vanish, her body breaking apart into a swirl of bright particles. Arj stood silent in that echoing chamber, and it hit her. She really was a fool. If she truly loved her daughter, she should have crafted a real goodbye speech, but no, she couldn't even bring herself to do it. I'm not listening to your request, she snapped, more like, why should I bother? That's too much trouble, so what am I supposed to do now? Asterisk was just a whim, then Asterisk snapped the chains holding her body and they crashed to the floor with a brutal clang. Asterisk, yeah, I bet she left a message for Kuzua because she's way too precious to her. Asterisk. Right as she spun to go, her senses exploded. Something new had just stepped into the manor. A guest this late at night. What the hell are you doing here? Asterisk the. The man froze for a beat, and his thoughts thundered as he tried to make sense of the wild twist that just hit. He never expected a visitor this late, and yet there it was standing in his doorway with a steady, practiced calm as he turned toward the intruder. I welcome you. Behind him, that pale, ethereal girl hovered in silence. Right out of the shadows, a flash of white and orange fur erupted, and the fox Demi was on him in an instant, her hand clamped in his robes with desperate, crushing force. He froze for a split second when she burst into view, while the little girl standing behind him just stared on quiet, bare, and unsettlingly calm. Lutz Schwartz only smirked, steady as ever, as he came back into view and raised that gnarled, twisted staff, just like the fox lady mine. This girl is mine, he declared, and the crowd heard it like a lock clicking shut. Lutz Schwartz owns what he owns, so tell me, who's really the hunter here? Her eyes snapped wide with terror the second she recognized the artifact. That caned Lutzi's grin, she choked out, and then the truth hit like a hammer. I research artifacts here, you see, the grin said, so I can harvest the overflowing magical power from the bodies of powerful monsters and demi-humans and inject it into it. And her worst fear was dead on, because you didn't kill her for mercy, you killed her for that. HMPH, he scoffed, because that stupid fox never saw the trap I laid for her. She let her guard down and guzzled the poison I'd prepared right after we agreed to team up for peace. Her eyes flared with pure madness. Dying didn't come fast. She screamed through burning agony for a while first. Then, when she finally gasped out her last breath, I siphoned every drop of her magic. And get this, she had a daughter. I'm keeping that kid alive for now, until she's ready to be used for my research. The pale girl stared at him, her face completely unreadable. Even if I hand you back to her, I don't think you'll let me go, the girl snapped, her voice dead flat, no emotion at all. Lutz just erupted into a cackle. Yeah, that's exactly how this goes, and lucky for me, I've got a prototype magic I've been dying to test. I'm already done with every last preparation. He drove the base of his grotesque staff straight into the stone floor. The ground shook and empty suits of armor clawed up from the flagstones, metal knees grinding, arms snapping, until a phalanx locked in around him as spell after spell became a promise. Prototype spell, Court of the Imperials. He roared, come dance for me right now. He gestured at his creations with pure pride. Aren't they amazing? They're night troops with no souls, and no matter what you throw at them, you can't wipe them out physically. Just wait till I can mass-produce this. The Empire is about to hit them hard. Then he snapped that cold, predatory stare onto her, leaned an inches away and purred, so, I can feel a huge magical force coming off you. Are you a vampire or maybe a demon? Either way, you're perfect for my next experiment. She tilted her head just a little, like she already knew where this was heading. Sure, his goals didn't matter to her, but if he was planning to mess with her experiments, then no way, she wouldn't let it happen. Her face turned steel cold. If there's nobody inside that armor, then I can cut loose, right? She snapped and lifted her hand. Wind, I beg you. Rage-fueled wind howled inside the cramped space, yanking those heavy armor suits right off their feet, then smashing them hard into the walls. Steel clanged like thunder in the chamber, and the Imperial Court immediately fell into chaos. She cut through the chaos like lightning, too quick for the eye to track, and with every step, another suit of armor cracked, shattered, or got tossed aside. Enraged to the core, Lutz roared at the sky, his face twisted into a raging mask, lightning striker. A bolt of wild, crackling power ripped down from the ceiling. It hit her hard, but she barely even twitched. Yeah, this is what it feels like, kinda tingly, thanks to my magic resistance. She stared at the wreckage of his spell, the Court of the Imperials or whatever, and honestly she didn't care. Then irritation flared. I'm done with this, she said, and ended it. In the next breath she detonated with her real speed. She tore through the line, obliterating the last armors as their steel plates crumpled like paper, and she snapped, they're a hindrance, staring straight at the stunned mage. Before he could even blink, she crashed into him, tackling him to the ground with crushing, unstoppable force. She pinned him to the ground, staring down at him with eyes colder than ice. Say thanks for the food, she murmured, ice-calm and terrifying. Then she shoved the vial into his mouth and dumped it down his throat while he choked and sputtered. He crumpled to the ground, convulsing as that twisted staff clattered onto the floor, and there she stood staring down at him, while she snapped, "What's the matter? This is the food you gave her, right? Even the leftovers I saw you give her went into his pocket. Very good." Then she leaned in and said, "I really do appreciate you giving me a chance to feel it." And when it came to the food, she straight up picked it up and planned to hand it back to that guy. Task done, she spun toward the fox woman's lifeless form, like the moment was screaming, "Chan is waiting, come on, let's go." She hauled the fallen warrior into the cold glow of the moonlight. The young fox girl jolts awake, ears twitching, and that familiar smell hits her. This is mother's scent her. Her eyes snapped open, and there her mother lay peaceful on the ground. Joy hit her like lightning, and she whispered her mother's name with all the love in her heart. She stumbled into her mother's arms, tears pouring down her face like she'd finally made it home. Her pale voice was gentle, but it hit like a final bell. Your mother won't ever open her eyes again. For one heartbeat, everything went dead silent. Then the truth hit her like a wrecking ball. She crumpled to the ground, her small body trembling under a grief so massive it stole all words. Moonlight pinned her in silence, and the tears just poured. Later, the screen hits a wipe over her eyes. "Pardon me, I didn't mean to show you something so pathetic." The girl shakes her head. "No, seriously, I don't mind at all. If you've got that kind of obsession in you, then let me say thanks for giving it so much attention and for hauling my mother's body right here to me. I can't thank you enough." Her fingers snapped to the collar at her throat. "Wait, was it really the same guy's doing? I think it tracks where she is, right? It's supposed to be so she won't worry when I get separated from my dear mother, but honestly, it feels like a straight-up lie to me." Her eyes begged for mercy. "Like you said, I tried to break it before, but this curse is ruthless. Please, grant her freedom." The girl shot her hand forward, and with a soft shimmer of magic, the collar vanished into nothing. Hughes as Arjsen watched her last shackles vanish, disbelief hit him hard. "Arjsen, just what?" the girl said, and with a faint smile she replied, "Just think, you can live freely now." Kyuzuha erupted with a massive surge of spiritual power, blasting into the night sky in a furious flare. When the light finally died down, 2 fresh stories popped into existence, and now she had 3 in total, one of them a tailed beast summon, power flooding back as if the seal snapped open. Her face, still wet with tears, hardened into something unshakable, and she said, "I understand, I'm going." Later, while Kyuzuha slept peacefully, the girl kept watch by his side. "Hey, are you feeling a little chilly?" She carefully pulled a blanket over the young fox, then sat right beside her and stared up at the full moon like it held all the answers. The great horse Bihaki pushed through the tall grass toward her, and then boom Bihaki-san, so you really came for me. The horse's voice slipped straight into her mind, and I knew it right away. Something felt off. "Lately I'd been acting weird, so I had to come check on you." "Yeah, it feels weird, like strange as it gets, unless it's actually good." "Thank you," she whispered. "I'm gonna rest for a bit now." Elsewhere in the wreckage of his lab, rage choked him, curse after curse. That little wretch, does she even understand what she's done? Does she know how long I toiled and how many sacrifices I paid just to make this magic spell work? Damn her, curse her to hell. He froze the moment he felt something close. Then he demanded, "So what are you gonna do to me?" If this kept going, he swore he'd call back the fox's daughter, and a cruel smirk tugged at his lips. "So you really came here alone?" He taunted, "Good, tell me, are you here because you want to talk?" 3 identical Kyuzuha figures stood before him, uncanny and perfect. Then they spoke in perfect unison, "And I realized your whole game at once. That's why I'm here." "Come on, let's laugh. Was your research really for ending the war, for peace?" "HMPH, it's all for my work. Like you said, only I can make it happen." He sneered. "Guess you still don't get it, and you're even a fool for marching straight to the perpetrator yourself." He tore the corrupted staff into the air, sanity fully shattered, "And I'm not about to spend my life trapped as the ruler of some tiny little place. Look at the artifact I forged. I built it by using your dead mother's magic as the spark." He erupted in booming laughter, so that's who the esteemed mother was hanging around with him. "Come on, everyone, praise me more. I need to be glorified," he bragged, and then his eyes gleamed like the power had a future. Kyuzue's voice hit like cold steel, then he sneered, "What a pitiful man." Her eyes ignited with a terrifying glow, her face carved into pure, icy fury. "You let my mother's magic fall this far. You made her cooperate. You pushed her power to its limit, and now you're forcing her to spend her life like this. Even if I'm wrong, I'm not backing down." She shot her hands up, and a windsickle blades the air. Invisible blades of wind ripped through the mage, shredding his robes and cutting deep into his flesh. He bellowed in agony and dropped to his knees. "I won't help you," her voice thundered, powered, and merciless. "I won't save a soul as vile as yours. I'll smash your last scrap of hope." His terror-filled eyes flickered one last time before the final blow crashed down. Kyuzuha threw down his final right, "And my respected mother in heaven, please accept my tribute." the fire fox Higanbana. Flames and glowing embers burst from the ground, swallowing the lab, the staff, and even what was left of the man, until the fire swirled into a gorgeous blooming spider lily, bright as anything as he whispers, "Dear mother, I'm coming now." Every last bit of that cursed place got wiped clean inside the black inferno. As the last embers died out, one thought burned in his mind: goodbye, esteemed mother. Lying on her steed, she pressed her face into the horse's warm mane, letting comfort tug her back into sleep. Bihaki the horse is stunned by how calm she stays, and meeting her feels like a straight-up miracle. If they keep this pace, they'll blast across the mountains and hit the Republic before nightfall, and Arj just shrugs like, yeah, no issue. And then she slipped back into a deep, peaceful sleep. Her rest got ripped apart by a frantic shout, then a tiny figure sprinted toward them, yelling her name like their lives depended on it. With a screech that tore through the air, the figure skidded to a stop right in front of them. Kyuzuha, the fox-skinned girl, was clutching a bundle of brand-new, freshly made clothes. "Why didn't you wait for me back there?" she blurted, still gasping for air. Arj, half asleep, just blinked and asked what was wrong. Then Kyuzue snapped the truth. Arj's old clothes were shredded during the last fight. The kid quickly spilled the truth. After Arj vanished, she still had to finish mourning for her mother before she could finally go after her. Arj was utterly stunned. She'd reached the end of where she could go, so starting her journey again was the only choice. But she couldn't wrap her head around one thing. Why was that girl still dogging her like she knew exactly where Arj was headed? You lock eyes with her, those piercing stares hit like a punch, and you go, "So, you've got zero friends, huh?" The question just dangled there, and Arj had to face it. She didn't have a single one, not a crumb. It was like her worst suspicions got slapped in her face and proved true. Absolutely, she swept in with a proud smile and declared, "I planned this to perfection. I'll be your first friend, and from this day on, we're going to get along." Arj stayed silent, replaying everything that just happened. She never counted on Kyuzue's stubborn persistence. "And you still don't know where I'm going, do you?" she shot back. "It's not about where, just listen to the cue, and I'll counter you gently. And hey, you're the one who told me to live how I want, so don't forget, rejecting either of my saviors would have been a nightmare." Arj finally broke down and listened. Then you heard her shout, proud and hopeful. As his number one friend, she just knew you two would get along. Kyuzua called out, "Hold up, Arj-san," as she lifted the fresh garments. "Before we go any further, put on some clothes." When they asked if she'd brought them, Q sent back a smug, proud answer. She was a master tailor, and once she took the measurements, she'd stitch up the perfect outfit. As the two girls burst into laughter, Bihaki the horse figured out the moment called for patience and stepped aside for a bit. With the focused intensity of a master artisan, she cues you, then dives into her work the moment she begins. This wasn't just tailoring, it was pure artistry, and she poured her heart into crafting a masterpiece fit for her brand new vampire friend. In the end, Arj ended up with a flawless, classy-made uniform, one style she'd never once even pictured for herself. Kyuzuha broke it down for everyone. She'd ground through the night, then handed the whole process to a clone so she could finally crash and rest. Arj froze in shock. If only that insanely powerful Kitsune had warned her about this game-changing ability sooner. Kyuzuha asked Arj if he knew the technique, but Arj dodged the question and just stared at the uniform like it was the real masterpiece. She slipped right into it, shockingly easy, like the caretaker uniforms she'd worn back at the Khan estate, and Arj had the nerve to call it a masterpiece. Joy lit up your face as they offered you more sets, but Arj leaned in and swore this one was the perfect match. Right before they took off, Kyuzuha shoved some dried meat into Arj's hands for breakfast, only for the vampire to politely refuse, saying he didn't need it. "Leave the luggage to me," Arj snapped, and with a flick of her blood box power, a dark vortex tore out from her shadow, gulping their supplies down for instant transport. Kyuzuha locked in the Republic as their destination, and Arj nodded, swearing she'd slip right through without drawing a single bit of trouble. That's exactly why she picked the treacherous mountain route, because once they cleared the Republic of Yotsuba, their real destination waited out there, Maritime. Kyuzuha, always ready for anything, suggested they grab a riding helmet. Two girls, finally decked out for the journey, stood beside their steed. Then the moment the clothes showed up, Bahakia couldn't stop himself. "Wow, they suit you perfectly." Arj swung right into it and offered her a drink. Kyuzu then stared at the horse and blurted, "Wait, are you seriously telling me that's Mr. Horse's real name?" Arch shot back, "Yep, that's his name." Coolly nodded like it was no big deal and said, "Yeah, I'm the one who named him." Kyuzu fell silent, her pulse raced, and a single bead of sweat slid down her temple as she stared at that absurdly simple name. Arj leaned in and said, "Kyuzu-chen, sit there on Bihaki. I'll be the one who walks." With a sudden puff of smoke, Kyuzue snapped into a new form. Right there, he turned into a tiny, multi-tailed fox. Then it's all good, she chirped, flashing her new, smaller form. Look, now we're both set to ride Bahaki, right? The horse nodded at your cues, then, just like that, told you it was time to sleep on him, so I'm handing the rest to you. Arj corrected her gently. Yep, if vampires don't keep sleeping regularly, and they're stuck riding around on horseback, their energy starts to drain, so don't you go filling this girl's head with nonsense. Bahaki nodded through sheer telepathy, and Kuzuha burst out triumphantly. Even Mr. Horse says it's true. Their party tore off along the jagged mountain trail. The trail clawed upward into a brutal, steep climb, and Arj snapped at Kuzuha to mind every step. The sky overhead darkened fast, and the sun plunged behind the peaks. As the sky darkened, Kuzuha watched closely. Then Arj blurted out an apology, admitting she was dragging them down, but he told her, "Don't worry," right before she suddenly stumbled on that treacherous ground. Arj steadied her face and then it hardened like armor. "Thank you for that," she said, eyes sharpening on Kuzuha-chan. "Lo, hear me, I smell humans." Kuzue's senses screamed, "Right ahead, the target's dead in front of us and we're charging straight down our path. What do we do, Arj?" My head's racing as I slam out the plan in seconds. "Okay, listen up. You QA-chan, ditch your gear with me and stash the luggage, then turn and slip into your fox form. Bahaki, act like a normal horse. For now, we split off, keep some distance. I'll stalk their moves my way, and I swear they won't notice a thing." They locked eyes with instant understanding, nodded, bought into the plan, and then vanished into the thick, tangled woods. Suddenly, a blade tore through the air, straight for Arj. In a flash, she yanked her own sword free and snapped the projectile aside with a ripping clang of steel. The attack slammed right in, dangerously close, and thank the stars, she drilled sword skills while she was with the Khan family. Kuzuha cowered in hiding and stared in stunned disbelief. Arj's sharp mind was already tearing apart the failed ambush. She blurted that this blade was meant to rake our legs, not to miss and just scare us, because it wasn't some random shove of muscle. That throw came with an accelerating skill, meaning whoever flung it had deadly precision and knew these terrains like they were mapped in their bones. From the dark of the forest, a sharp rustling crept through the silence. 3 figures burst into view, striking poses like they owned the spotlight. Together were the terrier bandits. One of them flashed a mustache and shouted, "I'm the mustache man." Then the next leaned in and roared, "And I'm the bombastic dachshund." The third knife thrower locked onto him. "Arj, it's been way too long," and then pointed at him like, "So you're the one footing the bill." The man leaned in and stared. "Wait, you are her, the woman from back then." Arj shot back with cold, icy calm. "And no, we're not entertainers, got it." The man yanked away, stunned. From the bushes, you hear a shaky whisper. Arj-san, are you familiar with these people?" Rage flared in the bandit's eyes, right as I blurted that we're not performers, but they accuse you and suddenly you're hooked. Wow, those performers, yeah, they're professionals. You can try to hide it all you want, but it's a performance, plain as day. Arch sighed while Kuzuha kept staring at the chaos, started admitting how the whole story somehow spiraled into this. The bandit leader snapped his accusing finger at me, back when they once recruited me as a helper in their acts, so I knew this was coming. "Arj-san, come on, stop it, girl." Arj's eyes narrowed. "Did you just call me a girl again?" she snapped, pointing at those adorable little performing puppies. Then the bandits blew up with rage, screaming back at her. The leader finally steadied their voice and laid it all out. "After we pulled off those wild, flashy moves in the kingdom, the entire land is hunting us now." Arch took it all in, and suddenly it didn't feel like they were just 3 muscle-brained idiots after all. He yanked out his weapon and yelled, "You never listen, do you? I'm going to kill you." Then he pointed at them like, "You're acting tough, huh?" But even so, he still stood there starstruck, stunned by how amazing these veteran entertainers really were. With the terrier bandits in the mix, an unexpected truce snapped into place, because they all wanted the same thing: slip past the kingdom's border without causing a single problem. "All right," Arj snapped, "no big noise until we hit the border," and the leader grumbled but agreed anyway. "What did you say? Watch your back from here on out. Move out, people." To his total rage, his 2 subordinates were already cozying up to Kuzuha. "What the hell are you guys all getting comfy for?" he roared. "Look, first we've got to reach the end. Now tell me where we're heading next, Teriachan," Arj asked, using that purposely casual nickname. Arj realized she didn't know this terrain, but those 3 clearly did, so she decided to stick close and follow them, because it was the smartest way forward. One bandit grumbled, "Isn't this fine? We're not some burden," then muttered that they don't even react when they're traveling with girls like them, so the other snapped, "Why are you whispering to her now?" And the third just spit, another freeloader. Suddenly Arj surged forward and stuck out her hand toward the stunned leader. Then, with a calm she couldn't quite hide, she said, "Hey, we're in this together for a while, so take a breath, let's chill and be friends. Sound good?" Her face gave nothing away. "By the way, I'm Argento the vampire. Nice to meet you, entertainer-san." It snapped you into action and you followed in. "My name's Kyuzu Desuwa." Then I said, "We should get along for now." But Mr. Entertainer just erupted. "We are not entertainers, dang it." When night finally crashed down, they pitched camp because the sun was gone for good. The leader sat across from Arj and said, "All right, let's rest here for the night." Arj nodded, but then he snapped, "Yeah. Then tell me what the hell is going on." Arj grinned like it was nothing. Then the questions came fast. "So you're just a normal vampire passing by. Don't tell me you were born in Antares, the old ruins near where we met the first time." Arj spun it all out with a truth-tied story. "So that's why it's called Antares. That place once hosted a massive war, and because vampires are born from spots where magic and lingering emotions simmer together, it became the perfect birthplace for them." The bandit leader leaned in, eyes sharp, and suddenly it hit. Her real origins were nothing like the tales he'd ever read. Next morning, Kyuzu jolted awake to find bandit leader Terrier already up and somehow way too informed. Then she greeted him as Kurohachin, and the shock hit him like a punch. One of his men yanked supplies out of a tiny pouch. "The crew hauls in a ton of stuff. Yeah," Terrier breaks it down. "Before we slipped out, we robbed rich nobles in the capital in this bag. It can swallow a shocking amount." Arch's eyes locked onto it, and suddenly I get it. That's Deku's pocket. It can swallow an absurd amount of stuff inside, and since I landed in this world, I've only managed to spot 3 artifacts total, but now I've got another lead. She instantly sorted them in her head. First the cursed blade that warped sound, then the imperial armor that moved on remote control, and now this spatial storage pouch. Terrier then flashed his sword at her, and I started thinking, maybe the blade Oswald Khan handed me is an artifact too. I can't prove it yet, but Arj was already staring like, "So where do you even get gear that strong?" The moment the bandits wrapped up their prep, their leader snapped, "All right, move out, people." But right as they were about to step out, he snapped his hand up, "Stop, all of you halt." His eyes sliced through the silent forest, like something been spotted, and they've just realized they're the ones being hunted. In that blink, Arj struck. "Let there be darkness," she hissed, then crumpled forward like she was knocked out cold. A perfect sphere of pure black magic detonated around them, yanking the clearing into total night. This was her very first level 1 dark spell. Crimson light snaked out from the shadows, wrapping itself in her hand as a blood-red tether. "Blood arms, rope now," she commanded, and then she shouted, "Everyone, grab this rope I just threw to you." A bandit stood there, dead still, drowning in that dizzy void. "Don't panic. I'll reel you in slow, just follow me, hey." The leader squinted into the supernatural gloom, barely catching her silhouette, and then demanded, "Can you see me?" "Yeah, somewhat," she shot back. His subordinates stared in shock like, "Wow." Then the leader's raging voice tore through the dark, the kind you'd expect from some entertainer. "Boss, wait, I'm not an entertainer, damn it." Terrier's eyes narrowed like blades as he unleashes a devastating throw. A dagger streaks through the air like a flash of lightning, so fast it's almost unreal. Arj can't help but stare, a spark of curiosity igniting as the blade whips past her and thunks into the dirt far off. Just seconds later, a thunderous blast tears through the forest, and the shockwave pounds through every tree like a drum. "Terrier-chan, why'd you do that?" Arj shoots back, totally calm. Then he glances over his shoulder and says, "I tossed a dagger that'll explode later. I just needed to pull those dumb border guards off us." Hey Terrier commands in, "Move out now, you're the guide, right?" As Arj melts into shadow and slides ahead, she keeps replaying his moves in her head. She's fine with him leading, but what he's doing makes no sense. First he shot down her methods, and now he's handing her the whole operation like it's hers to command. She relives the bandits they crossed paths with, still shocked that, right from the very first encounter, she never once saw danger coming. And still she had to admit it, when they moved as a team, the coordination was shockingly tight, even if all that dramatic posing was pure overkill, and her opinion of them was starting to shift. Her gut confirmed it. Terrier's throwing knife skills were no joke, and he still had room to level up even more. But the real shock was his crisis-sensing power, letting him move like a ghost without ropes or any of those usual tools. As for the other two, their abilities stayed hidden from her eyes. Some time later, Arj stretches out with a soft yawn, then pauses, looking straight at me like, "Do I really have to go through this?" Right in front of her, the 3 bandits snapped with indignation. "Of course you have to. We can't stand getting beaten by you like that." One of them even hollered that their pet rabbits were growling right along with them, and they'd marched over that mountain together, so now they were demanding a rematch. You're giving me this confused look, and I'm like, "Arj-san, what's up with those entertainers?" Arj-size just cooked up some brand new moves, and now they're asking me to help them train. Spotting her opening, Arj snaps to her companion, and that's exactly why I'm begging you to watch this practice. Real good cues, the way a Chan understood them. She nods hard with that excited look as Arj steps up to take on the bandits, and the lead bandit fires off. All right, let's do this, while jabbing a finger right at her. Arch lets out a frustrated sigh as the three heroes spring into the sky and slam into him with a perfectly timed three-way attack. Dozens of blades came screaming down on her, a perfectly coordinated strike meant to end her. In one breathtaking blur, Arj slams the weapons down, somehow missing by mere millimeters. She slams into the ground, dust erupts everywhere, and a surge of dark energy whips through the air. The shockwave blasts her skyward, and the blast's raw force rips through her uniform as she's flung into the air. She spots Arj's clothes shredded by the explosion, and your breath catches in your throat. Arch lands with effortless grace, and a thrown dagger slices past her ear with a sharp whistle as she hits the ground. She yanks her own blade free, dark steel screaming as she snaps into a parry, catching the next flurry of hits from those two bandits. Right in the middle of the scuffle, Terrier suddenly disappears from sight like he vanished into thin air. Arja's eyes squeeze shut in suspicion as she whips her gaze across the clearing, hunting for any trace of him. From the side, the bandit Chihuahua throws her head back and howls, "Wind, I beg thee." Then magic blasts from her palms and smashes into the bigger bandit, Datch, flinging him into the air like a launched cannonball. "Take this," she screams, and then right on cue, they kick off their deadly combination attack. As Datch rockets through the air, Terrier drops back in from above and unleashes a storm of throwing knives straight into Arj. She pivots, impressed, and that perfect mix of offense and support throws her off balance, shutting down any real counterattack she tries to mount. As she darts away, one tiny drop of her blood slips free from a scratch and splats onto the ground. "It's all she needs, blood arms," she whispers, and her hand melts into crimson particles as the chain lashes out at impossible speed, snapping into the airborne dash and trapping it mid-flight. It clamps around him tight, snapping shut like a prison and trapping him completely. She whips around, and Terrier is gone again. "Chihuahua-chan, can you tell me how Terrier-chan just vanished like that?" Arj asks with a calm grin, and the bandit smirks right back, defiant. "Huh, like hell I'm telling you." Ardor shoots back with a casual smirk, flicking her wrist like it's no big deal. "That's one more bonus, just for you." Another blood chain bursts up from the ground, and it snaps tight around Chihuahua just like that. Arj looms over her two captives, hunting for the third, then freezes. He's gone. His scent still hangs in the air, but somehow he slipped right past her detection skill. She grips her sword and stands on alert, scanning the empty forest like there's a trap hiding in every shadow. Suddenly, the ground blasts up from under her. Terrier rockets out of the dirt with a brutal surprise attack. But Arj is already snapping into action, blood spilling from his arms. The crimson weapon slithers over the ground, coils around Terrier's ankle, and yanks with brutal force, making him stumble hard. Earth magic, she clocks it instantly. He's no brute. He's a tactician, hunting patterns, trying to read his opponent before they even move. And now that she's seen the play, she's already predicting what he'll do next. The mist spreads and her body unravels into a thin black vapor, a shape she hates because it blunts her senses. Strangely, while her normal senses fall silent, her mystical ones explode in strength. She feels vibrations in the ground, the kind of movement her physical body could never catch. The earth groans as Terrier rockets forward, tunneling toward her once more. But this time she's waiting. Right when he steps out, her shape locks into place directly behind him, and it's too late. One clean, open-palmed slap blasts him through the air like a cannon shot. With one last savage swing, bloodied arms fling out as chains slam him shut, welding him to his comrades and locking the whole trio together. Arj lets out a shaky sigh, brushing off the mess, and that ending hits like a fireworks finale, pure pro energy. "Cues you," she mutters, eyes wide in awe, then Arj whips around and reminds her, "We're not performers." Right when she blurts it out, the ground rips open under their feet. Boom, a pitfall trap. They plunge straight into the pitch-black darkness below. The band peers in, free to finally look into the hole. The boss is truly sorry, Datch mutters sheepishly, but Terrier just brushes him off. And then it clicks, this is bigger than you two. Anybody hurt? His companions check themselves, shocked. "I'm perfectly fine, boss." "Me too," Terrier frowns. "Damn, that girl who charged over the hill to heal us, there's not a single bruise." As they walk off, they can't stop replaying the whole mess. Who the hell was she? I've never heard of a vampire this strong, not until now. Yeah, if that's true, we've totally heard of her before, so how the heck did she even end up with that? Terrier caught the meaning right away. During the fight, she'd sized up his sword, and it turned out to be one of the legendary twin blades, the Sioux Iron of Mirage, forged by a master blacksmith who poured his heartbreak over his lost partner into every inch of them. One blade was a national treasure of the Empire, holy ground. The other had vanished into the years until right now. His fist clenches tight. No one gets to stain the name of Terrier's bandits, he growls, seething at the fact they were toying with them when they challenged them to a duel. He whips around to his crew. I don't know if we'll ever see that girl again, but if fate smiles on us and we cross paths once more, then this time. Make a regret calling us performers, Roger Boss, they cheer. Then later, they accuse you of showing up all proud in brand new clothes, and I'm the one who finished it, Dessois. Wow, you did great, Arch said, snatching the offered clothes. If you want it, then it's yours. Now move, put it on, please. Thanks for the clothes, Kyuzu-chan, Arj finally dressed in her crisp, clean uniform. I'll whip up another set for you fast, she offers, but Arj shuts it down. A healthy spirit wears good clothes, Arj says, and the foxkin can't argue with that. Arch-san, can we jump back into our journey? Kyuzo blurts out, then asks if it's urgent to head to the Republic. Arch shakes her head. No, I'm not rushing, just wait a minute. I want to make a quick detour to the nearby city. Wait, is that okay with you? That look on Arj's face confuses her for a split second, but she quickly shrugs it off, like she's got serious business to handle. All right, Arj, she confirms it. Yep, you just leave the guidance to me. Then she cues you, tail wagging like she can't wait, and the beams light up. With Arj perched on her spectral horse, they ride out, and she can't stop wondering what kind of city they're headed for. Her steed somehow reads her mind and sends a quiet reassurance, and by the next day they'll be there. Arj settles high atop her mount, nudges Yoha forward, and keeps a watchful eye on the little cat curled up safe and sound as they ride full speed toward the next stage of their journey. Petals swirled through the air like a quiet, breathtaking snowfall. Arch watched them drop out of sight, eyes steady and sharp. It's raining sakura, she murmured, even though the trees weren't fully blooming yet, because somehow the whole place still looked breathtaking. Dude, how's this view, Arjun? I shouted as you struck a pose, because this is one of the most wanted tourist stops in the Yatsuba Republic. She swept her hand wide, pointing at the town sprawled out in front of them. This is the spot I wanted to show you before we head to the capital, Sakuranimia. And this, she added, is Sakurazaka. Arj only nodded, drinking in every bit of it. They stroll through streets drowned in white and pink petals, and the whole world feels calm, frozen, and timeless. The air hung motionless, and those ancient walls stood there like they'd seen every season twist and turn in silence. The sight lit a buried memory in Arj's chest, back when she was banned from stepping outside, when she'd never once got to see a real flower with her own eyes. She suddenly remembered a voice, someone who warned her that the sakura by their home were too small and too fragile to touch, and before that person could ever see the blossoms, they were gone. A quick thought flickered through her, just a small, bright hope that wherever that person was right now, they were finally living happy. Akuzua's voice snapped her out of her daydream, and with panic rising, he said, to make sure we don't get separated, hold hands, Arc-san. Arj grabbed your hand and steered you in with a confident stride. Got a reason to be here, he asked. Do you? Chan pushed back. Arj just smiled like he was hiding a secret. You'll know what it is the moment you see it. Her eyes darted around, and if this was crawling with people, I'd swear I'd fallen straight into the past. Ancient buildings everywhere, but the crowd didn't match any one species. Humans weren't the only ones here, and her mind immediately started sorting every race she saw. At first, the Republic was home to the most races, but it wasn't just luck, it was Sakurazaka's spark that made it happen. Once its fame exploded, people poured in from everywhere, and with them came even more races. Most of these people are dressed in Japanese traditional outfits, kimonos, Arj noticed, and it keeps tugging at my brain like this place is straight out of the Edo period. Kyuzuha tilted her head, totally lost on the term. Soon their destination burst into view, a massive gate stamped with a sign that read, Sakura Garden, and the moment they arrived, the famous onsen in Sakura Zaka was right there, exactly as you had promised. Arj shot the werefox a look at her bright grin. I get it, you're totally hyped for the onsen, huh? He knocked his chest out with pride, cueing the moment Sakura Garden. She strode in with pure confidence, even pulling an attendant aside to ask where she could park Bihaki, her horse. Arj watched her, then it hit. Those cues practically guided her on autopilot, with zero hesitation, so Arj knew she had to have been here more than once or twice. Arj clenched Kyuzue's hand tighter, her grip speaking louder than words ever could. But their pilgrimage got yanked to a stop, right at the onsen's entrance. A sign hung there, closed. The moment she saw it, the color drained from her face. She crumpled to the ground, utterly lifeless. The innkeeper rushed over, bowing with a panicked apology. Please forgive us. Ever since yesterday, our aunt's been having trouble, so we couldn't help it. We've got a room for you, but the main attraction, it's not available. Arch tried to yank Kyuzu's attention, but the werefox just stared back like he couldn't care less. Kyuzue's mind snapped and spun, like everything was going off the rails. How did this disaster hit after she finally found a real friend who'd show up here, when it wasn't even in her plans in the first place? She still hears her mother's voice reverberating in her head, so once you land your first real friend, bring them here, wow them with this place, and earn a ton of their favor. Arj put the pieces together and it clicked, so that's how a Chan was taught. This wasn't just sharing a memory, it was a mission her mother handed down. For now you can calm down a bit, please, Rage said softly, as the fox were lamented her failed hidden plan. The dream is simple, kick back in the hot springs, and talk like best friends with total ease. Kyuzuha noticed other customers staring, and instant embarrassment crashed over him so hard he could barely breathe. Well, you two look way too close, then a fresh, smooth voice glides in. A woman in a gorgeous kimono, parasol in hand, stands there just staring at you. So rare to see someone like her in a place like this. Kyuzuhan Arj snapped her breath short, stunned by Arj's sudden, silent arrival. The woman's piercing gaze locked onto Arj, and finding even a day walker, there made her eyes widen at how rare it was. Is she really just like me? Arj blurted out. A vampire. The woman's soft smile answered. Kind of, but I can only handle sunlight for a little while. Then she leaned in and said, Satsuki-chan is a daywalker failure. Her eyes gleamed with pure delight. Seriously, you two are unbelievably adorable. A Western vampire tangled up with an Eastern werefox, all wrapped in this insane fluffiness, and I can't handle it, dear me. She gave a tiny curtsy and said, Oh wait, I haven't introduced myself, have I? My full name is Satsuki Aiknos. I'm genuinely honored to meet you too. Now come with me for a bit, and don't even think about refusing. Right before they could even process it, her overwhelming charisma hit like a tidal wave and swept them clean off their feet. Satsuki marched them off and announced, Right now dango time. Kyuzuha's despair vanished in a flash and boom, joy hit him hard. Yay, free food. Before long, they were all crammed into a private room, ready for what came next. Satsuki daydreamed about finally getting into that famous aunt's place with her couple, until the door jammed and they couldn't get in at all. She chewed her dango and kept staring, crushed. Not exactly a couple, Arj said, calm as ever, then she showed off her maid outfit. And no, she's not a girlfriend, she's my friend, just my friend. So that's how it is, Satsuki's smile spread wider like she couldn't help it. Either way, I'm happy for you too, honestly, this is exactly what suits the two of you. She mumbled back, cheeks puffed up with agreement. Yeah, that's right. It's a pity about the Anson, and honestly it really is. Satsuki stared at them, and her face lit up with real warmth like, what a beautiful moment. That dango here is ridiculously good, right? Arj said, her sharp brain zeroing in on the quality. She didn't think anything across all of Sakurazaka could even come close. Her mind snapped into place the second she saw it, an old Western-style coffin sitting in the corner, and then a plan clicked into motion. I think it'll take about 3 days, she blurted, like she couldn't keep it in. Your deduction clicks perfectly in your head, then you stare at your friend in awe, because honestly, it's wild for this place's Anson to ever air, so I'm convinced the era is being pulled from the nearby water source. Arch cut off mid-sentence, and a wave of weird, unfamiliar emotion crashed over him, like, wow, so that's what a real friend sounds like. Hearing someone say that back then would have hit me like a foreign language, because my old self had no one, and honestly, it was heartbreaking. All right, so are we heading out? Satsuki pressed, like she'd been listening the whole time. Come on, will you take us somewhere? Sure, we could sit around for 3 days like you said, but I'd go stir-crazy doing nothing. Arj shot back, her voice burning with determination, so I'm asking. If we can't fix this together, then what's the point? Satsuki's fire reignited. Now she's going to step in and fix this problem. Stay here and wait for the good news, she says as she turns to Arj. Hey, excuse me, where's the main source of the onsen water? Can I tag along with you? Satsuki figured since it's a water problem, there's no real danger here, so why not? Arj blinked at her boldness for a second, then nodded and agreed. All right, just hand over the payments to me. You bark as you lunge forward, clutching Satsuki's wallet like it's pure ammo. Then you add, fine, let's call this trip worth it so I can finally soak in that famous onsen. They soon reached the mountain path that led straight to the water source, an awful trail hacked into a sheer cliff, and Arj's mind snapped to the danger the moment he saw it. Sakura Garden drinks straight from the mountains, and to pull that water, they conjure magic and lay a channel along the race, but the channel itself isn't damaged at all. No water's flowing, which means the real trouble is way up at the very top. Yeah, and up on the mountain top, more monsters were lurking, so fewer people dared to check those spots, Satsuki added. Come on, let's go, you two. She whipped her hand toward the summit like a stage performer, and straight up said, the onsen is waiting, come on, we have to go save them. Kyuzuha stared at her in pure shock. Satsuki-chan, you're a vampire, and you can stroll in the sunlight like it's nothing, right? Honestly, Satsuki-chan said, more than rare, she's on a level nobody else can touch. Arj nodded hard. Even demons and elves don't stand a chance against her power. It hit Arj hard that Felnode had never even brought up this possibility. Then Satsuki-san, for real, can't you step outside without that umbrella? Satsuki said, I can't promise I'm totally safe in daylight, so I always bring this umbrella when I head out. And honestly, being ready for half a day beats losing everything in one. She flicked her hand and showed off that elaborate kimono. Oh man, this is way too troublesome. The three companions huddled side by side, staring up in awe at the massive mountain looming ahead. At the water source, everything hit him instantly, right in the flow. A huge, perfectly square stone block slammed into the channel, sealing it up like a trap, and Satsuki knew it was earth magic. It blocked the water path flawlessly, never once slipping out of line. So tell me, what in the world is the point of that? Arj, you're right, he confirmed it, but the water's still way too low, and she can't ignore that. After a quick scan of the area, she asks, what if we climb a little higher? As they climbed, Arj suddenly went still, like someone yanked the brakes in her mind. What's wrong? She snapped. All right, I asked. Could you two just wait a second? She said, eyes wide. I can feel it, my senses are tingling. It wasn't only the smell of water, there was something else in the air. The air reeked of blood, so much of it, it felt like the whole room was soaked in it. Her gaze sharpened, slicing across the cliffs above as she hunted for trouble. Without a shred of warning, the earth exploded upward beneath them. Crouch yelled Arch, and they both slammed to the ground, diving like their lives depended on it. A massive thing crashed out of the sky like the universe just snapped. It crashed into the ground like a meteor, blasting rocks into splinters and rattling the entire mountain with violent tremors. As the dust finally settled, Arj snapped her gaze upward, her face tightening like armor. A massive white-furred ape monster towered over them, its eyes blazing with pure, unstoppable rage. It erupted with a savage roar that rattled the peak down to its bones. Satsuki stared at the creature with a cool, calculating gaze, because a white beast attacking people was something you almost never saw, and Kyuzuha, stunned by its sheer presence, could barely make sense of what she was hearing. A white beast. Even as the chaos swirled, Arj stayed ice-cold and perfectly composed. She stepped forward, face unreadable. The two of you back up a bit. Her sharp eyes swept the creature's body and clocked the deep wounds. It's injured, and that's a problem. A plan snapped into place in her mind, and then she went for her first move. All right, let's try talking to it. The air rippled around her as she triggered her power, blasting her language translation skill wide enough to tap straight into the primal beast's mind. Then the creature stayed locked on, muscles coiled to strike. Can you hear me? Arj demanded. The beast didn't just answer. It blasted a wave of raw psychic power that slammed into their minds like a command, screaming, leave this mountain at once. Arj didn't flinch from the psychic blast. She just stared through it and asked, cool as steel, so what's wrong? Did you really stop the hot spring from flowing? She pushed harder, letting a hint of her knowledge slip out. I know what your people want up here, and that's why I won't fold to your demands. The beast jerked back, shocked that this tiny girl could see things so clearly, and Arj pressed on, her logic rock solid. So you didn't know we slipped in here to investigate that water stoppage, did you? I didn't expect this to mess up your people, but trust me, I'll clear the blockage in time. The beast's chief snapped into action the moment he realized this wasn't some harmless trespasser. Then he blurted his desperate plan. My comrades are hurt. Good news, there's a spring nearby that heals. So I shut off the main flow and forced more water to gather at the source, just so I can save my brothers. Then he let out another warning, but this time his voice cracked with pleading. Please don't trespass in this area for now, especially if there's a vampire around. He swallowed hard, because he knew his comrades would be furious the moment they saw one. Raging at those vampires, Arj demanded the next clue, and the beast's face twisted with fury and sorrow as the pieces finally clicked. Yeah, my brothers in spring, it was a vampire that brought chaos on us. Arj snapped to it right away. He wasn't talking about Satsuki at all. Something darker, another malevolent vampire, was in the mix. She clocked her chance. If that's true, should I heal you? The beast scoffed like her kindness was a joke. What I don't believe. Arj didn't ask for his okay. She just clapped her hands together, a shy little glow igniting between her palms as she chanted that simple, almost kid-like spell from her old world. Pain, pain, fly away. A wave of pure, benevolent energy crashed over the beast. Its eyes went wide with stunned disbelief as old scars and fresh wounds stitched themselves closed in a single heartbeat. All right, how's your body feeling now? Arch asked coolly. If any wounds are still hanging around, I'll heal you again. The beast stared, checked every inch of its now flawless form, completely healed. Arch had just proven power it couldn't even understand, and then he offered it without hesitation. So yeah, he said, now the choice is yours and your friends. The beast froze, only one brutal question could escape it. Why? And that's when you stepped forward and laid the truth bare. It's all for a friend. The beast's eyes bulged wide with pure, raw shock. So it shut down after taking in this selfless act. Yeah, I get it. Once the danger was wiped out, the whole atmosphere finally went quiet. Satsuki was straight up blown away. This translation skill wasn't just real, it was insanely high level. I still can't make sense of the language of beasts and demons, and Kyuzue just confirmed that all the hostility was finally gone. The great beast, now humbled, turned to them and demanded, "Follow, no, come with me." Arj thought to herself that she was ready for talks like this, all because her grandfather had trained her for them. She blurted, "Looks like he's taking us to the spring." Then she swung the plan right at us. "Come on, let's follow him." She shot a look back at the cracked, wrecked path from that quick fight, grimacing. "I'll have to fix all this later," she muttered. Then the words trailed off. That beast's pride lit a spark in her chest, because it felt exactly like her own steed, Behaki, but the second they rounded the corner and saw the spring, every funny thought died instantly. This was absolutely horrible. The spring wasn't healing at all, it was a slaughterhouse. Red-stained water churned as dozens of mangled white beasts writhed and moaned in the shallows. "This is a spring of blood," Arj hissed, her voice sharp with cold rage as she tore into someone for attacking harmless creatures like that. What a horrible thing to do. The other beasts surged and their eyes burned with hate, but their chief roared, "Hold it. This vampire isn't like the others." Kyuzuo stared in horror. What on earth happened here, and why are so many people hurt? Satsuki guessed it was some kind of tragedy she'd heard about, but Arj's will didn't budge. She lifted her voice like thunder and promised, "Don't worry, I can heal them all." Satsuki nodded and put her trust in Arj. If anyone could handle this, it was him. "All right," she said, "then I'll track down the spring source. You take care of this place while I'm gone." Arch charged forward, staring down the fallen beasts, her face tightening with pure, unbreakable resolve. She thrust her hands up, crushing a huge wave of healing energy into place. "Let's do what I always do. Pain, pain, then fly away." Arj's strange words made the beasts recoil, and it hit them hard, like they'd heard a language from a world that was erased from time. "Now that's a weird spell," the chief muttered, while Yuhua, trying to wrap her head around it, stared straight at the beast. "So, is this really just some beef sand?" Arj spun toward the chief. "I don't even know your name, so what should I call you?" When he admitted he had none, she snapped a new one into place. "All right, call me whatever you want." Then right in her head, a label clicked into existence. BEEF. Kyuzuha swallowed the shock and nodded along. "All right, Beef-san, Arj-san, this is getting weird." Arj shot back, "Weird, what do you mean?" But he kept his eyes locked on the healing. "She swept through the crowd of wounded in this pack, but I can't spot a single female or even a child." Kyusu's sharp senses confirm it. "Now that you bring it up, I can't spot a single kid anywhere, and the air is packed with nothing but male scents around here." Garge snapped to the chief, "Beef-san, I can't find a single female or any kids here." The chiefs were hit hard by pain, and we buried the last survivors deeper into the mountain, because most of the females and children were already taken. The truth about this atrocity finally erupts. It's the same vampire who snatched them in the first place, and the chief snarls, "Her name is Elsie." Arj glanced at her companion and asked, "Hey, do you know a vampire named Elsie?" He shook his head, so Arj filed the name in her mind right then and there, locking it down as a dangerous schemer she'd have to uncover. Beef Sand wanna know why that guy even showed up here. The chief could only guess, and all he could be sure of was this: he and his crew weren't here for talk. Their sights were set on the women and the kids. Kyuzueha listened while Arj spilled every detail, and her stomach dropped. Sure, the bruises could heal, but that trauma would stick. When she heard that Elsie, that Elsie, was the one who helped stop the spring too, her rage exploded. Wait, how can anyone talk about that so calmly? That person dragged their families into it. Arch gently pinned the fox girl down and told her, "Hold that chin up, breathe, calm down." A sickening realization hit Kyuzuha like a punch in the chest. The spring was stopped by someone. He blurted, so they had to track them down fast, because Satsuki-san might have already crossed paths with whoever did it. They tracked Satsuki to the spring's source, where her hand dipped into the water, and she stared hard, decoding the warped flow of power. "Did you manage to break the spring curse?" Arj demanded. Satsuki just shook her head, grim as stone. "Nope, this spring area is cursed," she said, "and I mean the place in this world that runs on the same monoflow." She broke down the magical theory like it was a live wire. This place was a nexus of power, a dragon's vein pumping healing into the water, and now a curse had choked that flow. Arj stepped forward, eyes locked in, and said it plain. "If it's a curse, then it's my turn again." She slammed her palm over the water and commanded it to flow back. Dark energy tore through the air and snapped onto her hand. She clocked it instantly. A curse. The caster didn't just attack, they rigged a countercurse to punish anyone who tried to break it. Still, her natural resistance barely left a sting, and that alone screamed how terrifying the caster really was. Arjsan yanks your attention, shouting, and you cry out in panic, "I'm okay." You reassure her, forcing a shaky smile, and then you admit it. The curse is way tougher than you first thought. Her mind snapped into place fast, because this vampire, Elsie, is starting to cause real trouble. As she spoke, the spring started to bubble, faint and slow, like it was waking up. But Satsuki's face stayed grim, like she'd seen something deadly. This place isn't just cursed, it's packed with multiple curses. She broke it down. Curses don't just vanish. You've got to read their patterns and use the exact method to undo them, and she still couldn't wrap her head around why anyone would go to that kind of trouble. Who's brave or crazy enough to cast curses this intricate here? She blurted it out, and Arj immediately dropped the name. The only real lead we've got is Elsie, a vampire, according to Beef-san. Satsuki froze. Wait, do you know her? Arj shot back cryptically. I've heard of her on my travels. Satsuki broke down the name. Elsie was a notorious fugitive, hunted by the Order of the People, a whole continental peacekeeping force with a fat bounty on her head, and every account screams the same thing. She's terrifyingly dangerous. Archside snapped back into focus, pouring her power straight into that tangled web of curses. Then a brutal cracking sound tore through the rock. Arch-san, aren't you pushing yourself too hard? She asked, worried. Then Arch brushed it off and kept going. Flow shot back in. With one final, razor-sharp pop, the revenge curse exploded apart. But the water stays dead still, like the primary curse is welded in place. I clearly misjudged this high-level magic. It's every bit as nasty as my own spell. To break it, she'll have to dump her full power into the fight. If it fails again, Satsuki lifts her hand. Stump their Arch-chan. For now, let's take a quick breather, she said softly. She clocked the impatience and raw frustration burning across Arj's face. I get it, your friends matter, but don't run yourself into the ground trying to carry them. She leaned in and gently poked Arj's forehead, soft as a whisper. Look at you making that grim expression again. Breathe, relax, and chill out a little. Satsuki lifted the fancy coffin she was hauling and pointed it like it was the finish line. Yeah, come on, let's take a breather. Arj couldn't believe it when they suggested he take a nap in a coffin. Satsuki swung the lid open with a dramatic flourish. Now it was time for the coffin's reveal. A ghostly pale hand slowly clawed its way out of the shadows. A silver-haired girl snapped upright, blinking hard as daylight hit her eyes. I really appreciate it, Satsuki, she whispered. The girl stared straight at the newcomers, Satsuki in her head wondering, who are these kids? Because Arj-chan and the kitsune was basically a giveaway, and Satsuki broke the tension by introducing them with a bright, cheerful smile. It's such a pleasure to meet you both, the girl said, her smile calm as the sky, and she made it clear, Satsuki's friends aren't bad people at all. She snapped her head toward the cursed spring, and when the hot spring went bone dry, we hurried to the source to investigate. Did you fix it? Satsuki asked. Yeah, she said, grinning, we're almost there, thanks to Arj-chan's magic. Arch was still trying to wrap his head around everything when Satsuki finally introduced her partner. This is Iris Aiknos. Iris leaned in, calm but chilling. I've been resting in that coffin for a while and yeah, I'm more vampire than human. Arjun Kuzuha stared right at the girl, one of Satsuki's most important family members. Iris reached out and softly swept Arj's hair away from her face. She stuck out her wrist, one tiny bead of blood forming on her fingertip, and when her gaze locked in, I felt it click. I get it. Then she smiled like she'd solved the mystery. So that's why the vampire's whining again. Your powers run out. Want me to help you this time? Arj just stood there, stunned. Total confusion hit her like a tidal wave. Right when Satsuki tried to ask what that gesture meant, she vanished in a flash and slammed the swirling energy straight onto Arch's lips. Satsuki's voice rang out, solid, steady, no meanness at all, just pure will. Drink more, no, finish it all. She watched from afar, catching the moment her friend's mood turned ugly. What are you doing to Arj-san? She shouted, staring at that pained look on her face, while Iris stayed steadier, but with worry burning behind her narrowed eyes. I don't think this situation is good, she murmured. A searing heat detonated inside Arj's soul, an alien, raging torrent of power that didn't feel like Felnote's crushing presence, and it sure was Chrome's icy, precise magic. This was totally different, something dangerous and brand new. Arj-san Kuzuha screamed, because right in front of you, her friend got swallowed by a violent blast of magic. Arj staggered back, her body buzzing like it didn't belong to her, too strong to be real. What have I become? She choked out, and then her legs finally collapsed. She crumpled to the ground, overwhelmed by a wave of raw power she couldn't rein in. Her vision blurred, and she fought to make sense of the transformation. Then she raced over and snapped to protect Arch-san, turning straight to Satsuki. Stop bullying her. Don't worry, Iris shot back. I'm not bullying her. Satsuki stayed calm and answered, but Iris could tell her explanation didn't really hold up. Satsuki flicked a dismissive hand at Arj's mess of a day, then shot back. You're right, so let's talk about why my nose started bleeding. It hit the moment she tried recording magic, and she looked caught off guard. She quickly tried to dodge it, insisting, "It's nothing, just a normal nosebleed, okay? I'm Satsuki-chan, and I'm not the kind of girl who'd do something that unwomanly." Ignoring the odd detour, Satsuki crouched beside Arj. "Does it hurt? Hold on a little longer. The boost will kick in any second." As the minutes dragged on, the stormy chaos inside Arj finally started to fade. Satsuki leaned in and asked, "Have you calmed down?" Arj inhaled, shaky and deep, then nodded, "Yeah, somehow." When she met Satsuki's eyes, clarity lit them up like a switch, and Satsuki smiled, saying, "Nice, yeah, that's it. You handled my blood boost without breaking, and that's something to be proud of." Then she let the truth hit. Her power was pure blood boost. "My blood can supercharge anyone who drinks it." She leaned in, eyes blazing. "All right, there's something you've got to destroy first. Yeah, just try it." Arj shot upright, feeling that crushing power now pulsing under her control, like it finally answered her call. Then she thrust a hand toward the barren rocks, poured her will into the air, and watched the flow snap right back to normal. A surge of pure life energy blasted out of her wash, flooding the land below and reviving everything it touched. Right behind it, flowers burst to life in the blink of an eye, turning the mountainside into a wild splash of color. The moment hit, and life surged outward like a roaring wave, stretching for miles. Well, look at that, every single flower's bursting into bloom all the way up to the villages, and Satsuki's just nodding like, "Can you believe it? This is beautiful. The power she has is already this strong from the start, so I bet the whole village is about to erupt in chaos." Meanwhile, Iris, the total realist, can't hide her worry. "Isn't this way too overblown?" That burst of life magic hit out of nowhere, and the hot spring right next to it erupted like a runaway geyser. Scalding water hammered down, and Satsuki just flicked out a massive umbrella like it was nothing, shielding them all. Luckily, I had my own huge umbrella too. Arjun stared at her, completely stunned, and blurted, "How did you pull out that big umbrella from your clothes?" Satsuki just grinned. "Oh, that. I snagged it using a special spatial magic called Blood Box. I can pull it from anywhere. I only did it to keep up appearances, hem." Once the demonstration was done, they turned around and headed back right away. "A job well done, Arch-san." Your smile lights up as you say, "I've got you. Thanks for the hard work." As the day's tension finally melted away, the soft rush of the hot spring soothed Arj's mind until his thoughts started to slip. Later, Arj sank into the warm, healing waters of the onsen and let out a deep, satisfied sigh. The full moon blazed overhead as she stared, shocked by the wild twist her life had just taken. You get a playful splash to kick things off, and that warm bath feeling rushes through your whole body. Yep, it's bath time. Arj's smile turned soft, and that cruel little move left me stranded while he slipped into the onsen first. Then everything went still. She sank into deep, shaky introspection. Is it because I was a boy at the start? Sure, this body is unmistakably a girl, but my heart's still pure boy true. She wasn't staring for any creepy signals or plotting anything, but after a few more days soaking up the Sakura Garden Inn's hospitality, their whole crew was finally gearing up to leave. Then, one bright early morning, Arj caught Bihaki and started talking. "Oh, Arj, how rare it is to see you up this early." Arch broke into a grin. "You're right. I'd still be crashed out by now. Thanks a ton for all the hard work you've put in." She thrust a bundle into their hands, fresh new clothes, of course. Bihaki froze, completely thrown off. "What's with all this sudden kindness?" Arj's grin was real. "It's because we kept our promise bringing you out here beyond the kingdom." "Don't worry about thanking me. So that's what you meant, huh?" "Yeah, thanks so much. I'll be fine from now on." Bihaki's face twisted with anger. "Wait, I don't get what you're trying to pull. You swore you'd carry us through the kingdom, didn't you? So why are you suddenly backing out now, Bihaki? You're breaking our promise." A heavy, nerve-wracking silence slammed down between them. Suddenly, Bihaki shot forward and sank his teeth into Arj's head, just hard enough to make the message land, not hard enough to hurt. Arj yelped, "What are you doing, biting me out of nowhere?" "No, you started it first." Then the horse snapped back, an angry tick flashing on his forehead like a fuse, and Arj blurted, "Wait, is he mad at me?" Are you still starving right now? Did they barely feed you or something?" Arj snapped, totally missing the point, then fired back. "Seriously, you're as dense as a rock, huh?" Bihaki sighed. He locked eyes with her, then pushed out the words, "Arch, tell me straight, am I some kind of burden to you? How dare you think I'm only here because you made it happen?" Before Arch could even answer, he shoved past him and pressed on. "If that's what you truly feel, then take me with you from here on out. The promise, I get it. I understand exactly what you're trying to keep. So let's stop there, then we'll make a new one. Right now I'm mad at you until you finally figure it out. I'm not letting you go alone. Tagging along? Yeah, I'm doing it. No excuses, no refusing. But wait, does that mean he's sticking with me forever?" Arj thought, and a blush crept up her cheeks. Bihaki stamped his hoof. "All right, where do we hit next?" "Got it. I'll yank the carriage into place and you can count on me. Tell me where you want to go and I'll get you there." Back in the forest they'd vanished into, Minotaur Ushi went into full panic mode, frantic eyes scanning the shadows. Arj Nyson, please be okay, is she alright? I can't stop wondering, SSU. A shadowy figure came crashing down from the trees right in front of him, an unsettling young girl with short dark hair and eyes that could cut glass. Hey, she said, smiling like she already knew how this would end. No point stalling, now go on, call out that vampire. She gaped in total confusion. Can I help you? He stammered, then the girl huffed, rolling her eyes. Duh, I'm looking for a vampire staying around here. I've got business with him, doofus. Realization finally hit the Minotaur's face. Oh, so you're trying to meet Arj Nyson, Argento, the vampire. The girl just rolled her eyes. At least get the name right, you idiot. Ah, if it's her, then she's gone, just like he snapped when he heard her answer. The girl's face turned ice cold. All right, then tell me fast, where is she headed? He demanded. Because she's no original of this forest, is she? She jutted her huge finger toward those far-off lands and told everyone, the kingdom is there, pointing that her target was exactly in that direction. I don't know the details, but I do know one thing. The moment she left, she was chasing something big. That creepy grin bloomed across her face. Phewan, I finally get it now. So it's cool if I grab more drugs from there, right? A chilling spark flared in her eyes as she stared toward Arjnessen. First time for me, but I'm lying anyway. She spun to leave, but Kausen shot back. You're sure you're not lying? If it's true, I'll cut you some slack for now. Then he narrowed his eyes and said, that thing isn't from this forest, so tell me, why would I lie to protect her? As she disappeared into the shadows, Ushi crumpled to the ground, his whole body shaking hard, not because of her, because Arj's real power hit him with a brutal, terrifying memory. He clenched his fists, determination blazing in his eyes. I've got to get even stronger, Mew. This isn't for show, it's to protect the forest. And if I can reach that, I'll use my power to help Arj Nyson. His vow thundered through the silent woods, a fierce promise that he'd grow into the shield he'd been starving to become, worthy of the hero he admired. He perches on the edge of a plain bed in a room so bare it feels sterile, while pale shafts of light slice in from some unseen window. A memory snaps back, and a voice from the past returns, cold and calm. How bad is it? It asks, like it can't stand you staring at it like that. She snapped the branch off with a crisp snip. So tell me, how does it look? See, my masterpiece isn't built to be shown to more than one person at once, and besides, I'm already dead. I swear I don't even feel like I've got normal emotions left anymore, she admitted, wearing a soft, calm smile like it hurt. He didn't question it for a second. Honestly, it just made sense. He stared at her work then, like one of the dead speaking up. He started matching her voice. So, what did you want to say, if you could even say it? He answered softly. I wanted something quieter, cherry blossoms maybe. A spark of amusement lit up her face. Is that so? Ayub Hassan, come closer, don't you want to? He dropped to his knees before her, holding out a silent offering like it could save them both. She leaned in close, and her presence swallowed him whole. Her eyes carried secrets older than time, and the twist is wild. You actually have a hobby that lets you taste the lips of the dead. I've never done it for as long as I can remember, he admitted, and she eyed him like she was weighing a secret, because honestly, as long as you're still here, you haven't even gotten the chance to die yet. A soft smile touched her lips like she was saying, you're just like a budding flower right now, so everything's fine. She stared at a future he could never reach. Yes, even I can't name what flower you'll become, but I swear you'll bloom into something beautiful and stubborn. You're only a bud right now, and even if you turn dangerous, you'll still be breathtaking. Her eyes drifted like she was watching a far-off shoreline, somewhere out there, not here. Wait, how am I still stuck here? He blurted out, staring at his impossible situation, and she just smiled, saying the world keeps spinning and shifting like the seasons do, and since cherry blossoms can't be easily cut down, they'll make a promise to see them together again another time. He accepted the pact, HMPH. I get it, as long as fate doesn't cut us off. But that promised day never showed up, and the people who came to find him looked at him with pure disgust. Hardly anyone even spared him a shred of pity, and it wasn't like he was holding out for that one girl or anyone at all. Even now, he couldn't stop thinking, did she remember the promise they swore to each other that day? Arch's eyes snapped open. Good morning, Arj-san. Satsuki's bright voice shattered the silence, and Arj shot back a greeting, still stuck on the dream's lingering echoes. She stood at the window, eyes locked on cherry blossom petals swirling through the air, and it instantly ripped her straight back into her memories. A crushing wave of nostalgia slammed into her, like the past came roaring back. Satsuki-chan is a total daylight vampire failure, remember that. Another voice cut in, could you not open the cover so wide? Arj snapped, apologized, and stepped back from the sunlight. Satsuki waved it off, don't sweat it. As long as you remember, we're good. We're already by my house anyway, she said, so it's totally normal for you to just soak in the view for a bit. She shot her an invite right into the air. We'll be there around noon, so let's eat first. Come to my place. And yeah, it's her workplace too. Kyuzue's ears went up like a radar. Wait, what do you do over there, Satsuki-san? Arj caught the scent of cherry blossoms drifting through the air. Was that why I'd slipped into that nostalgic dream? She wondered as Satsuki grinned. I've got a cafe here, you know. With a dramatic flourish, she announced, I'm the one who founded the cakes and parfaits selling like fireworks across the republic. My shop was the original spark. Kyuzu froze, stunned. Satsuki-san, come on, how old are you exactly? Satsuki flashed a cheeky thumbs up and grinned. Yep, I'm still an eternal 17, got it. FYI didn't waste time. Once the truth hit, it shattered everything. Irison is 300 years older than my mother, and FYI, yeah, it's 687 years old. Satsuki lifted her parasol and declared, loud and proud, that they'd finally arrived. You find yourself staring up at a grand, European-style mansion, and Satsuki calls out, I'm home, safe and sound. As you glance around, and yeah, this place totally screams fancy cafe, doesn't it? The doors burst open, and there she stood, a young maid with dark hair. Oni-sama, welcome back home. Fumi spun toward the guests and bowed with effortless grace. Nice to meet you, you're so cute. Then she flashed a bright smile. I'm Fumitsuki Aiknos, call me Fumi. And right on cue, Arj stepped in to introduce herself and set everything rolling. It sure feels like she's not a vampire, even though she shares the same last name as Satsuki-san and Ira-san. Arj pointed it out, and Satsuki snapped back that it's not her sister or her daughter. For Fumi, she just sensed that Sama and Achin are about to come back, so she's staying put, and when asked about those two, she said they're outside playing. Then Satsuki burst with way too much excitement over the gifts she brought for Fumi, and Kyuzu just muttered that her whole act was getting a little much. Then I'm heading straight to the back first to free Iris-chan, got it, Satsuki said. There's a room back there where not even sunlight can reach. After that, we eat lunch. She jerked her hand toward an ornate coffin sitting in the corner, like it was waiting to ruin someone's day. This is Crosshair, the coffin where Irison lives, and just by the name alone, it reeks of being some kind of artifact. Fumi swept them over to a table, then she said, let me show you to your seats. Welcome to MEI. They sat down in a stunning, beautifully decorated dining area. A steaming plate of omelet rice landed in front of them, and that ketchup art looked more questionable than impressive. Kyuzuo took one bite and her eyes instantly lit up. Delish. She tore into it like she hadn't eaten in days. A new maid walked up to Arj and smiled. So Arj-chan, do you like it? Arj nodded fast. Yes, so much. The maid beamed like she'd won, saying, of course, our food is made by one of the best, Iris-chan. Right then, Fumi came barreling up and hit him with a favor. Can you take this to the Southern Business Guild for me? I've got to prep for tomorrow, and that mess on the highway is the reason. Arj's ears snapped at the guild's name. This was her moment. Satsuki said it loud. The Southern Business Guild, a crew of major trader organizations who trade info. Arj cut in. I've got to report this fast so they can kick back into action sooner, right? Satsuki grinned. You're absolutely right. Leave it to me. Fumi offered to guide them, and hey, how about that? Fumi-chan can lead you too. So when Arj asked, Arj-san, do you already have something to do there? Arj laid out her reason. I owe someone from that guild, and I'm trying to track down where he is, so I need to go there. Satsuki lunged in right away with money to help, but Arj smiled and turned it down politely. Satsuki teased him, but Arj shut it down firm as stone. No thanks, he said, and then he walked away. She tore herself away from the pleading Satsuki, then rode off with Fumi and Kyuzuo. They stormed into the guild headquarters. Fumi shoved those heavy wooden doors wide open. The second they stepped inside, darkness slammed down around them, only dozens of savage, piercing eyes cutting through the black like a warning. Arch felt their group's pressure bearing down on her, and she muttered about what unpleasant gaze that looked like, while stares snapped to attention with every move. Arj-san, what's wrong? I blurted, feeling the tension in the air. No, nothing at all, he said, calm as ever, but those looks instantly yanked me back to the people from my old house. A brutal memory from her past life slammed into her mind. There he stood, a lone boy in a hollow void, staring back at the very same searching eyes that judged him to his core, drilling through him like they were hunting for worth, and stamping him as worthless without a word. And then there's this one person who locks eyes with me like they mean every word. But now everything felt different, no, not unpleasant. A cold resolve settled in her chest, and she realized she hadn't changed one bit from the girl she was before. Then Fumi's voice sliced through her thoughts. It's here. There they stood, facing a terrifying powerhouse of a man, muscles bulging, eyes sharp as steel. Fumitsuki-san, he snarled it like a warning. Fumi handed over a letter from one Sama, and the words inside basically screamed, job well done. Then she introduced her companions, friends of one Sama, because they've got questions they're dying to ask. That blunt thought hit her like a slap, and when the flowery macho sand spilled out, the guy snapped. He slammed his fist on the table, dying of embarrassment. He coughed hard, then steadied himself. Name's Shishezaki Kirigiri. I'm the guild's receptionist, basically the one who keeps everything running. All right, Aju-san, what do you need? He called out, spinning to Arj, and then he leaned in. So tell me, was someone named Zeno Karabuki actually registered in this guild? Kirigiri said it plain. Yep, he's one of us, so what do you want with him? Arj snapped out her goal, then leaned in. He saved me once, so I'm repaying him first. A sharp stir went through the shadowed figures in the room. That wimp Zeno, how in the world did he land a jackpot with that kind of nature? Just imagine, he actually made that beauty owe him, someone breathed. Don't worry, another shot back. I'll make sure he pays for it. Retribution is coming. Hirajiri flipped through his ledger. According to the official record, Sakura Anime has still got him tied up with some businessman, and he's not due back for a whole week. Yet he stared at the page, utterly baffled. The funny part. That genius never stops helping people while he boosts the guild's name, so of course everyone's talking about him, right? He spun back toward Arj. When he's here, I'll tell him. Lady, what's your name? Argento Vampire. Ah, thank you. Once the job wrapped up, Fumi leaned in and said, We're done, so why not grab some snacks before we head back? Arj's mouth twitched into a small, pleased smile, like she already knew the plan was flawless. It cues how she was soon in pure bliss, tearing into a warm pastry like it was heaven. This was insanely delicious. Fumi started listing local delicacies like a total expert, firing off one mouthwatering specialty after another. She chuckled and kept watching you dig in, eating with total joy and zero restraint. Suddenly, a new girl with black, wolf-like ears and a tail shot into view. Wafu. Fumikin, me too, me too. She leaned in, smiling through the fumes, and said, Hey, senpai, pushing won't make the food cook any faster. Just hang in there, okay? I'll split my share with you later, half and half. Arj clocked the newcomer and smirked. Wait, your vibe is totally different from Satsuki-chan. Then Fumi's face instantly flushed because she stammered, that's not what I think you're saying, right? Walt, what are you doing here? The new girl blurted, just now locking eyes on Arj and Kuzua. Fumi said, All right, this is one of our employees. Then she nodded at Kuro. Kuro am, a werewolf, nice meeting you. A red wolf named Arj couldn't take his eyes off it. Curiosity sparked in him instantly. Kuro leaned in close, sniffing both of them like he was trying to solve a mystery. Yeah, she grinned, I've totally remembered your smell. So you Arj asks, and then Arj catches the cue, nodding hard like, Yeah, it's long, so just call me Arj. Kuro's tail thrashed side to side like it couldn't contain its joy. Then Kuro blurts, Hey, do you mind showing these two around town? And right after that, Kuro-senpai, are you free right now? Yeah, super free, he grins, so I'm hunting for someone to spoil today. Fumi flashed a grin. All right, Kuro knows this town inside out, so tell me, where do you want to go? Kuro snapped her gaze to Argento, still clutched in her hands, and fired. So what do you think? Her voice practically crackled with excitement, but Argento could only stare, stunned by that instant leap. I'm still reeling, she blurted, trying to steady herself and find her bearings. This place looked like pure power, like the heart of authority itself, so she blurted, Are we really allowed in here? Then she steadied her faith in her benefactor and reminded herself, It's fine Satsuki is famous around here, right? She's gotta have the right connections. Kuro, ever cheerful, suggested a nap, and Argento snapped it up without hesitation. Absolutely. But when Argento snapped her eyes open, the whole world had changed without warning. She shot upright from the cold, hard ground beneath her. The gentle skyglow vanished, and an ugly shadow crushed everything. Then her once untouchable body turned solid, only to crumble apart into a swarm of dark particles, a defense she couldn't control anymore. The moment the illusion cracked, the real world slammed into view around her. Her hand shot forward and brushed those cold, unmoving iron bars. Chills hit her like a cold wave. This wasn't a room at all, it was a prison, and sleeping on a stranger's roof was a brutal mistake. Right now, her only fear was for her companion. I just hope Kuro's okay. Suddenly, a frantic scream tore through the hallway, Arch-chan. A tiny figure shrieked in pure panic, like the walls were closing in. Relax, Kuro's here. That werewolf girl just burst onto the scene, radiating pure energy. Argento could only make it a week. Yeah, thanks, I guess. And while Kuro wagged her tail like nothing was wrong, ignoring the weight of it all. They stood shoulder to shoulder in a cold corridor, where the shadows clung to every step. From the darkness, a giant figure rose up, tall, terrifying, and radiating that cold, trained violence, while Argento's eyes tracked something huge creeping into view, and he went on guard. Dressed in full ninja gear, the woman loomed over them like a shadow about to strike. Argento cowered behind Kuro and hissed, how many more times are we going to be forced to do this? The ninja's voice snapped like a blade through the air. This isn't a spot for naps or fooling around. This is the nation's most important place, and you brought an outsider in anyway. Kuro pushed all else aside and sprinted to comfort the shaken woman, patting her back again and again. The ninja snapped, pointing at Argento, and demanded, "Who's that?" Kuro shot back fast. "That's Arjun. She's a cute vampire." Argento tried to calm everything down with her own explanation. "I'm here for my profession. I came from the kingdom. I'm staying where she works." The ninja dropped her head into her hands. No comfort, not a single bit. The ninja straightened up and introduced herself as Habitin, an aniwaban tied to the Yatsuba Congress. Before she even finished, Kuro was already demanding snacks. A calm, amused laugh suddenly cut through the moment, and a man with a gentle smile stepped in. "Kuro, you're hilarious, so why don't you try copying her, Habitant?" He snapped his focus to Argento, and then, "Oh come on, wasn't that girl Arj-chan, all cute as a button and totally a vampire?" Halbotin shot back fast. "Excuse me, I know, please don't," and he teased back, making Kuro and him crack up laughing. "Nice to meet you," the man said, and his calm confidence snapped into place like a crown. "I'm Ekasame Higure of the Yatsuba Congress. Call me by my family name or my surname. Either way is fine. And if you want, just call me Arj." "Understood, Ekasame-sama," Argento replied, feeling the heavy weight of his authority hit like a wave. Habitin froze in horror, calling Ekasame, out of all people, someone with your stature like that is a guaranteed disaster. "Stature," Argento snapped back. "The Yatsuba Congress is run by 4 leaders who control our unified states, and yeah, I'm one of them." Akasame laid out how the nation ran, basically a giant union of smaller countries, mashed together with shared traditions, backed by neighboring powers with steady aid, all under a ruthless council of 4. Then his eyes locked on Argento. His grin didn't budge, but those sharp, analyzing lights in his gaze told you he was measuring every move. "So yeah, if you're connected to Satsuki, I can breathe easy. She wouldn't team up with anyone she thinks is dangerous." Argento froze. Satsuki's pull even reached the top ranks of a foreign government. So they trust her here too, but who is she, really? Akasame spun toward Kuro and said, "This is your 3rd time. People are gonna lose it, so please get it." Kuro nodded hard, like he'd finally understood. With Habitin finally calming down, Ekasame pointed at the map and said, "Kuro, how about you make her earn her punishment, give her a job?" He jutted a finger at one exact spot and said, "Give it a few days. This inspection team is heading there, and I want you with us, all right." The town was Rensha, tucked in the Sakurenemia region, and everybody knew it for one thing. "It's legendary, honey." Kuro was buzzing with excitement. Then Kasame snapped in and told him Satsuki can't come back home, so the shop is staying open tomorrow. "Got it. Then I'll ask Satsuki-san to come with us." Then he snapped into a harsher tone, because Kuro dragged an outsider onto the hall's roof, broke her cell, and now she refuses to apologize or even reflect, so he's thinking of confronting the owner of a girl, this undisciplined who won't face what she's done. That look of Satsuki's wrath, it hits like a thunderclap. "Fine, Kuro gets it. Kuro-san will go with you, okay? Just make sure Arj-chan comes too." Now that the dust settled, Ekasame spun toward Habit, and then he raised the real question. "What are we going to do with that person? He also said they'd snared one more intruder besides you. Habit and give me a description." "A 3-tailed fox girl, I swear," Argento just offered. The fox girl Kuzua got dragged right in front of them. "Wait, so Arjun was kidnapped? Of course I'm trying to break you free." "Ekusame-sama is generous," she said, and the Aniwaban Sakura Animia's patrol squad wasn't forced at all. They volunteered. "So you're saying we should trust her word, right? Then it's our job to follow Kasama-sama out on inspection, at the very least." Their adventure kicked off through a wild stretch of green wilderness, and the air instantly filled with sweet, mouth-watering fragrance. Kuro blurted, "Satsuki-chan is absolutely obsessed with the honey here. Today it smells extra sweet." Argento stared at Ikasame, peaceful smile on his face, but those eyes were razor-sharp, the kind that makes you feel like you're already under his control. "This place feels calm," he muttered, like all the chaos stayed far away. As they neared the village, a young woman in a gorgeous kimono stepped out, smiling brightly. "Ekasame-sama, I'm so happy I could welcome you." "You look great, Renj-chan." Ekusame smiled warmly, and when Argento caught the young woman's sharp stare, he couldn't shake the feeling, like something was off on his face. "My dad's already waiting inside," Renj said, pushing them through the doors like she owned the place. A hefty man with a mustache bowed low and spoke, "I welcome you into our home, Kisame-sama." "Lin, I'm so relieved to see you're doing well, Mr. Mayor." Ekasame shot back with a courteous jab, even as he added that you should probably drop a few pounds. The mayor burst out laughing, then snapped back to business. "This year's honey is looking dangerously good." He credited it all to that perfect weather and the way the flowers exploded into bloom, but his voice fizzled when he spotted Argento's sharp-eyed observation. A tiny gelatinous creature at Argento's side trembled, like it could spring to life any second. Habatten softly slid her arm in his grip, and Argento murmured, "Please don't mind me." Akasama's sharp eyes caught every detail, then she leaned in and asked, "Mayor, what's really going on right now?" The mayor sighed. "The honey-eaters are wreaking havoc this year. They're insanely active." Akasama nodded like she'd already guessed and said, "So let us repay your kindness. We'll help you exterminate them." Akasama noticed the slime and the habit and looked on edge, but he still confirmed the offer. "Absolutely." Beneath the open sky, he raised his voice and shouted, "All right, let's kick off the extermination." They went out into the fields they'd readied for the hunt. Then Argento demanded, "So what are these honey-eaters exactly?" Kuro snapped back, "A bear-like monster. It lives on honey and bugs, and it even eats bees, so this isn't just a honey farm, it's a buffet for them." Hughes packed in the details. These monsters are usually mild and calm, but if their meal gets cut off, rage snaps them into a fury, and even though they're not carnivores, their teeth and fangs are wickedly sharp. That reward-buzzed cure is the real prize. This meat is top tier, and even its fat smells like honey. If we pull it back, Irison's gonna whip us up something incredible. As they pushed deeper, your nerves screamed, every sense on full blast, because when you're hunting, you've got to stay locked in on what's around you, every second. Her ears flicked with sudden, sharp instinct. "Here it comes," she whispered. Then a massive, bear-like monster with a long snout burst out of the trees, and not just one, another followed, then another. "This is really strange," Argento muttered, because they weren't just everywhere, they looked like they were starving to death. When you cue her, you see them surge in one giant pack, totally unheard of, and for once they don't even look like they're holding back their excitement. Kuro doesn't flinch. No overthinking, just grab them all. "Let's go." She tore forward like a cannon blast, roaring so loud it shook the air. "Kuro-san," Argento blurted out, shoving her hands over her ears, and I swear it, was she really using werewolves to hunt Warcree? That move terrifies the target so hard it freezes every step mid-stride. Kuro dropped in the moment, already set to hit the beast with paralysis. But they were not. Then the honey-eaters surged in, their eyes blazing with unnatural rage, still standing tall even as the paralyzing howl screamed through the air, and that wasn't normal. Kuro-san is right in the middle of those beasts, so I can barely get my flame to hit. Argento scans the screaming chaos, and with a brutal twist, she unleashes blood and chains. Solid tendrils of blood blast out of her arm and snap tight around one of the creatures. Right then, Kyuzwa snapped into action, triple Kemitachi, sending blades of wind screaming through the air to slam into another beast and make it stagger. This isn't normal, it's a full rampage, and I swear the honey-eaters must have been pushed to something truly savage. The creature snapped out with a strike, and Argento felt a stray spell slam into him. Good thing I'd been listening to those lolograms about magic resistance, because that spell, she set it up to hit me, didn't she? The fight exploded into chaos, Torian stunned, and Kuro's screaming as he dives right back into the brawl. No backing down. Kuro will do it. Her stamina was legendary, pure proof of her werewolf bloodline, and she tore through the chaos like a living blur, claws flashing and fangs bared as the monsters spiraled out of control. Kuro doesn't stop, and then she snaps. "Fine, I'll crank up my power," as her aura explodes around her. "Hughes, you've watched, yeah, it's impressive, but the plan fell apart. Still, all's well that ends well, I guess, unless we walk away because the village won't be okay." Argento said, "Let's go," and I snapped back, "You're right, this is worse than we thought. There's nobody here who can deal with these honey-eaters." These creatures were unnaturally powerful, and they just kept coming in numbers that felt impossible. This world is straight up unfair. Like a sudden downpour, it crashes the moment you're least ready, drenching you to the bone before you even clock what hit you. And here, she swears she won't be the one trapped in the storm. She'll take control of it before it takes her. From where she stood, it felt like the whole world obeyed her, every moment snapping into place like a dance she controlled with her own hand. Before her, a roaring tide of loyalists screamed her name with shaking devotion, Elsie-sama, Elsie-sama, but yet their worship did nothing to cool the ice-cold fury in her chest. "I can't stand it," she seethed, as a terrifying rage surged through her soul, so deep it screamed that she should wipe them all out. Her follower opened his mouth, but one look from her shut him down instantly. Her contempt hit like a heavy blow, aimed at that man with ruthless intensity. Elsie, the Argent Vampire, had one dream: snag the most powerful, beautiful companions she could find and turn them into her flawless retinue. She pictured the one perfect partner, someone who would lock arms with her for eternity. She wanted to bite them herself, drive those snow-white souls straight into whatever darkness she chose, and the idea hit like pure, ripping ecstasy. A servant swept a young girl before you, and once again, just like you asked, she's pleasant and beautiful, but if you're going to judge her by your razor-sharp standards, she still needs a lot of work. Elsie's laughter rang out, cold as iron. Then the named Argent Vampire stepped in and ushered them into a brand new world, while everyone else had to just wait. Now in the present, Argy just stared off into the distance, eyes catching the massive expanse of the cosmos, while his mind choked down endless streams of info, until Satsuki finally broke the silence. Hey, are you listening? He blinked hard, snapped back to the moment. Yeah, I'm listening, real closely. Iris snapped that Argy wasn't touching a single drink, and he just calmly clocked that the sun was still hanging high. Iris couldn't stop wondering if she'd end up sipping alone, so she quietly prayed Kuro would show up. Then Satsuki cut in and reminded her that vampires usually make a total mess of alcohol. Arjichin isn't touching a drop, Iris sighed, and one more companion urged him to rest. Meanwhile Kuzuha, that fox girl, couldn't care less about anything but the food going. Satsuki-san's cooking is so delicious. Argy took a bite of the noodles and practically lit up. Yeah, this is amazing, he said, then leaned in like he'd just cracked a secret. This world feels just like mine, even the Japanese-style clothes are right here. Satsuki demanded to know if he'd cooked that recipe up himself. Argy shot back, no, and then dropped the bomb. Shino wrote it, and she's another reincarnator. He found out Shino works the coffee station, but right now, she's on the road, hunting fresh beans for the next big brew. Then the talk snapped over to Kisame, fresh off an inspection of a village called Renchia. Satsuki flashed a smile, Rentina, because this is the spot where you score fresh, top-tier honey every single year. Right then, a visitor showed up, and Satsuki immediately pulled back. I'm off today, so unless it's truly urgent, I'm not making an exception. I've got a meeting with the former merchant guild leader. A young girl with long dark hair tiptoed up to Arga's table, all nerves. Hello, she squeaked. Satsuki waved her over and said, Arga-chan is my customer. Argy clocked her immediately. Renj-san, right? The Renkia village chief's daughter, if my memory's right, and he practically motioned her to sit. I just wanted to chat with her for a little. Satsuki brought them both cups of tea, then swirled in a spoonful of the legendary Renkia honey, special stuff. She winked like it was nothing, then slipped away. Renj clutched her cup with shaking hands, her face deadly serious. Her voice cracked as she admitted, I don't know if I can ever go back to Renchi again. Kyuzu blinked in confusion. Didn't you just get back from there yesterday? Reng nodded. Yeah, that's why I came. I need your help. She suddenly remembered their quick run-in near the village, because yesterday the honey badgers moved all wrong, like something was off, and bandits were even creeping around, trying to steal the honey. Renj's eyes snapped wide. Yeah, you were right. The honey badgers were being puppeted by magic. She sucked in a deep breath. I've got a request. Then she dropped into a deep bow, her forehead almost kissing the table. Please, Renkia, come back one more time and save us. Argus answered on the spot, stone cold and emotionless. I humbly refuse. Renj snapped her gaze up, stunned, speechless. What in the world, Arguson? His crew blurted out their shock, but he just stayed cool and laid out his reasoning. Mercenaries are made for jobs like that, so you should really go ask Kasem-san. He snapped his sharp focus back to Renj and said, I don't get it. Why didn't you ask me for help yesterday? This mess has blown up into a real problem, and now it's just a huge inconvenience. Please, she begged, then he snapped back. That's not my problem, and shut the whole thing down with a flat, no nonsense, no way. His eyes narrowed like a blade. Why were you even here, and why drag me into this? Something doesn't add up. Just as the tension was about to explode, Kuzuha lunged in and stopped it cold. Or it might get misunderstood, she warned Argy, locking eyes with him, then snapped, if we handle this fast, we can still catch the meeting. Her voice tightened. If you don't go, I'll go check on Zenokan myself. Argy stopped and her logic landed hard. He couldn't just brush it off. Leaving his companion to run straight into a known danger alone was a waste and pure recklessness. Yeah, I guess it's not such a good idea to let kids wander off by themselves, he admitted. Talk me through it. Give me the details. I need specifics. With her attention locked in, Argy snapped straight to the real deal. First, he switched into a razor-sharp negotiator's voice and said, I get it. Your father doesn't want to trust outsiders to save the village. So let's call this what it is, a transaction. Would you sell honey to this shop at a lower price? Relief hit Renj hard and she agreed in a flash. Thank you so much. Argy nodded, deal sealed. Got it. Guess we'll have to swing by Renkia one more time. They snapped together a quick plan because you came riding in by horse. Renj swore that's the fastest route from her village and Argy nodded hard. Good, we'll ride too. All we need is directions, just tell us where to go. That glow hit you and I thought, so you're not a bad person after all, because of course I'd finally seen the kind in you. Then Argy just shrugged and said, I don't know about that. Gratitude was never the prize he was chasing. His logic was dead simple. He wasn't just nervous. He couldn't stand the thought of a friend charging into danger alone. Under the glowing moonlight, they bolted toward Rentia. When they arrived, an unnatural silence slammed down on them. No one was anywhere, the whole village looked totally deserted, and Argy's grim stare said everything. Renji's fear hit the air like a punch. What do you mean? Out of the bushes, a shadow rocketed forward. Renj tore into a scream. Negiseo, stay back. You'll spot the moment, your body practically screams, that's the attacker. But Arga's eyes cut past the danger in front of him. He saw the strings, the whole puppet show, and he realized she was being controlled. He went to cut the curse down at the source, but a voice smooth as silk and cold as death stopped him dead. You shouldn't do that. Perched atop a high branch was a girl with long, flowing hair, Elsie. Argus's gaze was pure ice, cold enough to sting. Who are you? He demanded. Did you cast this curse? Elsie's grin stretched wider. So, do you really want to die? She cut through his doubts with total, crushing confidence. That child's curse can't be undone by you. This curse is my entrance. Listen closely, say my name. Her gaze snapped onto Argus, blazing with pure possessive fury. So hear me clearly. From this moment on, your whole existence will belong to me. My name is Elsie. The name hit the group like a shockwave, instantly sending everyone into a full-blown panic. Elsie shoots you a whispered cue, and boom, her clones pop into existence around her. I've heard of her from Sakurazaka, the vampire behind that hot spring chaos, and her presence hits like a colossal, furious, suffocating wave. Elsie idly flicked a gesture, and the controlled villager went completely still. All right, she said, eyes locked on Argy. So, why don't you say a little something? You catch her gaze and Argy looks worried, but his face gives nothing away. Just, yeah, I know. And you can practically feel his mind firing off 1,000 possible outcomes. The tense standoff slipped straight to the village chief's house, and there he was, lounging like he owned the place while casually sipping tea. Don't freak out, she said, catching their fear right away. You girls mean a lot to me. I'd never curse or poison you. Argy clocked the location instantly, and that detail only made the whole mystery creep deeper. Elsie told me she'd just clawed her way out of captivity too, and now she'd come to Sakurazaka hunting their legendary honey. Weirdly, I already knew you were on your way, so I had to ask, did you see me there? She flashed a smile, lost in the memories of Sakurazaka's garden. Yeah, that's the same moment. And during that incident, I spotted you from below, and I was bursting with joy. Argus's face stays stone calm, like nothing can rattle him. You mean when I took on the Minotaur? Elsie nodded. Yeah, I totally wanted to taste that Minotaur meat, but I got shut down and I just couldn't. Her eyes sparkled as she stared at him. Then I spotted something even more tempting, the silver. It's like it was made for me. She leaned in, her voice dropping to a magnetic whisper. Don't be afraid. Just step in with me, stand by my side, and be my consort. Argy stared at her offer for a long, crushing silence. I shot back a refusal, and he said it again, calm as a blade, no wiggle room. Elsie lifted an eyebrow. So that's it, she thought. For 1 second, doubt flickered in me, accept and I'm taken care of for life. But warrior blood doesn't kneel. There's no way I could ever be subservient. Elsie's amusement curdled into a chilling smile. So that's your choice, she sneered, and it sounded like the dumbest decision imaginable. Then she let out a low, dangerous laugh. Argus's sense screams erupted in full-blown alarm. You try to shut me down and throw me away. Elsie's smile cracks, her voice turns cold, and that icy civility starts to fall apart right in front of my eyes. Guess that's what always happens the first time people see what I can do. So tell me, want to see a little violence? A wild torrent of magical power tore out of her, raw, brutal, unstoppable. Take it all, I'll give you everything. Argy and Kyuzu dug in their heels, bracing for the crushing weight of her power. The vampire queen just smiled, soft, deadly, and if you still want to resist, go ahead. I don't usually take hostages, so if you're planning to run, be my guest. Perfect crimson sphere of condensed blood snapped into her palm, my blood box, and yeah, my skill S at the top, but even I can't say I'll be able to save everyone without getting way too close. With a snap of her wrist, she unleashed her power, blood cage The ground ripped open, and a monstrous surge of pure dark blood magic blasted skyward, cracking the earth and choking the air with sheer terror. From the violent torrent, 2 monstrous shapes started to crawl into existence, and the fox girl froze in pure horror. What is that? She gasped, feeling that evil aura rolling off them like doom. Kay's thoughts sprinted, and cold dread snapped everything into place. Blood cage. When I picked my skills, I swear there wasn't a skill called that, so did it appear when I got reincarnated. Maybe it's tied to my blood store, so rare it's basically impossible to learn. That's. Blood froze as the truth spilled out. An enormous bear and a brutal, multi-headed wolf, both spawned from demon Hakuin's severed arm. Hakuin's arm. That's impossible. You made those monsters. Kay snapped, and just for a breath, doubt flickered in her voice. The vampire, though, he erupted with laughter, pure victory in every syllable. Haha, bingo. Yeah, I turned these kids into my adorable little pets, she bragged, and her eyes sparked with a dangerous, predatory hunger. Kay's face turned to straight-up ice. I don't know what you think you're talking about, I snapped. And no, I'm not agreeing. Say it 100 times, I still refuse. Doesn't matter where you claim you know me from. Either way, I'll make it clear. The vampires grinned wider. Bandersnatch, get ready. Snatch that annoying kid and Wolf-child will be your opponent. Now move. A monstrous wolf is sent after the fox girl, and the vampire snaps her focus, all of it, straight onto Kay's. Kay's-san, you'll be my opponent, darling. The fox girl refused to back down, her grim determination blazing as if she'd never lose. Argus nodded. This was fine. I'll catch up soon, he promised, and as she vanished, the vampire just watched, smiling wider and wider. Now we can be alone, he murmured, letting the moment sink in. Kay's strategic mind snapped into overdrive. My opponent is a monster vampire, but I've got plenty of skills ready to unleash. The truth hit like a drumbeat. I've got to stay rational. If I can't let her move freely, she'll push her hands forward and detonate her own power. Blood arms, chains, the crimson chain snapped tight around the vampire, and somehow she didn't even flinch. Hey, that's rougher than I expected. She chuckled. Foo-foo, yeah, you're gonna regret it. She bared her teeth, not the obedient type. Then her aura surged, and she fired back with a counterspell. Bloodcraft chain. Kay's chain smashed apart, freeing her in a flash, and before the dust even settled, she snapped into a new spell, weaving Shadowbind in seconds. Those shadowy tendrils slid straight through the vampire like she was smoke. Then Kay's eyes widened. So you're immune to physical attacks, he demanded. The vampire let out a smug little smirk. Yes. I'm resistant to every physical attack, every spell, and every curse. And just like that, everything shifted. Kay's realized it made his job a whole lot more complicated. Should I push even harder? The vampire purred like a threat. Kay's dug in and let her will turn to steel. Do your worst, she dared, and the vampire snapped back, blasting mirrored blood shots like a storm. Bloodcraft mirror. Kay swung to defend with an upgraded shadow move. Shadow bind kaleidoscope. She froze him in place, but the vampire stayed completely unbothered as the complicated attack crashed in, and she calmly thought, I hope my new partner can handle this pain, while the shadows slammed into her. Then she smirked and said, like I told you, I have no clue what you're talking about. The attack hit and the vampire just swallowed it like it tasted sweet, her eyes sparkling with strange delight. Does it hurt? She purred. How lovely. I'm sorry about the pain, my darling, but the night's only just getting started. Spiky black vines erupted from the earth, snapping into place and strangling Keys in a prison he couldn't escape, cosmical cage. Arg, this is brutal to fight. Kay grunted and strained, slamming against an unbreakable prison, while the vampire's voice boomed in her ears. The gap between you and me is massive. If I'm just using magic on the space around you, your self-healing is pointless. So what are you gonna do? Even if you threw everything at this, you'd never reach my power. Rage and frustration churned inside Kay. I'll escape. He snapped over and over. I hate this, I hate this. Utter helplessness crushed her. Are you shocked? The vampire just materialized inside the cage itself. Yep, this is my move, Muka. Doesn't this feel familiar? Then she snapped Kay's own power back at her. Bloodcraft chain asterisk asterisk. The chain snapped tight around Kay, but this wasn't just some simple restraint. Bloodcraft had already started to wake up. An ancient, esoteric vampire magic law gets spoken, and you're about to find out the hard way. Trap two vampires inside this mucus, and their consciousness starts sharing the same pulse. This isn't a fistfight anymore, it's a full takeover of your mind. Skills matter, yeah, but my burning desire crushes your motivation flat. I've got you now, my sweet Argent. She yanked her sword free, and the blade screamed through the silent forest. You really think you're ready for this? Elsie demanded. You're Kingdom Knight, aren't you? So why are you here in the Republic? Argue and correct it, and I'll cut you down fast because you're wrong. I'm a former knight, that's the truth. Then he just drifted up into the air, radiating raw, absolute power. And I'm here for my own reasons, because this world is brutally unreasonable, everything about it, and if it won't make sense, I'll take what I want, exactly when I want it. Felnote snapped her gaze upward, determination blazing in her eyes. Yeah, that's exactly why. In this totally unreasonable world, I've never once heard of someone like you stepping in to help. Elsie's grin spread wide. Don't worry, friends with Argent, so I won't kill you, but go ahead, do your best. You're getting on my nerves, Elsie. Elsie snarled, then unleashed a fresh move, asterisk asterisk bloodcraft chain asterisk asterisk. A brutal vortex of chains tore up from the ground, swirling like it wanted him trapped forever. Elsie watched him with ice-cold curiosity. So you're really human, it asked, because everyone hits their limit, yet somehow he'd blown right past it. Felnote snapped aside from another blow, tight, sharp movements. I don't need your praise, she shot back. Elsie cracked up. Bet you didn't know I can see behind me, and before Elsie even finished, Felnote was already dodging every attack like she'd read the future. She snapped her spell one more time, blood, craft, chain, all of it felt pointless, because right when those chains lunged to hit, they crumbled into nothing, and yeah, that's why your attack never landed. I shut it down. Dark energy suddenly erupted from the ground and wrapped itself around Felnote's limbs. Bind skill, Elsie shouted. This was her do-or-die move, so I stockpiled a pool of blistering holy magic that triggers the second I get bitten. Vampires are dark types, and holy magic shreds them. No defenses means they can't even get close to a holy knight, so thank goodness it worked. Her blade flared with unbearable holy brilliance, and the holy sword seemed to summon light to guide her. The light surged harder and harder, then snapped into a brand new shape. What's been building inside me is finally here. A sacred weapon is manifesting, full materialization, and sure, you could have hidden it in your shadow till now, but you're not getting away. Elsie's eyes flew wide with pure terror, and she immediately knew what she was seeing. Elsie chucked another desperate curse, yet Felnote's sacred blade carved clean through the dark magic like it was nothing, and the vampire hissed, "Your limbs belong to me now." She dropped her note-leveling act and let her glowing sword fall into a battle-ready stance. Yeah, you're finally getting serious. She poured her power into the blade, and right as she struck, the holy enchant vanished. Blinding flash swallowed the whole battlefield, and I hadn't felt this serious in forever. Felnote's thoughts pounded in my head as I breathed hard. As the light died down, it wasn't a defeated enemy anymore. It unveiled a massive, draconic monster of pure blood, standing between everything and its master. A blood-slurping monster that drinks terror for breakfast. Elsie snapped, standing over her creation. "I'm done messing around. Just because you're still a kid doesn't mean I'm letting you face this alone anymore." The beast is totally in her grip. Just look at how my dragon fell note is dropping. Looks like you've managed to tame it for real. The creature loomed huge, and it thrashed downward while it desperately hunted for any crack in its opponent's defense. I mean, if a monster's being puppeted by someone else, it's way weaker, Elsie thought. This is it. No next time. My next strike will end you. So, are you ready? A strange smile snapped onto her face, and she murmured, "You're beautiful. I'm so glad I met you. And wow, this is the first time a single human has ever pushed me this far." Her face snapped into a cruel grin. "Give up already. Admit defeat, or I'll squeeze the life out of you." Fel felt a cold shiver crawl up her spine, because that giant had magic roaring through his veins at a level humans couldn't even dream of, and yeah, she'd completely miscalculated. Elsie shot her hands up and unleashed her trump card, Vampire's Twilight Zone, soaked in the deadly power of blood. A huge, detailed magic circle suddenly slammed into place around them, trapping them inside its deadly domain. While you're locked in this ability, my power surges nonstop, your holy attribute gets shredded, and the power you inherited from the Republic will. This curse will be your downfall, right here. It cranks up the dark powers inside this circle like a weapon getting loaded. Normally, I'd need hours of prep for something this massive, but with my little vampire buddy backing me up, I pulled it off on my own. Shadow tendrils tore through the air, and the fatal bind snapped shut like, "Resistance is pointless, because this darkness will swallow you whole, so before it gets you, you've got to reach me and that foot of yours." Yeah, it's about to be a problem. Felnote would not back down. "No, I'm not done yet." And with a holy enchantment, judgment thundered out. She screamed, unleashed one last desperate burst of light, but she could feel her strength slipping away. "I've burned through too much power. I honestly don't know if I can last much longer." Right when her vision started to blur, a calm voice slid in from right behind her. "I can tag in." And it was Argy. Argy stared at the creeping darkness with pure indifference, like he hadn't even been phased for a second. "And honestly, you're still just as unbreakable." She reached out, grabbed Felnote's shoulder, and slammed her power into the room. "Don't worry, I'll wipe your pain clean away." The black tendrils vanished in a blink. "Let's end this fast so we can go home," Argy said, calm as ever. "It turns out she's a magician who beefs up vampires, and I finally get it." Argy snapped her eyes to Elsie, and this time it wasn't the same. Things had changed for real. "No matter how many times you rush me, you'll never beat me." "What?" Felnote barked. "Felnote, would you mind dropping to your knees?" It was totally bizarre, but they didn't have a second to argue. "Argy, why are you going to that?" Felnote blurts out, stunned because Argy's face is dead serious. "I don't get this magic, or even who I am, and if I don't do this, I won't stand a chance against that person." A half-broken memory snapped back into her mind, and two blood-soaked swords, forged for one thing, to be consumed. "I pour my soul into this magic," she whispered, "because Sue Iron of Dreams, the blade's creator, is the same kind of person as me, someone who wants to erase anything whose existence feels uncertain. And with this contract, the Sue Iron of Dreams is finally mine." She lifted the blade high, stared it down, and said, "At the end of the day, it's just a tool now, let's go." Elsie froze and stared, completely stunned. I don't know if this hits hard enough to do real damage, but here it comes, the fog. Argy whipped her blade through the magical fog of the Twilight Zone, and the cut landed perfectly, because this is the Su Iron of Dreams, a sword that slices through anything shapeless, even magic itself. A thin spark of fear finally crept across Elsie's face, because if the fog drops right now, this weapon turns a vampire's worst nightmare into a reality. Argy stared at the horizon, because soon the sun would rise, and that meant our time together was about to end, so tell me, can you just give up? Argy shouted, you're just gonna let her slip away, and the only answer she gave was, please leave. Elsie's confident smile snapped back onto her face, like she already knew exactly how this was going to go. Of course, my bride gets it. I'm not letting her slip away just because she's got a hostage. Felnote froze. A hostage. Yeah, Elsie said, the residents of Rental. I made sure I'd have one on hand, just in case I ended up getting captured. She shot you a mock bow and said, you fought me so hard, I'll break the curse. Then her smile faltered, no promises though, and before you could react, she added, I know I've been unreasonable, I hope you can forgive me. Hold up, Fel, San Argy warned him. How am I even supposed to believe something like that? Elsie snapped into a bat and shot through the night sky, her voice ringing in the dark. I hate admitting it, but you fought like a champ. I'm not done with Argent yet though, so I'll come back with a proper plan and crush you. Yeah, of course. Felnote stared as she vanished, then snapped. Is it really fine to let her slip away? Argy let out a heavy sigh. Yeah, maybe it's all right to turn a blind eye this time. Suddenly, Argy stumbled hard. Fel snapped her up in time before she hit the ground. Are you okay? She asked. I'm sorry, Argy, Fel breathed, exhausted. My friends, could you please? Deep in the woods, Zeno loomed over the battered Kyuza, and he snapped. Kyuza-chan, are you really okay? Your words snapped me in, my fox ears twitching. Zenosan, yeah, thanks, I'm totally fine. Then the vampire bat vanishes over the horizon. All right, are we going? Zeno asks. I stare up into the dark sky and I'm like, I don't really know. Jinji's mind slips away into a deep, heavy sleep, like the world just vanished around him. A soft voice slices through the fog, and the name hits him like lightning, Yuko-chan. Jinji murmurs as his eyes flutter open, and there she is, the maid, grinning warmly. Good morning, Jinji-san. She tells him she's been thinking about him nonstop, always there in this strange dream world. Yuko-chan keeps smiling, and she explains, calm as ever, that the Khan family I was born into is so powerful they basically hold the whole world in their hands. Then, like she's just filling the silence, she says I could pass the time with some board game. But before he even answers, she cuts in, food's ready, so get up. As they sink into a simple, flawless meal, she keeps talking. Because of my family's status, perfection is demanded from every single member, and anyone considered unnecessary gets locked away, and the me you're seeing in this dream is one of them. Jinji takes one bite and pure shock hits him. This food is insanely good. Vuko freezes at his silence and leans in, asking if it's delicious. He doesn't even try to hide his emotion, just nods hard. Yeah, it's really, really great. She lets out a quiet chuckle. Are you seriously telling me you've got some special talent to hide your happiness like that? He stares at the simple spread in front of him, 3 plain dishes, the kind of comfort you'd think everyone takes for granted, and he can't stop himself. Is it really all right to live like this? Ruko locks eyes with him, and there's a quiet ache in hers. You're the only one who'd say something like that, she murmurs. Her voice turns heavy, and it hits like a gut punch. Someone who's always been needed, a Kan family member, gets sealed away from the outside world and declared unnecessary, and that's more than enough to shatter your heart. This shiny cage turns out to be a nightmare, then it hits them all at once. Their hearts collapse, everything around them feels pointless, and with no way to reach anyone, they finally end their own lives. Jinji stares at her, weighing every word like it's a punch to the gut. Has this happened before, Yuko-chan? She holds his gaze and nods. Yeah, it's happened to every person in this room until you showed up. A faint, mysterious laugh slips past her lips, and Jinji immediately spots their zero surveillance watching. Are you even allowed to tell me this? He demands. She swallows and admits, probably not. Then she leans in with a truth that stings. So many people fear me. That's why someone like you, who actually looks after me, feels so rare. Her face tightens with resolve. I'm done watching people crumble. I want to live. Shaken up but completely unhurt, she blurts, no, I swear I'm fine. Now wide awake, Arj locks eyes on her rescuer, Felnotson. Why are you here in the Republic? The question blindsides Felnode, and a fiery blush erupts across her cheeks. For me, Arj blurts, you're here, and that nod is shaky. Her worry hits hard as she says, of course I came for you. You vanished so fast, I couldn't stop panicking. Her face turns soft with old, aching worry as you storm off without a word, because I didn't tell you where I was headed, so how could you ever find me? I'm sorry, Felnotson. Felnote slowly sets a hand on Arj's head and whispers, "Don't vanish on me without a word anymore, promise me, okay?" Arj nods hard. "Yes, I understand." "That's right," Felno's still messing with her tone the moment you move next time, "and trust me, I'm not going to forgive you. Don't you know exactly what I'm traveling for?" Arch clung to her simple, weird dream. Find someone to take care of her, feed her 3 meals a day, and give her a bed. Fel lets out a smile. "Yes, I remember, and you really think you'll land that so easily?" "Then guess what? I'm following you." With fresh fire in her eyes, Felnote declares her mission. "I'm going to teach you common sense, so the moment you want to quit, you'll still be able to live right." A heavy sigh clawed up inside her, because even if she said no, Felnote would have tracked her anyway, and yeah, the truth was brutal. She didn't know this world, and that ignorance was putting her in real danger. Arj nods with a tiny smile, and I blurt out, "Then I can't wait to travel with you, Arj." Fel nods, "So you really had business with Zeno, huh?" He leans in. "When I first hit Aralisha, he handled me nonstop, so he's probably in that carriage right now. Come on, let's go." Zeno finally spills the truth. Those restraints are sealed with a brutal, powerful curse, and no matter what I do, I can't break or remove them. He snaps his gaze to Arj. "So this is what you needed me for. You wanted me to help you send her home." Arj catches the meaning instantly. If she's bound that tightly, she's either a rare, priceless creature, or she's holding powers so dangerous they had to chain her down. Zeno, the ultimate merchant, starts crunching every possibility. If she's strong, she can guard his precious goods, and if she's a rare species, then her very existence is basically priceless money. Arj can't stop thinking about how stubbornly practical he is. Profit drove him, sure, but he still helped her with zero promise of reward, because when it came to his duty, he never played around. Then Arj steps up and declares, "All right, I'll kick off this whole thing by ripping out the curse." She slaps her palm against the chains, and a soft, glowing light pours out. The cursed metal explodes into shards, and the woman chokes on a shocked gasp as the bonds snap free. Her blindfold tumbles away to reveal a breathtaking dark elf, and Felnode can't help staring. She's stunning. A rare sight for sure. The dark elf scans the room, her eyes snapping into the light, and she whispers, "Where am I?" Before a voice answers, "This is the Republic Arjansos." The elf nods slow and steady. "The Yotsuba Republic, huh? Yeah, I've heard of it. And don't worry, we're not here to hate on you." He pauses, then smiles. "When you broke the curse, I felt that blazing warmth, and I knew those lights were yours." Her eyes lock onto Arj. "So you're the master himself, Arj, the Argent Vampire." She pushes up to her feet, standing tall like royalty. Then she speaks, "I'm Lashiri Alark Valyria, but call me Lisharu. I'm the 36th master of the Valyria household, and I even hold a small patch of land in the land of demons. And for my family, I'll make sure I repay the favor for your help." The instant demonic royalty crashes into the scene, the whole crew freezes in stunned silence. Felnote is the first one back on his feet, "So let's trade notes while we eat. You've probably gone too long without a real meal." Lisha rubs her head, relieved. "I'm so sorry and thank you." While the group scrambles to cook, they stare in disbelief as Lisharu demolishes an absurd mountain of food, like it's never ending. She hadn't eaten in days, and the hunger was starting to eat her back. Zeno mutters that she must have been starving, and then he snaps, "By the way, what kind of hellscape is this demon land you were talking about? When you hinted at it, it hit me. I went back to the time people were seriously questioning demi-human rights, and that one demi-dragon stepped in, carving out a safe haven for every non-human thing. My mother always called it paradise for demi-humans." Zeno starts crunching the logistics, because the sea around the demon lands is wild and unpredictable. Who in their right mind would risk sailing with us? "Hey, Zeno, got anything?" Zeno grins and strikes a pose. "You need a boat." He smirks. "Sure, I've got the HMS Pisces." He lets the grin linger like a dare, because that's the boat the port city Arulisha's womanizing hair governor, Arulisha, Samakassin, handed it to me. Arch cuts in on his show like, "Wait, I almost forgot." Then he drops it, "I've got a boat." He turns to you and says, "If you're good with it, take it." And before anyone even thinks about needing help, he adds, "I can steer it myself with one of my blood contract skills, so we're sailing without a crew." Zeno's eyes flare with excitement. "You're sure?" he asks. "This is only a favor, right? Then count me in." "Yeah, leave it to me." Lisharu whips her head between them, totally confused. "Wait, excuse me. You want to use a boat to send me home? We were planning to use a boat to repay him." Felno straightens up and says, "So Arj Sama's still the one handling the boat, right?" Then she points it out like it's urgent. "If that's true, give it back to this guy Zenokun." Lisharu dips in a deep bow. "I'm so sorry for all the trouble, I really mean it. And don't worry, I'll repay your kindness, even for the time you saved me." Arch's aura snaps sharp and razor-focused. Then he blurts, "Why'd you get caught like that?" Lisharu's face turns cold. "Intruders hit my land. I fought them off and I took hostages." She leans in. "If this helps me, then yeah, I'll be grateful." Her bright chimes ring in your ear, and then bam, the destination is the land of demons. She pushes out a grin. So you better cue you a Chan, I'll be right behind you. We're friends after all. Zeno gives a sharp nod, and I get it, I'll take it from here. We'll head back to Sakuranimia, lock in our trip plans, and make sure we've got food covered, no surprises. Arj always stays one step ahead, so he turns to Lisharu and goes, Arj-san, Lisharu-san, ask her what goods are made only in Demon Land, and whether anything in her region is running low. Lisharu nods and says, sure. Their whirlwind prep sends them back to Satsuki-san's shop, and they hurry in to say their goodbye. Kuro whimpers, crushed watching them walk off. Then Iris Senpai's upset cues kick in too, and Satsuki gently reassures her. She'd come, but the timing won't allow it. Satsuki snapped her head toward Kuzuhara. Something S off, I've got a bad feeling. Kuzuhara nodded and said, yep, Satsuki taught me a thing or two about making clothes. Satsuki broke into a smile. Thanks to you too, Satsuki-san. I'll make sure I use the technique you showed me. Satsuki bursts into a grin. I can fix your Japanese clothes, and trust me, you're gonna be thrilled because new ones are on the way too. Arch's stomach drops. Her outfit suddenly feels painfully conspicuous for a long journey. Satsuki catches her deep in thought look and slips a carefully wrapped box right into her hands. She fires off one last piece of advice. So you're headed to the land of demons, right? Then we're stopping at the Great Bank of Cyril, where I've got a few loud acquaintances. Arj shrugs off the tiny details and just nods, because I don't even know the trip schedule, and honestly, I don't care. We're riding in a horse-drawn carriage, so I'm using the ride to nap. Once the goodbyes are out of the way, the party rolls out. As they stride away from the town, disappearing into the distance, Arj catches your eye and grins. Fufu, you've grown, Arj-san. And then the heartbreak hits. This time you really said goodbye properly, because when you left me before, you vanished without a word. With a huge grin, she tears into the shop's gift. And yep, the cake from Satsuki-san's place tastes absolutely amazing. With their brand new companion by their side and a brutal road stretching ahead, Arj and her friends charged toward the land of demons. Right when she started to speak, Zeno swept in with a fresh set of dark, flowing robes. Here you go, I made you an outfit with the same style. Arj stared at the garments, and yeah, they were cute, but she couldn't shake the feeling that this kind of outfit just isn't something people normally wear. Zeno just smirked like that smile was supposed to put you at ease. Then he leaned in and told you the truth. You weren't the kind of person who ever lent stuff out, and with that wry grin. He said he'd still be charging you for it. That was so him, half deep thought, half ruthless practicality. Oh, also I made something for you, he said, lifting a tiny, fancy accessory. This is the kingdom's lucky charm, the one everyone swears keeps bad luck from crawling in. Remember it, it comes with the outfit. Arj looked doubtful. You really think this is fine? Isn't that way too cheap? Money's the only thing I trust, she insisted. Zeno let out a chuckle. Zeno-kun's the kind who actually believes in that, right? He leaned in, voice dropping. When we travel, I swear everything except money starts to fade. Arj didn't get a chance to worry. He'd already expected it. I've heard it from Kuzue-chan. This won't tear or burn so easily. I beefed up its magic and durability. And yeah, it's 3 serial silver coins. Later, while she slipped into the new outfit, Arj scrutinized the quality himself, because the fabric was way better than what she'd worn before, easily twice the value for the price, and it even came with the undergarments she actually needed. Those fresh robes felt so unbelievably comfy that her eyes drooped, and before she knew it, she was dozing off, snug as a bug in the back of the wagon. Her nap got wrecked by Fell's voice. Note, you haven't changed a bit, always snoozing when nobody's watching. Arj blinked, half asleep. You're gonna say that all the time then? Fell Note scoffed. That's not a compliment. Hey, don't take this the wrong way. I'm not praising you. Fell Note insisted and poked Arj's cheek, then asked, how do you pull off that kind of happy noise with a face this serious? The second Fell Note spoke, Arj's whole vibe flipped. Hurry up, or Dark Elf Chan will snatch your share. The food's ready, so I came to drag you awake. While they sat down to eat, Arj tilted his head to the sky, and right then he let out, man, what a gorgeous day today. Fellnote nodded, then pivoted straight to where they were headed. So tell me, what was it? If my memory's right, it's Cyril's legendary treasure vault. Zeno confirmed it. He's steering the horse straight there, and that's the exact spot where they mint the coins the woman, Cyril, created by unifying every currency on Earth. If we keep this pace, we'll be there by noon tomorrow. Arj was blown away. HM had merged all currencies into one, and the Cyril coin's anti-forgery spell was so insanely advanced that copying it borders on impossible. That brutal, powerful magic felt like Zeno's own power screaming back at him, because he'd used it before to save Kuzuhabek in Rensha. Zeno nodded yeah, and the Merchant Guild rules were brutal. If your coin had no power, it couldn't be clawed back into the Cyril Grand Treasure Vault. While the others argued economics, Arj kept chewing like her appetite had no limits at all. Then the talk suddenly took a turn. Zeno leaned in and asked what Risharu-san's homeland was like. Risharu, the dark elf, answered straight up, "The land of demons is mostly packed with the Ajin, academi-humans." Arj inquired, "Now the central continent is even smaller, and power-hungry men keep fighting over the throne, grabbing land, and even plundering for themselves. Does it really look like they're maintaining law and order?" Yes, Risharu admitted it with a heavy heart. "I'm honestly ashamed to say our territory's been hit again and again too, but the people there all wield dark elf powers, so I'm sure they'll hold their ground." Her face lights up a bit. "Oh wow, my territory's got everything, and it's a great place to live. Arj, Sama, and the others are my benefactors, so don't worry, I'm going to treat you with the best hospitality I can." Arj heard it all, and her quiet dreams, 3 meals a day and an afternoon nap, felt like a million miles away from the chaos unfolding. "What about your homeland, Arj Sama?" Risharu blurted it out the moment her curiosity went through the roof. Arj's cheerful smile vanished, her eyes going distant as a shattered castle slammed into her thoughts, like I was born in a kingdom. She tried to look away, her voice barely a breath, and it sounded like everything was shattered, because I'd heard it got wiped out in the fighting, crushed by conquest and war. Risharu's eyes snapped wide with realization, so that's how it is. Vampires don't just live with magic, they command it, which means the remnants from their world must be packed with power, the kind that haunts the place where I was born, the dark past. "Yes," Arj said, and sorrow flooded her gaze like it had survived centuries, and a breathtaking, thriving castle surged through her mind like a flash of light. She suddenly heard that old voice again, and it hit her. The kingdom itself was something truly special. Risharu stared at her like he couldn't blink, and honestly, this place must be amazing, because the second you grinned that bright, Arj looked totally stunned, and yeah, I did too. Kyuzuha felt the tension crushing the room and shot a quick dodge to change the mood. "Hey, Arch-san, what's up? I've heard a few things about the land of demons, and I'm dying to know too." Her story practically crackled with excitement. Risharu-san supposedly living in a jaw-dropping, beautiful place, and yeah, it sounds amazing, but her bright smile died instantly. Her ears shot upright the moment she caught a feral scent on the wind, and she knew it, the smell of a bloodthirsty wild beast. The group screeched to a halt, then Arj groaned again. "We've run into so many of these on the road," he snapped. "If we take every beast or monster too seriously, we're gonna miss our dinner." She let out a tired groan. What a pain." Kyuzu snapped his head toward the group. Then Risharu-san said, "I smell a wild beast," and they decided to head out to check it, because if dinner gets wrecked, that's gonna be a huge hassle, so they might as well sweep the area first. Arj shot to his feet, and I blurted, "If you're going, Arj-sama, then take me with you." Then I rushed to add, "And I'm sorry, I totally ate way too much." Zeno shot her a knowing look, so she's got it. "All right, I'll handle it. Now come on, you're with us." As the three women pushed deeper into the woods, Jasper breathed in. "I can't place the scent of that wild beast." She shot you a look. "Are you sure this is the right way?" You only nodded, confident. "Yeah. It's not like anything else out there." Jasper swallowed hard because she'd trained herself to recognize it. "I've gotten used to it, I can't be wrong." Risharu's long ears flicked and twitched, and it was like the fox girl's senses just got confirmed right there. She whispered, then pressed a finger to her lips. "This thing came from wolves back when the world still feared the wild. I don't spot it much in my patch of the demon lands, but it's a sneaky predator, and yeah, I've seen it before." Arch's stomach growled so loud it might as well have been talking, and the worst part, those things don't even look appetizing. So yeah, you've always got one thing on your mind, don't you? Risharu stepped forward, and her sweet hosting mask shattered. Now she stood like a fighter with real power. "All right then, Risharu Valeria, here's the truth. I'm showing you what I can do." Glowing particles swirled into her hands as she started chanting, "O flowers of God, follow the flow." A glowing burst of light summoned a gorgeous, ornate bow out of nowhere, like a magic vessel that only appears when it's called. That's why I couldn't use it while I was tied up. Arj Sama gave the cue, Asama. "So please don't take my limited magic the wrong way." She yanked the magical string, and energy crackled all around her. "Now we're placing everything on you." A limited magic bow, no arrows. Arj watched as Risharu nodded. "Yeah, this'll do for now." Then, with a sharp burst of energy, she fired a magical shot. It hit the target dead-on, bullseye. The crowd went wild, but I'm pretty sure those cues aren't edible, so you probably don't need to wipe them all out. Risharu let out a sharp nod and fired yet another magical arrow. Wolves were smart, and they'd vanished the moment only a few of them remained, so he leaned in and said, "Now it's on you." She fired again, and the air snapped with it. A blade of light ripped straight through the darkness. The plan worked. Those sneaky rustles in the grass faded into the distance, gone. "About that bow," Arj demanded while they headed back. "How did you even pull off that contract?" Risharu smiled and said it was just a normal bow until the contract. It's like the stars, he went on. It answers the master's call. And then he grinned. I can summon it in the daytime too. Arj suddenly fell deep in thought. So that's what it is. I mean, that's wild. Then it hit me as I shoved myself up into the sky to make the contract, like, wow. All right, time to reel back Arj and get you a sama now. And hey, the food's probably ready by this point, right? Back at camp, Zeno greeted them with a grin. Yeah, that rabbit Kyua-chan brought back is cooking today. She's really got her hopes up for the wild rabbits she hunted, and we've only got 8, so just rein it in. The very next day, a massive structure rose up in front of them like a nightmare, and Huji watched you gape. Zeno explained how the tiered currency works. Cyril gold, Cyril silver, Cyril copper, and then you hit the nail on the head. If everyone can see it like that, wouldn't burglars come flocking? Arch snapped her head side to side. This Cyril Grand treasure vault isn't just guarded, it's watched by spirits and sealed up by a brute force golem, and nobody made it out alive, not yet. I've caught whispers about it, Risharu said, but I'm seeing it with my own eyes for the first time. Then he leaned in and asked, all right, how do we even get inside? Zeno grinned like a secret was locked behind his teeth. Don't sweat it, he said. It'll contact you right ahead of time. That eerie self-driving carriage rolled forward like it was alive, so cool it made Kyuzuha's eyes go wide. What kind of magic is this? She blurted. Are there machines in this world? And the answer landed. It's run by technical machines. Inside, the place glowed bright, not from torches or spells, but from lights that looked disturbingly electric. No matter how many times I've watched it, this world is still stuck in medieval times, Zeno muttered, like civilization had hit a wall. Oh, there it is. He jabbed a finger at 2 hulking, statue-still giants, Golem. Yeah, the Cyril Golem from the myths. Everybody leaned back and let it watch the carriage, while the rest of us hauled ass onward, because I swear the spirits of the Cyril Grand Treasure Vault are just waiting for us. His voice practically crackled with curiosity. Then the Grand Treasure Vault's spirits appeared in his mind, and he couldn't help but grin. So this is what they're like, because wow, this would be his first time seeing them too. They were marched down a grand, spotless hallway that looked like it had never known a single footprint. At the end of the hall, a regal woman with blazing red hair stood tall, gripping a staff that radiated sheer, world-shaking power. She caught their group in a hard, locked stare, so intense it felt like a threat. Hold on, Fell Note muttered. She's coming this way, what's her deal? The woman lifted off and shot through the air straight for Arj, flying right toward Arj-san, so Fell Note asked, should he stop her? But Zeno just stayed cool and calmly snapped, what nonsense are you even talking about? With a thunderous BAM, the red-haired woman crashed into Arj and locked her in a crushing, tight embrace. Let go of Cyril, she screamed, and Arj just froze, completely lost like, huh. Cyril, you're back, I've been waiting forever, ages and ages. The woman sobbed, wait, hold up, I'm not Cyril, my name is Argento Vamper. Forgotten, she choked on the words, her heart breaking in real time. No, I can't be wrong, it's you, Cyril. You can wipe it from your memory, but I'll be waiting. Look right here. She thrust a trembling finger at the towering gold-framed portrait on the wall, and the painted face looked eerily, too eerily, just like Arj, but under the portrait, a brass plate flashed a signature, Cyril Arcadia, and the woman's eyes instantly shimmered with tears of pure joy. Yes, it's you, welcome back, Cyril. The new arrivals looked so much like Cyril that it felt downright creepy. She might have sworn they were twins if she hadn't known better. Arj just stared at the scene. She instantly clocked the reference to a second player from the games in her old world. She stared at a flawless mirror of her past self, Cyril, someone she hadn't seen in ages. Whispers around her sparked pure confusion, but the smiles stayed warm. Zeno even leaned in and asked Arj if she had a sister, and Fellnote explained that vampires like Kyuzua don't run on normal bloodlines. And Risharu the elf welcomed them like friends of Cyril, right before dropping the gut punch. The entrance was sealed, and now they were trapped inside with no way out. Arj's mind snapped into gear at once. Reaching the demon lands meant she needed the Pisces, but if she got trapped, everyone would be trapped too, so she chose the smartest move. Slip out alone first, then meet back up with her crew later. Risharu closed in, her face a total mystery, and she told Arj she had something come up and needed to stay a while, yet Arj could feel there was way more brewing under the surface. To dodge the unspoken questions, Arj pivoted the moment and blurted, so, when's lunch? Moments later, an insanely lavish feast hit the table, so outrageous that Zeno couldn't help but wonder if it was worth draining his entire royal budget for months just to taste it. Gaddy shot Arj a knowing look, fully convinced that her mind, way sharper than Cyril's, would figure out how to make their mysterious host foot the bill. Risharu took a bite, and the moment the rice touched his tongue, he knew this was Demonland rice, grown in the toughest soil, with a sweetness so unreal it felt like a secret being unlocked. Arj stayed on edge and instantly checked her own plate, clean, untouched, and downright irresistible. Right when Gaddy slipped away, Arj felt a soft tug on her sleeve. Then the girl who looked just like Cyril pointed and urged her to follow. They slammed into a heavy wooden door. Are we finally here? Arjesk tapped the knocks softly, and the girl waved her in, where Felnod was already waiting. Her voice turned stone solid with conviction. I was made by Cyril, so if I tell you you're Cyril, then you're Cyril. No loopholes, no other way, Argento Vampire. She offered the name like it was a precious gift. You can be called Cyril, but Arj's resolve didn't waver one bit, and no, that wasn't the whole truth. She pressed a hand to her chest, and that heart, this whole body, remembered every last thing. I'm not Cyril, Felnote stepped in softly, warning Exister not to push the fight. Arj's mind was a locked fortress, packed with every blazing memory, from her days as Kanjinji to her time as Argento Vampire, all crystal clear. Exister simply smiled and said, it'll all come back to you someday. Then, powered by surprising strength, she yanked Arj into her arms. All right, if you're trying to get your memory back, I'm taking you on a tour right now, okay? I stepped out of Cyril's room the exact way it was when I came in, and I swear it still might have the clues you need. Inside the room, Exister beamed as she bragged that she'd put real effort into decorating it, determined to make the whole space feel lived in. When Exister asked if she was tired, Arj gave him a polite shake of the head. No way, so she looked right back and said, let's keep going, Exister-san. Exister snapped his gaze to Felnote, telling her to ditch the formal suffix, you're my creator and my friend. Arj swallowed the words and cursed inwardly. This mix-up was turning into a tangled mess. She suddenly found herself in a risky spot. Sure, getting mistaken for Cyril felt terrifying, but she could clearly see how much her past self meant to these spirits. Their tour funneled them straight into a colossal towering library, while Xena was already there, pacing and musing about what it all meant. Right there, Risharu leaned in and tried to talk to Kyuza, hustling out apologies for the language barrier that kept putting distance between them. Risharu blurted out, wondering if Kyuzu slipped in here too, just to dig through the collection. Her gaze locked onto a single document, etched in the Republic's language. The collection was a wild mix, books on talking to spirits, secrets of interior design, and even guides for romance. Risharu leaned in, fascinated. Every book was about spirits and everyday life, and the newest one was at least 500 years old. Suddenly, a nasty grinding rattle erupted. Then the whole bookshelf lurched and slid away, not magic at all, but a perfectly engineered machine. A secret dark passage finally cracked open, and the whole place felt like it was holding its breath. Risharu's eyes blazed with pure excitement. This feels like a detective story, and she flicked a globe of light into her fingertips, shouting, just be careful, we're going in. Somewhere else, Exister was lost in memories of the golems Cyril built, and you kept pestering me asking if they looked adorable. Back then, I thought they looked downright creepy. Arch remembered it like it was burned into his brain. Exister had called them wobbly, round things. She even blushed when Exister finally called them cute, only because their design kept them from scrambling over every ledge. Arch got slammed with discouragement as she remembered how furious her past self used to be, while Exister just smiled warmly. Once you get used to them, I guess they start looking kinda cute. Exister brought up the bath the golems had expanded, and dealing with her has me on edge. Fel muttered right beside me, but Exister kept going, unbothered, and yeah, I'm not Cyril. Suddenly, Exister snapped to attention, every sense on high alert, like she'd been waiting for this. I figured I'd cook up a little surprise the moment you came back. Then she pointed down the corridor. A few tiny problems popped up, way more than those 3 loud bandits outside, like it always happened, but this time Exister wasn't just worried, he was furious asterisk. She let out a long sigh, and out of it popped a jaw-dropping golden artifact, the magic vessel, the echo of the golden staff. The air felt off like the store was hiding secrets. She darted her eyes across the towering shelves until they locked onto one specific path. What's wrong with this place? She blurted out. Risharu pointed ahead, and Kyuzu Asama and I slipped inside first. This has to be a secret passage. A blinding bolt of light bursts from Arj's outstretched hands, slicing through the ancient corridors, choking darkness. Pressing her eye to a crack in the stone, Felnote scans the road ahead, then voice razor-low, she snaps, spit it out. Did you both manage to disarm every trap? Risharu lets out a heavy sigh, pointing at the giant heap of busted mechanisms and burned-out magical runes. Yeah, it's thorough, she admits. Multiple traps snapped shut at once, and there might still be one more. Felnote stared with zero emotion, while Risharu barreled forward on pure instinct, triggering every defense she could, and I had to jump in again and again to pull her out of the danger. The dark elf scans the chaos in the passage and instantly clocks the damage, yet one thing screams wrong. The golems never got the alert, because they haven't stepped into this area at all. This realization only twists the mystery tighter as Felinote steps into the now clear hallway. The Guardians should be reacting, but they don't. No alarms, no patrols, so yeah, you're looking at Disarmed. Risharu smirks. Wasn't that downright original, the brute force route? Their road slams to a smooth wall, no way through, until the dark elf spots a barely there magical seal. She swears there's a hidden room behind it, sealed by magic, and tells Arj to see if he can crack it open. Arch strode forward, her face set in stone, as she stared down the magically hidden door. She strides up to the ancient stone as her companions fall silent, watching every step. She lays her hand on that icy surface, and suddenly a surge of power hums back at her, a magic source, a manga that feels eerily just like her own. Open up, she barks, her voice suddenly packed with steel. The door flares with a blinding glow, then it rips out of sight and vanishes into nothing. Step past that threshold, and you won't find some dusty tomb. You'll stumble into a breathtaking study, perfectly preserved. Dusty bookshelves hug the walls, and in the very center, a magnificent desk still sits there, untouched, like time never dared to touch it. On the desk sits one leather-bound book, just waiting. Felnote reaches for it, heart pounding. Is it a diary or a journal from Cyril? Arch snatches the book, her fingers gliding over the silky, ancient-looking script on the cover, and Risharu goes, that's the language of spirits. The handwriting is too gorgeous to ignore. Arch nods like she just got a signal, then says, all right, I'll try reading it. Felnote slams into a defensive stance, because if this diary spills a real threat, we could get trapped right in the middle of it. We've got to stop anyone from coming in. Risharu nods. Sorry, Arj, you're handling it. While her companions lock down the entrance, Arj sinks into a huge chair, history's weight pressing through her hands. The room stays dead silent, except for that soft, sneaky rustle of pages flipping. She starts decoding the ancient text, and the second the first sentences click in her head, her eyes flare wide with shock. Suddenly the air ripples, and right beside her appears a ghostly woman who looks just like Arj, except for a couple tiny differences. Arj clamps a grip on the book, panic and questions crashing through her mind. You're right, I'm not her, the spirit murmurs, nodding like it knows the truth. The match is uncanny, but we're still two different souls, so tell me, what pulled you here? She points at the arches reflected in a nearby mirror, and boom, you realize you're not the same. Your hair's different, your eyes don't match, and even that mole under your eye sits wrong. Your maga looks the same, but the vector flips right to the opposite side. Arch files the vector away for later analysis, then the spirit keeps going. You might look like Cyril, but that's where the similarity ends. Then the spectral guide suddenly blasts her into a blinding glow. Yeah, that can wait, because right now, it's my turn to step up. Arj keeps her eyes locked on her, silently reading every move she's about to make. Risharu-sen isn't here either. Cyril Note swivels toward her. All right, let's cut to the chase. This is my one and only role. Her face drops into a grim, silent sorrow, because to pass Cyril's final words to the person who'd open his note, there's only one person Cyril truly wanted. Trouble is, she's basically blind. A crushing wave of sadness pours out of her spirit, and I get it. Decades without the one she loved so much can break you, especially when you're left alone, minting and counting day after day. A lone figure takes over the whole frame, staring out like it's the last thing left in the world. Day after day, it chewed away at her mind until sanity was gone for good. There was no other ending. Is Cyril dead? Arj fires the question straight at him. Cyril just freezes and admits, I don't know. I don't know more than Exister does, he says, like the same silence that even the golems can't break. Her eyes narrowed with total certainty. If Cyril was alive, there was no way she wouldn't storm back to this very spot. She whips around to Arj, duty blazing in her eyes. Now that you're itching to hear about Cyril, she delivers her words straight to you. A vision cracks open. Young Cyril swings into the past, holding another woman close, while past Cyril takes a master's vow. That master isn't from their world at all, she's from somewhere else, and she ends up being Cyril's friend, treasured more than anyone. Arj drank in every detail, and suddenly it felt like he'd stepped into a whole new world. Cyril's note kicks in. I'm just a notebook for what Cyril wanted to say, but honestly, I've got no clue if any of it is the real truth. The vision keeps rolling, drowning me in schematics and bizarre devices, and I can't ignore it. Those machinery are proof of a whole civilization dragged here from another world, and if that friend is my world, then that friend was too. Another image flashes, and there they are, two hands clasped tight. Cyril and her master weren't just dreaming the same dream, they were fighting for the same goal, to merge every currency in this world into one. Her ambition was massive, so brutal that her loved one died before they ever reached the goal, yet Cyril refused to let that fire die inside him. Then she finally heard about a wild thing from another world. A crypt where they stash great people, pyramid, they called it. The view snaps to the colossal pyramid-like world they're stuck in now, and she wastes no time. Using it as her blueprint, she raises a crypt for her friend, the very soul of their dream. Arj can't ignore the crushing weight in her chest. This place holds the love she poured into all of them, her dreams, her drive to keep living, and the fire of those feelings is burning hotter with every breath. Arch stares at her own hands, and it hits her like a thunderclap. Yep, we're two totally different people. She wasn't lazy or useless, and she didn't shy away from trouble like I did, me. I don't have a single drop of that kind of fiery passion, like Cyril's. Cyril pauses, then drops another bombshell. Exister, that man-made spirit, was built to look just like Aegis, meant to comfort her, and when Cyril sees Exister, he swears he's seeing his friend, so tell me, did Cyril really mistake you for Exister? Ard snaps her head side to side like, no, that's it. The moment it clicks, Cyril gets it too, and it hits hardest when they're living together because the truth is this. You and Cyril aren't the same, and it's not even like an egg is just an egg. Oh wow, big murmurs rippled through the crowd. So she finally began seeing Exister for what it really was, no more eggies in her head, and yeah, it took her a long time, but honestly it was staring her right in the face. The vision shows Cyril kneeling in front of a younger Exister, calmly guiding her. Then Cyril stops trying to control the moment and starts respecting how Exister behaves, teaching her in a way that matches her, while Exister learns to notice the differences between things and accept them. They're shown side by side, and you can feel the real love between them just radiating off the page. Her vision goes dark, plain as that. If Cyril was still alive, why would she stay away from this place at all? With the bond she shared with Eggies, there's no way she'd skip her friend's crypt. So yeah, Cyril was just human, and most likely, she's already dead. Cyril Note stares at Arj with eyes begging him, like, hey, if something's wrong, don't worry about it. Then he smirks and adds, come on, can you tell that goofy one for me? She cups a gentle hand over Arj's head, and even if the details are messy, she begs me to help her, because seeing her like this breaks my heart. Arch locks eyes with her, and this unspoken truth zips between them. Then she snaps, I understand. The spirit grins, her mission finally complete. A soft tap on her shoulder snaps Arj right back. Her eyes jolt open. Risharu leans in and she blurts, Arj-sama, are you okay? A dream? No, it felt like I just fell asleep. Then Arj jolts upright. I'm so sorry for waking you, she says. No worries, you got me right on time. Arj snaps her gaze to the dark elf, and before she even breathes, the vision clicks into place in her head. Risharu-san, if my face matches someone, does that mean there's a real connection? Risharu ponders it, and when the host's magic can handle anything, vampires become pure magic cravings with the same crazy tolerance. So on a massive scale, by thickening the maga hanging in the air, those newly born vampires simply take shape from that host's very presence. Then why do I look like someone else? Arj presses, hard. It's because of where you were born. Arj-sama didn't come into the world naturally. It was all artificial, so you'll probably inherit a bunch of powers, like they're coded into your genetics. Risharu shoots her a reassuring smile, but you're the one who's got to stay true to yourself. A calm, unstoppable confidence settles over Arj like a promise. Her purpose burns brighter than ever, then Risharu snaps, have you finished? Yup, ready to go, Arj asks, and as he rests a hand on the study door, he grins because he's finally got every answer he's been hunting. She whips her eyes back into the room, this moment, this memory, because there's someone who has to know about it, even more than I ever will. Back in the main hall, Exister steps into the spotlight like a perfect host. My dear guests, follow me. We'll start from that corridor right there. This living room is where we first met. Felnote is completely awestruck. Did Cyril build this place too? Then it's straight to the next stop, the stable, where the guest horses are treated with the same careful care. Cyril never neglects her guests, not for a second, though even after I manage to end that fight with the bandits, they suddenly turn around and demand I play tour guide for them. Fel notes the smile, and you can feel he's genuinely into what you said. Exister lights up at the praise, and all he can manage is a sincere, thank you so much. Then she points to the note and snaps, hey, just so you're clear, that's not my daughter. Risharu slips out with an excuse, and Exister steps up, offering to guide her. Then she points her out, the study's right there, and takes the lead herself. She whips around and yells into the hollow, Cyril. Cyril bursts out of nowhere and yanks Exister into a sudden hug. I've been looking for you. Exister chokes out, shocked. Cyril, where were you? I couldn't find you anywhere. Cyril lets go and grins. Sorry, I was wandering around the bookshelves. Exister snaps back fast. Wait, you mean the golems are barely even around, right? And tell me this, Exister, can you share more about what you remember? Cyril's eyes flare like a spark. Seriously. Yeah, you nailed it. Got it now, the more you know, the quicker your memory snaps back. Arch watches them, and her plans lock into place, like destiny clicking shut. Later, one of the golems finally drops a game-changing clue, while Cyril growls that he hates it when those golems creep near the toilet and the study. Existor's face twists in confusion. Yeah, the whole toilet thing tracks, but why on earth is that connected to the study? The golem handed Cyril's explanation to me, and when I asked, Cyril looked straight up shy. Then she said, if you want to read books, do it in silence. Existence softens with a fond memory. Back when we'd curl up and read books together, that time felt nothing like anything else, never dull for a second. She turns to Cyril. Can you tell me more? He smiles. Of course, as much as you like. That night, the whole crew settles in and listens, story after story, spinning the history of this place and the people who live here. Arch spots Existor by herself, alone, and Existor just tilts her head, quiet as a breath. I get it now, thanks a lot. Existor studies her with worry. Wait, did your memory come back? No, then what is it? Just one more thing, you look wiped out. Can you spare me a little time while you rest? Arj shakes her head and says, no, don't worry, I've got something I need to talk to them about, so I'm staying here for the night. Will you come back to my place tomorrow? Exist nods, yes, see you tomorrow. Margie rejoins her crew. Did you find the answer? Fell's face drops, then Note asks, relieved, so, is it a yes? So what's the deal with that girl? What are you planning to do? Don't tell me you're staying here just because you care, got it. Arj snaps back, cold, sharp, and logical. Is that really a choice? Say it again. She locks her gaze on the pyramid's core, her eyes sparkling like she's already planned the next move, because she's done with this place. I'll leave, she says, but not in the shadows. I'll figure out how to talk Existor into letting us go the right way. At the strategy meeting, Zeno slams a critical point on the table, then straight up asks, how do we get out of here? Arj's cold gaze snaps to him as she replies with steely resolve, and she makes it clear. We're leaving ASAP and pushing forward with our journey. Fellnote lays out her plan, and I'm scrambling to craft something peaceful, because I'm desperate to convince Existor and get us out of here together. As a merchant, I love your idea, but is it really that simple? She flicks her gaze to her sword, and steel hardens her face. Maybe this is impossible, so there's only one choice. We go all in and push through anyway. Felnaught's conviction slams into the air as she fires back, asking if it's really a reluctant goodbye. Then she cuts that off immediately, already racing ahead in her head. No, she says, clear as day. I meant that Arj and Cyril are two different people. This crack in Existor's mind was the perfect opening. Tell her the one she cherished didn't return the way she'd prayed for. Kyuzua's senses lock in the theory. Right now I can practically feel it. That spirit girl is clamping down on her own doubts, forcing herself to believe the person in front of her is real. Felnote nodded grimly. Now the road ahead was clear, but it reeked of danger, and with that there was no doubt in our hearts. They were about to turn on us face to face as we threw everything we had at them. The showdown ahead was about to turn into an all-out emotional and physical war. Zeno spots a brutal weak point in their setup, because if our enemy can command golems, getting trapped in the back would be a total nightmare. He jumps at the chance to create a distraction, though the real question hits hard. To get her attention, should I grab a horse and ride straight to her? He heads for the stables. But Arj drops a hidden ace, right there, and since I can talk to Nexil from here, I'm gonna spill the whole thing. They snap into action and lock in their roles fast. Risharu, the stoic elf, steps forward like he's been waiting for this. I'll go too, I have to protect Arj. The others nod right away. All right, Kyuzua-chan rides with Zenokun. And since Arj is the only one who can read their minds, Risharu-san had better be on that side too. The whole team charges ahead with purpose, and their strategy clicks into place. Arj has her own mission, and I've got to make it to Existor-san too. I need to tell her something important. A sharp flash of the spirit girl's lonely face hits her mind, and her resolve hardens like steel. By trusting her companion's call, she whips around to the former knight. Felnaut-san, can you run and get the horses for me? Felnaut nods immediately. Yeah, sure, we've got cues, and you'll get your chance replica with us. Even if those golems corner us, I'm sure we'll figure it out. I'll reach you the second the horses are ready. While the others gear up, Arj whips his gaze to Risharu, and the way she devours provisions feels almost supernatural. Go ahead, munch to your heart's content, but stop for a second and listen to me, okay? I need to talk to the owner of this massive treasure vault, so follow me. Upstairs, Arj strides right up to the elf and confronts her face to face, and the spirit, Sama, looks crushed. Like she's been aching for someone, but that someone is Arj Sama, am I right? Risharu's chewing stops dead. Yeah, you know that, don't you? After a tense beat of silence, she drops her head in a bow, because Arjuna's words hit hard and everything clicks in my mind. And if trouble comes again, I'll pay back what you've done right away. My bow and arrows will be right here, ready to guard you. Then the note drops and the cues scream for you to watch the exchange, because the whole thing leaves you utterly baffled. Felnode lays out the final plan. All right, here's what's happening. Rishir Hussing and I team up to convince her to go along with it. Zeno demands a timeline. When do we start? but before Arj can even speak, Risharu blurts in alarm, "The bowl of sweets is gone, wiped clean." Arch slides 2 heaping platters onto the table like it's a feast, then calmly says, "We'll start tomorrow." As Risharu keeps chewing, Arj watches in stunned silence, sizing up her companion's insane appetite, like a black hole with teeth. She gives herself a sharp nod, like the answer just hit and clicked. Later that night, the mansion fell dead silent. But Arj and Felnot snap awake at once. Felnot san, Arj whispers, "Are you still awake?" And Felnot shoots upright, murmuring, "My instincts say it's the middle of the night." I nodded off, but something woke me up. She flicks her hand with fearless confidence, like she's summoning the very discipline I forged back when I wore the knight's armor. Seeing Arj can't shut her eyes either, she jumps in with a plan. Since we're both up, why not pour some tea? They huddle together, stolen from the world, under the soft glow of moonlight. "Come on, what's wrong?" Arj asks, dropped her eyes into her cup, then just shook her head. "Nothing, I'm kind of nostalgic, that's it." Arj's reflection stares back at her from her own tea, like the universe is messing with her, and she blurts, "Wait, I'm thinking the exact same thing." Smiles spilled out like fireworks from this tiny, fancy box, and yeah, I dragged it all the way from home. It's insanely expensive, trust me. Her smile drops, seriousness flooding in as she digs up the past. Yeah, Felnot San tagged along from the start, trailed me all the way out here, and even brought a lecture for the one who vanished without a single word. Arch shot a glare up from her cup. "So, why'd you do that?" Felnot snaps, her voice steady, and demands, "Why did you follow me clear out of the country? You didn't even know where I was going, yet here we are, somehow being together like this feels so right." She lays out the golden law of companionship. "Listen up, if we walk out without a single word, the other person will blow up with anger and panic with worry." She set her cup down and the sound echoed through the dead quiet, "And that's exactly why I was burning with worry and fury when you vanished, spirit girl. You left me crushed, and yeah, it's not everything, but it's more than enough." The weight of her words crashes into the silence, and Arj finally realizes just how far her friend's loyalty goes. "You met this girl who healed your eyes, and you ended up living together. Yeah, she's a total disaster, but honestly, I had the time of my life anyway." Felnot's eyes soften, but the resolve stays razor-sharp, "Because I'm not letting her down, and I'm not letting you down either. That's my choice. This time I'm staying and I'm protecting you, no matter what." She hands Arj a pastry, a tiny offering that screams, "Peace for now." Then her gaze lands on Arj's sickly pale face. She stretches out her wrist and asks, "You haven't had it in a long time, have you?" The offer is crystal clear, no confusion, no shadows. Arj's vampiric side, crushed and buried for ages, erupts from deep within her. Her primal instincts explode to life, yanking her toward her partner with an unbearable pull. She trembles, barely holding back the urge. "What's wrong?" Felnot asks softly, and then he leans in, still rattled by what that vampire princess told you. "Arj, it's fine if you shove it out of your head. I'm sorry, Felnot-san, could you cut your wrist and hand it to me again, just like last time?" What? Felnot grins, fearless as ever. "I know exactly what a vampire is. I've been fed on before, right back in my night days. I know firsthand what it feels like." She locks eyes with Arj like she finally gets it. "Yeah, you're stubborn, but I figured if it's you, then it's fine for me to do this." Her smile warms me up, and I'm like, "No joke. How could anything top this when it's all because of you?" That sudden jolt snaps Kuzo awake, already morning. Arj eases her back down, whispering, "Nope, it's still midnight. Go back to sleep." The second you cue her, she snaps to it and slips out in total relief, like you've got her completely under control. Outside, the moon hangs overhead, casting a silent glow over the quiet mansion. The very next morning, the whole crew shows up for round 2, fully ready, fully set, and waiting to start the party. Arch stands before a towering wall of doors, her eyes locked on them, no wavering, no fear. "All right, let's go." She rips the doors wide and stares down a long stretch of motionless clay golems, lined up like they're waiting to strike. Their heads jerked toward the intruders, and those dead eyes flared with pure menace, because the trap is officially sprung. The trap snapped shut, then the ceiling exploded with motion, as a dozen mechanical arms poured down in cold precision, claws snapping open like teeth to grab their target. Arj went rigid, blindsided by the sudden ambush that hit. No sound, no warning, just silence. But just as the claws lunged for her, a sudden blur exploded from her side. Arj and Kuzaha screamed her name and snapped out a kamitachi, a razor-sharp wave of wind that sliced straight through the air. The beastkin's raw power tore the mechanical constructs apart, blasting them into a hail of warped metal and screaming sparks. From far away, Felnot narrowed her eyes like a blade and muttered to Zeno, "Looks like they sniffed out our plan sooner than I expected." Zeno stared at the spiraling danger, wondering if they should keep pushing, then Arj snapped into action. "Arj-san, let's go." he urged, but she brushed him off and marched ahead. Lisharu-san, will you give us cover? She called. Lisharu, the dark elf, tightened her resolve like iron. Leave it to me, Arj-sama. Zeno snapped around to the beastkin warrior. Kuzaha, I'm handing Ari and Ria to you. And when Kuzaha locked eyes with him, her face turned iron-hard. I won't let anything touch them, not a scratch. While her companions bolted to safety, Arj fixed her sights on the enemy, and dark, crushing energy twisted around her hand like a living shadow. She yanked her blade free, and the steel began to sing as her vampiric power surged through it. She burst into the fight like a storm, her blade biting through golem after golem, while Lisharu dropped from above with an arrow nocked and ready to unleash. Lisharu Valeria stepped in, snapped her name into the air, and shouted that she was about to unleash her own brutal assault. Hold on, are you seriously about to throw magic at us? Kuzaha snapped as Lisharu raised her hands, but the elf didn't even flinch, pouring out an incantation that cut through the air. Hear me, chamomile flower Hayasha Yusui. A colossal pillar of pure magic exploded from the ground, and its brutal power left Kuzaha staring. Oh my, wow, that makes his whole act look weak, doesn't it? Arj watched her friends pull off a perfect retreat. Felnotsen and Zenosen were already gone, and with every ounce of strength I've got, I'm going to crush them. Lisharu kept her face calm, like she already knew the outcome, and her confidence didn't budge for a second. If I'm only going to loose arrows at them, then I'll just summon more until it's over. With a sharp whisper, she loosed her power. Lightning detonated from her bow, blazing and crackling into a wild web of energy that swallowed the whole corridor. Is this lightning magic? Kuzaha blurted, staring as the bolts ripped through the golems and fried their systems, and Lisharu just nodded. Yep, the bow's got another trick too. It boosts both the shot's power and its range. As the machines surged closer, ARJ barked fresh orders. Lisharu-san, keep at it. And Kuzaha-chan, I need some fire magic now. Arj spun through the chaos, slipping past clawing hands and roaring energy blasts. Seriously, are you kidding me? She huffed, because the endless crowd of enemies was starting to crush her. Meanwhile, Felno carved her own path of destruction, and then it hit her like a lightning bolt. That girl wasn't who she thought she was. Arj was different, messing with her head so hard that Felno shoved her tangled feelings aside, even mixing her memories up with the wrong person. Ridiculous. She roared. With a savage swing of her sword, she cut through yet another wave of attackers, blasting a path right out of my way. Zeno fought right beside her and she snapped, Zeno, do you need help over there? Before he smoothly blocked the next attack like he'd been doing it forever. I've got it, don't worry. I'm starting to get used to this. He shot her a quick look. The horses are down on the lower levels. We've still got a long haul. Don't worry, I'll be fine. I'm not going to slow you down. Felnote's resolve hardened like steel, and that's exactly what I wanted to hear. The memory hit me hard, and sure enough, they're not going to slaughter the horses. Arj has latched onto that one black horse, and if anything happened to it, she'd be devastated. I don't want to see Arj crushed, so let's go. Her determination was ironclad, and I swore right then I'd protect that girl no matter what. Arjed looks totally peaceful. Zeno caught Felnot totally flustered. Felnot-san, what are you even saying? She blurted, then tried to untangle the mess in her heart. She wanted to comfort Arj, but it felt like she didn't have the right. It's nothing, don't worry about it. She wasn't snapping at anyone. She was just burning with frustration like, if we'd only had a little more time. Right in the middle of the battle, Zeno totally misread her rage. Felnotsen, you're blowing up at her. She shrugged off his worry with a brutal strike and shot back. I'm not angry. I'm just using the skill to wipe these things out. Then he pressed, so you're saying that's not anger, because it sounds like you're angry right now. The battlefield roared on as Kuzaha blasted a fresh swarm of golems into ashes with her Himawari fox fire. Just how many are there? Feels like we've already wiped out around 40. Right beside her, the arch-chanted one shouted, Wind, heed my call. Lisharu, the relentless artillery that never slows down, loosed another enchanted arrow and blew the golem to scrap. They hesitate just long enough to read their enemy. So what's the move now? This is trouble because they don't fear death, they don't bleed losses, and their morale won't break for a second. They're just going to charge back at us, relentlessly, over and over. There was only one way, hit the source and end it. And now I'm stuck asking, where the heck is Exister-san? Bet she's in her room, up on the top of that peak. Yuzaha blasted another wave of flames, and I swear I'm sick of seeing the same faces keep showing up. Fox fire, flame balsam. Arch shot a direction straight toward the very top floor you could spot through that window, where Exister's room sits somewhere deep inside, right at the extreme end of it. And up there too, Cyril-san's room, and maybe even a golem production factory, likely perched above the main gold vault at the very top. Lisharu stayed rock-steady, no problem. If this keeps up, I can keep shooting for another half-day. Kuzaha scoffed, then snapped, I'm not even winded. The trio kicked into a sprint, pushing even deeper into the fortress. Kuzaha abruptly shot his finger toward a massive doorway. Arch-san, look over there. Isn't that exactly where they're forging those golems? Arj leaned in with sharp caution, her eyes flaring as she stared at row after row of golems frozen in silence. Are you getting bored of this? She muttered, and an unsettling tingle crawled over her senses. She whipped around to the others. Before anything else, we take this place. We're cutting off the golem's supply now. They charged forward, and right then, a heavy, freezing unease crawled over her. Something feels off, doesn't it? Lisharu voiced the exact worry I couldn't shake. Yeah, it's like we're not being threatened at all, right? Then it hit me. The Gold Vault Cyril's protected isn't just legendary all the way from the Demon Lands. It's famous for being unbelievably secure. No intruder has ever broken in until now. And guess who got inside from the very beginning? Us. Too easy. That's not an invitation, it's a trap. A sharp gasp tore out of Arch's lips. The ceiling above them split with a vicious snap, and then blasted downward like an avalanche. A colossal golem, towering over every other one, crashed into the ground with a thunderous slam, smashing the foundation under the weight of its sheer size. A blast shockwaved Arj into the dirt. Boom. Arj-san, are you okay? Kuzawa shouted as she came sprinting over, but Bushy Hair-chan didn't even seem to notice. Arj shook her head to clear the ringing. Yeah, I'm fine. Kuzawa-chan, sorry. Lisha Renault stayed beside her, and the look on her face screamed self-blame and regret. Arch shoved herself up, eyes snapping to the massive automaton towering over them. Its metallic form slammed between everything, and the light disappeared. Oh, Cyril Existar spoke, but not to them. Can't you spare me a moment? And don't worry, I made damn sure not to actually hit Cyril. Her chilling gaze snapped onto Arj and the others, then she hissed like poison. Whoever tries to trick Cyril, I'm punishing you right now. I'm not Cyril. Existar. Kuzaha snapped with fury. What? We did nothing like that. But Existar kept going, her voice dripping with twisted devotion. I've always stood by Cyril, and I've guarded you more than anyone else. I've understood you. So why won't you hear me? Kuzaha's patience hit a wall, because even she could tell this wasn't just talk. Cyril must have been messing with her. Kuzaha slammed her foot down in pure frustration. The cat's out of the bag, so both of you knock it off and stop dragging her off course. And when she said that, you could tell Arj-sama's intentions just weren't landing on her. I'm struggling to make sense of it, but she didn't just exist or quietly raise her staff. She did it with purpose. Now exterminate Golden Forest. Bring my Cyril back to me. The giant golem roared awake, and in an instant its movement snapped faster, every single attack smashing down like it was 100 times stronger. Arch snapped his counter, firing off a burst of dark energy that slammed into the oncoming machine, now then crushed them. But the assault kept crashing down on them. So many more were out there, and Kuzaha screamed, how many of you are there left? Just sit there and watch the chaos like a cold scientist, huh? The giant golem's size, and the way it'll guard the inside if the invasion actually succeeds, creates a real nightmare. She flicked her hand like it didn't matter. All right, I'll deal with that later. Right now, every single one of you has to die so Cyril can be handed back to me. Lisharulet loosed another arrow, then it crumbled harmlessly against the golem's armor. I couldn't even halt their charge. She stared in pure disbelief. Existar only gave a faint, chilling smile. Satisfied now, and that's the real defensive power behind Cyril's grand vault. A colossal metal fist snapped through the air and slammed Kuzaha, sending her crashing hard to the floor. The numbers kept stacking up without end, then another brutal strike came down, and a wall of dark energy slammed into it. Protective mist spiraled around Arj as the tiny golems came swarming back in, trapping her in the chaos again. A fresh voice sliced through the chaos. Cyril, are you finally coming to your senses? And there stood Felnote, defiantly perched on the giant golem she'd somehow scaled. Existar snapped her gaze upward, face still locked in place. I am not Cyril. Felnote's tone didn't shake. Oh, I'm pretty sure you are, because I say so. Felnote's words hit like a direct dare, like she's been trying to bait me because I know exactly how Cyril shaped her, how she was made by him, raised by him, loved by him. They were tied together tight, and Felnote didn't just know she needed her. She couldn't survive without her asterisk, and I get why. She stared back at her own lonely past, the era when she couldn't connect with anyone or forge a single real bond. Existar's voice turned ice cold. Now tell me, do you really understand Existar? So, what do you make of it? Felnote's eyes snapped from Arj to the mage, and then, boom, Arj gasped. If you really get what I'm saying, why can't you tell I'm not who you think? It's because you're Cyril. Her voice shook, and all those messy, broken memories spilled out. You've told me so many stories, MMM. Yeah, the mage said, because those tales were our memories. Arj swallowed hard. I'd remember them no matter what. No, Felnote roared from below. You're wrong, Cyril, that's you. But Existar didn't budge, resolute as steel. No, I'm what's left after Cyril's magic powers shattered. Velnote's calm snapped at last. Her eyes shimmered like tears were moments away. I get why you hurt, she said, but don't dump your past failures on me. You're back with me now, and this time I'll be the shield around you. Images of Arja's whole world ripped through her mind, her friends, her loyal companions, and the family she'd fought to build. Two identities crushed down on her at once. She gasped, I am Cyril. Then something in her snapped into place, no more doubt. Her own power surged alive, her will flared bright, and her voice rang out clean and fearless, blazing with the force of her true self, Argento Vampire. Argent perches on a giant chess piece and stares down at the chaos she just unleashed, then murmurs, the Cyril you told me about, her voice curling through the weird chamber, part truth, part bias. She's always going to outshine me, no matter what I do. She starts praising this phantom rival, one virtue after another, yet the whole list reeks of self-doubt. Cyril, of course, is smarter, more ladylike, and actually cares about people. She doesn't sleep in every morning or spend her afternoons napping. And honestly, if I had the choice, I'd sleep like a champion. Give me at least 30 hours a day. But Existor's eyes blaze with desperate fire as she slams this story shut. Like, why are you trying to forget who you truly are, swallowing these lies like they're truth? She breaks down and screams. In her head, a picture of perfect, studious Cyril flashes, right against the exact friend she knows. Kuzaha refuses to let it slide. No, she won't. Her voice blasts out, trembling with pure conviction. Cyril is right in front of me, don't you dare say that. A ghostly version of herself flickers in her mind, whispering a brutal warning. Keep going like this and the real Cyril will vanish, and you won't come back, she'll disappear for good. Existor stands her ground, her resolve hardening like steel, while Cyril, no matter where you look, is the reason it's time to wake up. Suddenly, Kuzaha snaps, frustration spilling over in a burst of raw power that makes Existor freeze in shock. Cyril, Cyril, Cyril. She bellows all over again, and she's done hearing it. So tell me, is there seriously nothing else you can talk about? She launches her voice like a thunderclap of truth. Yeah, that's from me, Kuzaha, and from you, Existor-san, and over there. That's Arjun-san. Her eyes snap onto Existor, and pure righteous rage surges through her. Arjun is right here. I don't even know if Cyril's alive. I don't know what kind of person she truly was, so what difference does any of that make? Existor yelps as her grip slips. Shut up, don't get in our way. But Kuzaha won't budge, standing her ground like a living shield for her friend. She's always dozing and always hungry, a total little mess too, but she's kind, brave, and someone I'm proud to have at my side, so don't you dare force my precious friend to become someone she is. Fury erupts as Existor snaps her command, Golem, crush her, and the giant explodes into a blinding burst of energy. Akusaha moves impossibly fast, splitting into identical clones that slip the blast at supernaturally slick speed. The clones hit the ground, ring the golem, and grim faces lock in like they're ready to crush it. No Existor lets out a bone-chilling shriek, her obsession finally torn open. Cyril stays at my side, and this time I'm not letting her slip away. But Argent, trapped in that psychic storm, can't even lift her bow to fight back. Existor lunges forward with everything she's got, her attack aimed straight at the defiant fox spirit, like she's daring it to move. If you're going to resist, then get out of my way. But one question slams in the air. Is it really that important to you? Her staff slams into the ground, and her voice oozes with lonely nihilism. She's my friend. Yeah, my friend, but friends? Useless. If something's useless, it should just be gone. Existor, please stop. Argent begs, don't you see what you're about to do? Are you really going to wipe it all out and shove yourself back into loneliness again? A shadowy aura clamps down on Existor as her real, desperate voice finally rips through. Then just admit it. Say you're Cyril. I'm done with the lies and the people lying to me. I've been waiting here this whole time, guarding this place even though I was dying to go find you. Her voice shatters with the weight of centuries. Asterisk, you said you'd return, so tell me, how long has it really been? I'm done standing here by myself. I hate this loneliness. Don't you dare leave me alone again. She reaches out and the pain hits like a specter, pure anguish. So stop messing around and come back to me. Save me and quit pretending to yourself because I. Her hand reaches into the empty air and claws toward a ghost. Kuzaha's clones talk in perfect sync, their voices cutting out a cold truth you can't ignore. Because even if you're wrong, some people still don't come back, and sometimes there's just no such thing as a happy ending. She stares at Existor and sees her own pain staring back like, aren't you drowning in the same damn boat? Her voice surges like a beacon against the crushing despair, yet even so, the people we love won't ever return. Sure, loneliness can fade when you forge new bonds and friendships, but fate won't undo what's gone, and a someone can't be replaced. Her clones blast out in perfect unison, pure defiance. There's no replacing Cyril for you, she roars, and then her voice cuts deeper. And for me, it's my precious friends. A brutal power surge erupts from her. So tell me, if my powers aren't strong enough, what does this mean? And seriously, can you stop staring down at me already? Her clones keep multiplying. She can buy a demitail clone, and the whole thing explodes from there. 4 perfect copies stand there, ready to unleash disaster, 4 weasels of chaos, and they're shocking everyone. Kuzaha's voice cuts through the air, ironclad and final. You're not taking my precious friends from me. The 4 clones rip loose with their full power, blasting one unstoppable wave of energy that smashes into the golem and tears its magical form apart into 1,000 glittering shards. As the dust finally clears, Kuzaha snaps into action and makes a lightning calculation. Existers are definitely going down, and they're going to slam into the ground. As everyone predicted, she drops out of the wreckage like a stone. Then Argent shoots in out of nowhere, a silver blur, and snatches her before she smashes the hard floor. She scoops up the unconscious elf and drops to the ground with a gentle thud, landing right in the middle of the wreckage. The hit lands softly, but after everything that brutal violence, it feels like a cruel, jarring calm. Her friends burst into tears of relief, shouting her name as if they'd just gotten her back from the brink. Moments later, Exister jolts awake, cradled in Argent's arms. She snaps her gaze up, clear as day for the first time. You are Argent Vamper. Argent extends a hand, offering pure peace. There we go, Argent. Argent snatches it, then the air goes still, like a silent pact clicks into place between them. Argent, nice to meet you. Exister. At last, the truth finally spills out. Cyril, I don't even know if she's alive, or how she's holding up, and Argent murmurs it like it hurts. But the real punchline is this: I was born for her. Still, I'm not her. I'm Argent, no doubt about it. Then it hits everyone, like it dawns all at once. She freezes in place, then drops her head and blurts, I'm sorry for everything up to now, Argent. She drops the missing piece of the puzzle. Vampires are born when magic takes hold. Then she leans in and asks, have you heard of Antares? Because the last letter Cyril sent came from right there. A soft, gentle smile curls across Argent's lips. I swear I'm stitched together from the leftover magic Cyril left behind. The Argent Muse's part is the only thing we share. And listen, I'm not the person you're hunting. I'm her in name, but my mind and my dreams run completely different. The idea of staying trapped under that shadow makes the pain hit like a punch. Later, Exister bows low. Thank you, Argent. Argent shakes it off and says, don't worry, sorry I couldn't reach you sooner. Exister stared at her with wet, trembling eyes, because I was about to lose something important to me all over again. If we'd kept things the way they were, something precious would have shattered, and this could have been the end. Once the chaos finally fades, Argent shoots her hand out again, because now she's ready to talk, and this time it's gonna be friends. Exister is absolutely bursting with joy, no doubt about it. I've heard what happened to Antares. The city got wrecked, and I can't forget it, she told Argent. The city's administrator steps forward, and he blurts out, thanks for everything. Then he leans in with real conviction, no matter what hits us, you'll always be welcome here. And right after that, he drops his voice, protective and serious. I swear, I don't want a single scratch on my cute little sister. His sudden possessiveness makes everyone glare at him. So what, a fell note. We'd still protect her no matter what, but your abrupt claim of seniority is driving me crazy. Fellnote stammers shrank in embarrassment, but Argent swept in and reassured everyone. Because yeah, everyone's been dependable, yet I'm still fully capable of protecting myself. Why not take 30 of those giant golems with you? Someone blurts out, and before the idea can even land, Argent snaps back, no, stop. The whole crew argues over her leaving, but Exister won't shut up. All right, listen up, you guys. I don't care how many times I have to say it, she's my little sister, so you make sure she comes back safe and sound. Argent whips around to Exister for a final goodbye. All right, Exister, I'm gone. Exister softly tells her, come back soon. On the road, Kuzaha looks completely at ease, and I finally meant it when I said goodbye this time. She whips around to face Argent. Thank you so much, she says, voice trembling with real sincerity. For staying right beside me when I lost my mother. Yeah, it's all you. Because of you, I could finally lay my loneliness to rest, and honestly, without you there, I'd never have been able to lecture Exister like that. She vows her loyalty with iron certainty, so whenever you're in trouble, Arg-san, I'll always stand right by your side. She grabs Arjun's hand and whispers, to me, you're an irreplaceable piece of my life. Arjun's eyes soften, and then there it is, a rare, honest smile spreads across her face as she blurts, thank you so much. Meanwhile, in the city, Exister slips into a hidden library. Argent Vamper, my sister, was born from the leftover magic of Cyril, and she's staring down a battered tome she swears is written in the language of ancient spirits. I can't read a single word. Then bam, a fresh figure pops up, her exact twin, Cyril Exister. The girl blurts and she immediately shakes her head. That hurts -1 point. Exister snaps. I'm not Cyril, pleased to meet you. She steps up and says her name, Cyril. I'm an artificial spirit, built built to guard the memories stored here, and yeah, if you're asking what role I fit, I'm pretty sure I'm the little sister in this whole setup. She leans in and offers up her secrets, then she tells you to slow down and listen, everything Cyril remembers, and every truth she's been dying to share with you. Cyril kept his eyes glued to the window, staring into the past, because I was put here to carry her, just in case she never made it back. Exister feels the weight of her duty crash down on her, and I just mutter, I see. Cyril's note waited there for Cyril, just like Exister had been waiting for Argent. Cyril admits a little awkward, it's kinda sudden to ask you to leave after just meeting you, isn't it? And he asks why Exister is apologizing too, his voice soft and gentle. She could feel that crushing loneliness the spirit must have been drowning in. Let's ditch Cyril note for a name. Exister says that name feels like a job title, not a real identity, so then what am I supposed to be called? The two sisters huddle close, staring at a brand new future starting right now. All right, Exister says, from this point on we've got all the time in the world, so let's talk. Not only about Cyril's memories, but about everything that's coming next. Cyril note slips her a hand and says, yeah, that sounds perfect. Felnote let out a huge yawn, straight up drained, apologizing as she mumbled, sorry, I'm just wrecked. I can't stick to my 30-hour sleep cycle at all. Arch snapped her gaze back at her, reading the shift in her face. Come on, get up. We've got work to do. Felnote groaned loud, then grudgingly hauled herself up, knowing she had no choice. Right in front of them, a massive sailing ship came to rest at the shore. Felnote stared at the ship, worry creeping in. Are we really going to be okay? While Arj was already down there testing the rope, all her focus locked on the job in front of her. Normally, a ship this huge would need a whole crew of sailors, but Felnote still hesitated. Arj just glanced back and said, with the blood contract you told me about, it can sail on its own, no rowing needed. Then Arj's voice went flat. The sleeping power is the heart of the contract. Fel's eyes snapped wide with a jolt of panic. Wait, did you just flick your gaze away like that with pure nerve? Fine, I'll go grab the others. In the clearing nearby, the three Beastkin clone soldiers snap to attention as golden plums glitter, and one grins, we're good on our side, Ballas, it's your turn. While another confirms, the cargo's already on board, cheerful as they add, roger that. Zeno shoved the reins into Arj's hands. Good, then I'll wrangle the horses. The shady hair stuff is yours to handle. Arj just nodded, and Zeno shot back. All right, take care of it, out on the seas, he won't do a thing. I'll use that time to let him rest easy. She spun toward the gorgeous black stallion, stroking its mane and snapped, play nice with the other horses, got it, seedy hair. The horse seemed to get it, and Arj stared one last time before turning back to the ship. On the deck, the dark elf Risharu stared out over the ocean, boat trip time, and Arj Samum leaned in, grinning, asking if this was her first. Of course, Arj said. Then Arj turned to Risharu-san. Risharu didn't answer right away. Her eyes drifted. I may know ships and boats, but crossing out of the magical continent, that's brand new for me. Still, she pressed on, her voice dripping with grim memories, because back when I was a slave, they hauled me away on a ship from right there. I've got the direction locked in and the map tattooed in my memory, every twist, every turn. Arj just sat there, listening in silence, soaking up the elf's whole past like it mattered. And for Risharu, this isn't some casual trip, it's a voyage with real weight behind it. The moment the ship hit the open sea, it slammed and lurched forward, waves battering its hull again and again with brutal, unstoppable fury. Risharu stumbled hard, snapping her hand up to her mouth as the whole world tipped sideways. Kuzuha, steady as a rock, dashed straight to Arj's side. Arj-san, are you okay? But Arj barely moved, standing there stone still, totally unshaken by the vessel's violent lurch, leaving Kuzuha blinking in disbelief at her master's insane calm. Down below, Zeno and Felno were getting hammered by the seas, huddled against the wall, pale and miserable, fighting nausea like it was trying to drag them under. You're a lifesaver, Kuzuha-chan. Seeing you up and about is a relief, Arch said calmly. If I'm the only one good to go, it's going to be a pain. Once we hit the magical continent, I just want to flop around and do nothing for a bit. Kuzuha stared back, confused. You find everything bothersome, don't you? A crushing dark aura rolled off Arj. Yeah, I'm worthless good for nothing. I'm just dust in the corner of a window, collecting, rotting away. Kuzuha flinched a little. I didn't go that far. Then Kuzo changed the subject and thrust a piece of clothing into the moment. Hey, you're here, and that already helps a ton. Thanks, this outfit will fit you perfectly. It was nothing fancy, just a simple, practical apron and it's. Kuzuha told me it's one of the most loved, perfect outfits for girls working in the Republic, and then I went and made myself the same match. Arch shrugged it on, and then the two of them stood shoulder to shoulder. Kuzo Hitchin, it looks good on you too. In the ship's galley, they whipped up a simple meal. Arj stirred a pot of porridge and said, looks like Risharu-san's seasickness left us with a surplus of ingredients. Yeah, she added, seasickness won't kill you, but I'd be lying if I said I'm not worried, especially when her appetite's still hanging in there. Kyuzuha looked worried, so I went to check her just now, but she's not improving at all. We shouldn't need more than 5 cups of porridge. Arj paused. Still, it doesn't feel like she's lost her appetite. Kyuzo was drenched in sweat, like his appetite was in full panic mode. Yeah, not going there. On deck, Arj leaned on the railing and stared at the roaring waves like it was the most boring thing in the world. Felnote crouched by the railing, looking ghost pale, hunching like she couldn't even breathe. Arch, tell me we're finally at the magical continent, she groaned. I swear, the wind feels amazing. Zenokun says this season's brutal, Arj groaned, slumping against the mast. How long is this going to keep up? Last time I was on a ship, it never felt this rough. If we're getting this treatment, we're gonna be stuck like this clear to the destination. She shot her hand forward, searching for a way to ignite the moment, like that first spark right here. A faint glow flickered between them and the note snapped straighter. You're feeling better. Arj, is it really okay to burn mana like that? I'll get it back in no time, don't worry about it, Arj shot back. Then I'll take this chance to enjoy you spoiling me. Velnot forced a weak smile. Sorry, I'm not much help here, she mumbled. Arj cut in with a calm reassurance. It's okay. This ship runs on its own. We don't need extra hands. For now, get some rest. The vampires will handle it. We'll probably be stuck in this for a few more days before it's finally over, so we should stay ready. Arch threw herself back into her vigil and stared out at the endless gray water like it would never end. Suddenly, a heavy, unnatural fog surged across the sea, swallowing everything, and a cold shiver ripped straight through her spine. It digs into your bones, doesn't it? Felnote murmured, her unease swelling. So what's so weird about this fog? Arch's eyes snapped into a narrow glare, and a low crackle slithered through the mist. What's about to show up, and is it magic? The sea around them started ripping and churning like it had a mind of its own. Shoals were shooting upward, and whatever was coming next was way, way worse. From where they stood, they watched the water rise fast, trapping their ship in a tightening, deadly pocket. Ard surged forward, her voice slicing through the roar of the water. Something's down there. Who are you? Show yourself. A disembodied voice boomed from the dark depths like, so you're the ones we kidnapped and snagged. Wait till you lay eyes on us. The tone stayed calm, even a little playful, but the threat was ice cold. Honestly, it'd be a shame if the people on that ship got caught in this mess, so do you want me to crush you all right here? Turbulent water churned and surged until it snapped into a towering wall around them. Then a booming voice called, Welcome, guests. Come on in, we'll show you our territory. Felnote clenched her jaw. I don't even know what they look like. If we start a fight in the ocean right now, we're gambling with something that can seemingly crush our ship, and it's about to get brutally bloody. Arj snapped her decision in an instant. All right, lead the way. The voice chuckled, Kyufufu, a wise choice. Felnote stared at her master, alarm blazing. Arj, also my pride, I'm totally out of mana. So there's no room to bargain, the voice said, and then, wait, come here. Let us embrace you in our arms. A shimmering curtain of water magic surged to life, wrapping their whole ship inside one huge, flawless bubble of air. What are you even going on about? Felnote snapped, then the voice shot back. We're the ocean demons, the so-called merfolk, trade names when we meet face to face. And as their little enclosed ship started to drop, small schools of fish streamed by. Kyuzuha and the others burst onto the deck, their mouths falling open as they stared at the impossible sight. Looks like we're getting marched along, hand in hand, with merfolk, and Fel noted it with a grim stare. And yeah, these aren't just fish folk, they're demi-humans who call the ocean home, in every variety and type you can imagine. The ship kept dropping, silent and straight into the abyss. What happened? Risharu blurted out, looking a little steadier now that the shaking finally stopped. Arch turned to her. I'll explain it to Risharu-san after. Only I can make sense of what's going on with her. And honestly, we don't even know what kind of situation we're in right now. Dark waters finally parted, and boom, this glowing world of coral and wild, exotic marine life burst into view. Speaking of which, I heard the queen of the merfolk's castle is out here, lurking in the ocean, right near the magical continent, and Arj couldn't help but muse it out loud. Risharu drank in the info, and for once, the good part showed up. We're close to the magical continent, so they're not sinking our ship yet. Still, they've got a reason for snagging us, and Arj snapped, all right, let's hear it. I'm just grateful my body isn't in immediate danger, so let's rip through this fast, get our answers, and break free. Felnote gasped and pointed downward. How on earth was he seeing all the way to the bottom? Right below them, tucked among the coral and volcanic vents, lay a sprawling, breathtaking city. Coral palaces and gleaming stone halls rose from the seabed, stitched together by bright bridges that pulsed like living light, while merfolk drifted through the streets, trading rumors and carrying on like the ocean itself was home. Zeno froze in total silence, because this wasn't just any place, it was a whole town, sitting deep in the ocean like it was waiting to be found. I'd heard there was a queen among the merfolk, but I never, ever thought I'd see this with my own eyes. Their bubble ship floated toward the city center, gliding in soft silence as the ride reached its final stop. The guide's voice rang out one final time, "So tell me, did I just hook you with our land?" With a thunderous thud, she dropped onto the ship's railing like it was nothing, regal mermaid energy, flowing green hair whipping in the wind, and that looked like she owned the sea itself. "Ho ho, this is my first time on a ship that won't break. You're kidding, right?" And then she stumbled for a heartbeat, wobbling as her balance slipped. "All right, guests, watch me," she boomed, striking a dramatic pose. "Relax, I'm the one who runs the seabed city and rules it with my own hands." Right after her grand speech hit the air, she slipped, stumbled, and went tumbling backward over the railings, splash. They all froze in stunned silence. She took the hit. "Cuso, plain as day," Felnode said. "Yeah, she definitely got hit," he added again. Arch-Zama Zeno leaned in and whispered, "Is this a good situation for us?" I honestly don't know." Just a second later, the merfolk queen burst back to the surface, coughing and sputtering like she'd been underwater fighting for her life. She pinned you with a savage glare. "What you just witnessed. That was the warm-up. You lot didn't see what really happened. Got it, A-okay, take number 2, action." She sprang back onto the railing and landed perfectly this time. "Fuha. Well done, my guests. You finally stepped into my seabed city." Then the queen of the merfolk, Cutie Era, declares, "Welcome." Arj and her crew just stared, faces mixing pure confusion with sharp, calculated judgment, sizing up their wild, theatrical captor. She looks like a normal girl, but her instincts are screaming, "That's not what you think." And the blood reading, it says she's insanely powerful, so yeah, I'm not about to push my luck and upset her. "That's right," the queen snapped. "This is my domain, the Tiswarus demons of the sea live." Then she pointed and the whole underwater city came into view, a sprawling ocean floor masterpiece where even aquatic monsters dared to make their homes. Ange stared hard at the queen's words, and the queen let out a chuckle about aquatic monsters, like that giant squid, then added, "Don't go expecting it to fit anywhere. It's too big so that bisque call can't just house it wherever you'd like." "All right then, queen of the underwater city," Ange started, but the ruler snapped a dismissive wave and cut her off. "Seethalichin is fine, call me that if you want, I've already thought it through." The ruler's gaze sharpened. "Right now holding our footing is everything, so tell me, what do you need from us, Seethalichin?" Tilla's eyes sparkled with curiosity. "This is pretty simple, really. You didn't drag us here just to let us settle in. The conditions are brutal, and everyone knows it. You cut through my territory, even with the seas wrecked this time of year, so tell me, what's your real reason?" Retention's attention snapped to the rest of the party. "Oh ho," her gaze slammed onto the dark elf. "Right, we promised we'd descend that dark elf to their doorstep." Ange nodded, confirming dark elves truly live in demon territory. The queen leaned in, all curiosity and tension. "Ah, so this is what a dark elf is really like." With zero sense of personal space, Scythilla leaned in and stared at the dark elf like she'd just unlocked a treasure chest. "Oh ho, what a fascinating outfit. Let me get a closer look." The dark elf jerked back, shocked by the queen's way too close inspection. And Sama, what is she? Please don't tug on that." Then the queen snapped her focus onto the foxskin, her sharp, analytical stare burning hard. "You, and thou are a foxskin. I need a closer look." Richelle tried to step in, but the queen cut her off. "Looks like she hasn't seen a dark elf before, so just bear with it." The human companion jerked back, totally stunned by the queen's weird move. Then he blurted, "A giant sea slug. Why are you saying it like that? Do you see a demon?" While he stammered and jabbed his finger at the creature nearby. Cetilla finally snapped her gaze to Ange, then blurts, "What about Thou? Because Thou isn't quite human, not even close, and somehow the demi-human has a magical link to this very boat." Ange flinched as Cetilla leaned in and slammed shut, and a sharp squeak shot out of her. Then the queen lit up, grinning like, "Oh my, what a cute little squeal." She gently patted Ange's head, so soft it caught him off guard, and when she said, "Thou art adorable," Ange just froze, completely flustered, and managed a small, quiet, sure thanks. After that weird little display, Cetilla finally snapped back, stretched out like she had all the time in the world, and then Uffam, of all people, asked, "So, what do you guys want already?" Ange fought to wrestle back control of the chaos. "Haven't I told you already? You've got my attention," she said, stopping hath I not. "So don't act like that, slow down." Cethalip clocked the sly smirk curling on Ange's face, but Ange kept pushing forward. "Look, we're in a rush, so the faster we end this, the better." Suddenly, Ange felt the water shift under her, and her foot slid just a little. Then Cetilla's grin vanished as she warned, "You can't leave my underwater domain without my say-so, so tell me, are you trapping us in here?" You don't get to call your kidnapped guests guests. You just growl the warning, and her stories bristle with every word. See, Tilla just broke into a laugh. Hey, hey, don't rush, don't rush. While Jask tried to smooth things over, whispering, come on, let's calm down, okay. But the queen's next words froze every single one of them. Once you step into my city, you won't be thinking about leaving anymore. Tilla's eyes blazed with unsettling confidence, and Aang couldn't help but ask, you're oddly sure of yourself. The queen squared her shoulders and smirked, of course. I'm flawless, so every city I build will be flawless too. Zeno stepped forward with a slight bow, and right away he leaned in. So, Your Highness, you want us to realize how priceless your city is. That's it, isn't it? See Tilla grind, and just like that, you're finally starting to get it. Zeno snapped that it all felt sudden, so he asked for a moment. Please, can we step back and talk it through between ourselves? The queen paused, hummed, and finally nodded. All right then, I'll allow it. Zeno snapped his head toward his companions and hissed, we should team up with her for now. He clocked every detail with sharp, icy logic. Queen C. Tilla's curious about them, but she's also trying to show them something. So yeah, this is basically a business meet. And honestly, it's not surprising if a sheltered young lady is a little self-centered, even if we still don't know what she's really after. He shot a glance at the massive city all around them, and I can't help but think we'll know for sure once we tour it, just like she asked. Zeno's thoughts sprinted as he cooked up a plan, so you want us to just play along. Fine, but all I'm chasing is getting everyone out safe and unharmed. If we don't learn each other, negotiating gets brutal. This is my first move, and yeah, it may sound selfish, but since we're stuck in this forced mess, we'd better squeeze something useful out of it. Queen C. Tilla, she looks harmless, almost innocent. So I'll have to win her trust, even if I need to bend the truth to do it. His companions leaned in, staring with pure confusion and real worry on their faces. Kuzwa snapped, she's too pure to bargain with. The rest pointed out C. Tilla's sweet and honest, but way too soft, like she doesn't even get a single word that's being said. Ange nodded along with Zeno's take, because starting this mess at all when nobody's willing to try is just lazy as hell. And yeah, I guess we're stuck here for a while. Zeno locked in the plan and said, all right, I'll tell Richelson everything. Tell her I'll move as fast as I can to finish it up. Then he nodded like he meant it. Got it. I'll handle the queen. You've got this, Zeno-kun. And just like that, their wild tour of the impossible underwater city kicked off. They were stunned to spot a food cart staffed by a multi-armed chef, grilling fish over a roaring open flame while it blazed under the waves, and Ange took a bite of the meal he offered. Delicious, she gasped. Oh, I'm so glad you gotta try this too. The chef leaned in, grinning. Sure, thank you very much. Zeno spun toward the vendor, eyebrows raised. Wait, how are you grilling fish underwater? The answer hit like a shock. This whole place was built by Sithalasama's magic, and that's when the story kept going. The chef let out a chuckle, but I'm just running a food cart, so yeah, I'm lost too. Down here, land lung breathers and gill breathers can live side by side, and they even fire up flames like we're not underwater at all. As they pushed through the crowded streets, unease kept creeping into Ange's chest, then a citizen stopped her. Hey, silver-haired guest, where are you going today? Ange blinked, half distracted, just looking for a nice place to nap. Another citizen shoved a local delicacy into her hands. So, how's it going? And when she took a bite and praised it, she gave him a polite smile, but deep down, she was already starting to have some real fun. Her gaze swept across the city, twisted architecture, laws of physics that didn't make sense, and a wave of gut-level familiarity hit so hard she could barely breathe. Wait, where have I seen this place before? As they pressed on, one of their companions suddenly pointed out her hair. She flashed a smile, then it hit you, yeah, that kind of thing. Good, you think, since you're a girl after all. So you want something, you ask, and she just shakes her head. No, it's nothing urgent. Then they got handed a bowl packed with tiny green pearls that looked way too magical to be real. Here, take some. Oh, look, grapes. Ange bites into one, but her mind is still racing somewhere else. Turns out they grow them right here. And wow, what a pretty city, huh? You agree too, Felnot-san. My companion nodded too. Yeah, it's weirdly peaceful down there, super well run, with no huge wealth gap and no sign of any orphans at all, which honestly shocked me. Because the ocean is packed with monsters so dangerous, I figured the place would be total chaos. I kept nodding, still stunned. I've never seen anything like this, and I can't believe there's a real, proper city sitting at the bottom of the sea. I'm not pretending I knew every secret about the world, but come on, it's a big one, isn't it? And hey, it's kind of fun to admit I was wrong. That weird deja vu wouldn't let go, and she couldn't shake it, so she stared up at the city's spires and muttered, why do I feel this? It was exactly what Felnot-san said. This place was unlike anywhere they'd ever been. As Andres fought her own memories, Zeno sank into his analysis, drifting in the water like it owned him. This place feels right, he murmured, his sharp eyes snapping from detail to detail. The first time I step into a town, I always hunt for their roads first, because the moment I see them clean and perfectly kept, I know I'm in a place worth staying. And yeah, it's an underwater city with all kinds of races who don't even have to walk, yet they still keep proper roads everywhere. His thoughts snapped into place, so what's the queen really after? A space that's almost flawless. In the Republic's tongue, there's a word for a city made so perfectly that everything it uses was produced right there inside its walls. A word suddenly crashed into his memory. What was it again? Arcology. Right then, Ange overheard and her eyes widened. Wow, she said. I can't believe you know a word like that, Ange-san. Heard it forever ago in some sci-fi story, she murmured, staring off like she could still see it. She scooped up some sea grapes and handed them to him. And man, Zeno-kun, how are you doing? Zeno waved it off like it was nothing, drowning in his own deductions. Thanks for the sea grapes, but I'm good. Then he leaned in and said, I've got a hunch the merfolk here strip the wrecks of ships the monsters sink, hauling supplies and cash back to shore. And the worst part, they even run on serial coin. He paused, then grinned. Yeah, you might have nailed it. The image snaps into focus, and it's like they're simply grabbing supplies, because the whole system runs flawlessly, with zero interference, and everyone's got it handled. They're fed on site, totally self-sufficient for the sea, living deep at the bottom with no link to the outside world. And from what I can tell, the merfolk here don't attack humans, so it stays calm and peaceful. Suddenly, Zeno's patience snapped. This was getting straight up annoying. I still don't get what Queen Seatiller's thinking, he muttered, then enough. He grabbed Ange's arm. Let's just ask her. If we swim, we'll get there in no time. Ange blinked. Something wrong, Zeno-kun. He shook his head fast. No, I've got a theory, and I need to confirm it. I remember a massive mansion right in the middle of the city. She's gotta be the one living there. They soon rolled up to this massive, sprawling estate. No kidding, it's a monster mansion, and one of their buddies immediately clocked something weird. A queen would usually have a palace, but where are the soldiers? No guards in sight. It felt more like a lord's hideout than a royal kingdom. Maybe it's because our country's still tiny and brand new. Either way, Zenomuse just lunges up to the door. I think this is it, he mutters. Do we knock? Now, let's go in. They walked in and found Queen Cecil standing before a mirror, tweaking her hair like it was life and death, muttering, this should do. I'm flawless, she said with a smirk, and the whole time I could tell she'd been thinking about seeing them for ages, but day after day her doubts kept her from following through until she just kept delaying. She kept fussing with her bangs, totally oblivious to the crowd. GRR, my bangs are standing up a bit. I can't let my guests see me like this. Zeno and Ange freeze in the doorway, staring like they can't believe what they're seeing. Wait, are you seriously a perfectionist? Zeno blurts out, sweeping his eyes across the spotless, perfectly arranged room. Of course I am, Cetilla suddenly snapped, spinning around. I'm the queen of the merfolk. She snapped into a dramatic pose, her voice trembling with raw desperation, because this sea eats the weak on sight. In a world this cruel, if she wants to build a city where everyone can smile, she has to be perfect, and she knows she can't be flawless if she's not. She sucked in a deep breath, forced her nerves to settle, and whispered to herself, I don't get to mess up, I have to be flawless. Then she spotted them standing there, and her eyes snapped wide with pure panic. Wait, when were you guys here? She shrieked, then instantly bolted in front of them, wearing that slick, practiced royal smile. Stop right there, she snapped, breathless and loud, then caught herself. Ahem, I'm so glad you made it. Welcome to my mansion, my guests. Zeno grinned and decided to play along, taking the bow. Your Majesty, in just the last few days I've seen this is a fine city. He praised how well the town was kept and how perfectly it was set up for its land, how the crops your people grow actually taste amazing, and how you've got so much seafood ready to go. Cetilla's face lit up with a grin. Me, really? Ho ho, you're right, that's right. Ange said if you expand the city and start raising fish, that's how aquaculture works. Cethilla's face tightened as she finished her own thought. So you mean we shouldn't toss our soldiers into brutal hunts so often, right? Yeah, I get what you're saying. Then the queen snapped her gaze to Ange, and her whole vibe flipped, serious as stone. Ange stared in shock, thinking, she's actually taking it seriously, before the queen cut in. Tilla-chan, I've got a question for you, but first, I must bid thee something. Her gaze hit like lightning. Now you want to know why I snatched you up. I don't waste words. I've just got something I need to tell you. Wait, what's going on? Anya blurted, while Zeno just stood there beside her, eyes locked, just as hooked. Tilla then pointed toward the window showing her perfect city, and boomed, so tell me, what do you think of the city I built? One of their companions snorted, then leaned in and said, Dude, you like to sleep. This place is so damn comfy. I blinked, and somehow I lost track of time. Tilla smiled like he already knew everything, and then he said, so this is your plan, a nap, and when I've finished hosting my guest, I'll point at my city and tell you it was built by humans. Before they could even answer, she whammed her hands together, bam, and the sound hit like thunder. Hum, she said, words don't cut it, now watch, a dance that never wavers like flowing water. In a blink, the room vanished, and a bottomless void swallowed them, churning with swirling books all around. The sheer amount of books was so massive it nearly blew my mind. So many books, Zeno just stared awestruck, while Tilla drifted right in the heart of that swirling ocean of knowledge. And then, one day as I was studying, I got hit with a vision. She described an overworld kingdom that ran flawlessly, and as her words hit, Anya's eyes snapped wide. Wait, Tilla-chan, so you've been cloning the outside world. She said, your underwater city is a dead-on copy of an overwater city from a model. Then deja vu hit like a punchline to a mystery, and it all clicked. Everything suddenly felt disturbingly familiar. Tilla nodded with a wistful glow in her eyes, like she'd been waiting to say this for years. Yeah, I've always longed to see that place. Deep under the sea, where no light ever dares to reach, a peaceful world where all of us could finally live in harmony, and how amazing would it be if we could travel there anytime. So after devouring countless books, I took the parts I believed would help the city and used them. She stared right at them, her guests from that impossible overworld she worshipped, and when her real motive finally cracked open, it hit hard. So that's it, you dragged us here just to confirm whether your way of running this city is actually right. That hopeful, earnest smile lit up her lips, and I couldn't help thinking, if there was any way at all, I'd throw open the door to a real cultural exchange with the people from the war at sea. The queen of the seabed city leaned over the enchanted glass, staring hard as ideas of a cultural swap with the surface world sparked in her mind. Your Majesty, stop right there, the advisor blurted fast. Up to now, this seabed city has stayed completely peaceful, with zero interference from outsiders, but the queen only smiled, calm as ever. I don't need it, I just want one. It's not required, she said, it's my desire. She ached to break free of her underwater world and finally see what lay beyond. No more dusty old tomes, just her own eyes. I want to know more, she admitted, eyes drifting away. I want the world to look at my country, and I want to learn theirs too. It might even insult my own people, but still. I'm chasing a dream that's bigger than anything else. I want this seabed frontier to become a place where everyone can live in peace, stay healthy, build wealth, and breathe free. Her attendant got it instantly. This wasn't some world politics must-do. It was pure power because the queen wanted it. The queen's smile vanished, and seriousness snapped into place, because a ship showing up at this time of year was wildly wrong. I couldn't ignore it. I needed to talk right now. I wanted you to see it, to get it, to know exactly what I'm thinking. Her eyes said it all. They were cornered, and she was hunting for a way out. The meeting kicked off for real. Zeno-kun, she pressed. Do we have enough to let our people mix and mingle? And he shot back with a confident nod. I'm a merchant, Zeno kicked things off, hands flying like he'd done this 1,000 times, because even though I now serve a country, merchants still follow one iron rule. We don't meddle in nations' business, yet I've got a whole lot to sell that I swear will hit the mark for you. He fired off a simple but genius opening move, then said, if we cross paths with anyone important, we'll tell them all about your country. Like Samka, the lord of that nearby port town, who'd be all ears. The queen froze at how boldly he put it, and she shot back, doth thou truly mean it? Arj nodded, saying, yep, just for now, send a letter with where this place is, right, Zenokin. The queen seized the idea like a spark and blurted it out wham. Fine, if that's the case, I'll just move the whole country closer to the shore. And that choice hit Zeno's companions like a gut punch, sparking panic over border fights and the terrifying merfolk lurking nearby, while Zeno, pure pragmatist, only shrugged, saying it'd be a problem for both sides to handle. Are you satisfied? He demanded, and the queen's smile flared with giddy delight. Arj feared they'd be tagged as a threat, but Zeno had his next move locked in, while the queen looked unstoppable and still fell for simple guidance, and with a first-timer on this level, he knew this meeting could be turned into a full-on advantage. Out in the distance, Arj's mind drifted back to her old master, Arlesha. I hope he's okay. The story snaps to Pleiades, the kingdom's glittering capital, where Samaka sinks to his knees before the throne, and a voice commands, raise your head, Samaka. He gulped hard and his heart hammered like crazy. He still couldn't wrap his head around it. His Majesty had summoned him personally. Perched on the throne sat a young king, his cool, steady presence hiding the massive power that ruled the whole kingdom. The king's gaze cut like a blade. You've been running around like never before, tightening alliances. So tell me, how many households are in your corner now? Samaka gulped, 40. The king leaned in, smirking, bold, aren't you? Then the meeting finally hit its real target. Samaka, the sea breeze angel from your report, the silver-haired magician. Tell me what you think about her. A terrifying sea beast flashed across Samaka's mind like a nightmare from the deep. Honestly, I'm not much wiser about her either, he admitted. I was set to dig into her, but before I even got the chance, a monster tore into the scene, and I was left battling it tooth and nail. The king smirked. All right then, we'll leave it at that. He clocked the truth in Samarka's reaction, and Samarka nearly sighed with relief. The king had forgiven the move he'd expected to make. And the king leaned in and said, "By the way, Samarka, if you're really a man, I've got a question for you. That question has nothing to do with your jurisdiction over Arlesha." The king leaned in with a grim face, then asked the only question that mattered: how do you lock in a legacy? Samaka froze, then the king leaned in and told him that, lately, the empire had been moving like it was up to something. That sprawling capital spread out in front of us as he spoke, and I couldn't shake the feeling. They're hunting for the one opening to strike with a game-changing move. The king's gaze cut like steel, grim, unshakable. I don't know how much longer this keeps up, or how brutal the empire gets when they finally turn serious. So I've got one thing to settle now: who will take my place as my successor? The conversation spun straight into what it would take to become a true queen. The king got flustered, blurting out his demands: someone kind and friendly who could charm the citizens, and of course, had every quality needed to be a great mother. Suddenly, a new voice ripped through the hall. "Your king's been staring at this way too long." A mysterious woman drifted forward like a whisper you can't ignore. "Love isn't something you just trip into," she murmured. "It has to grow on its own, like flowers bearing fruit." Then her smile hardened. Trying to force it would be a crime. The king swallowed his pride, apologized for the detour, and then looked her straight in the eye like, "Who are we to ask a flower for permission to bloom?" The king snapped his fingers and beckoned the newcomer. "Samaka, look, I'm introducing her. Our country just forged an alliance with her, and she's the queen of all Raline." Samaka nearly froze in disbelief. The queen of all Raline was staring at the truth, but out in the western forest, violent monster hordes had a fearsome reputation. The queen grinned, because every single one of those monsters has already dropped its guard and now belongs to me. She laid it all out, this massive new alliance. The wild western forest, full of untamed magic and brutal beasts, would be recognized as its own nation, Sherwood, and in return, Sherwood would team up with the kingdom to crush the empire. Samaka, the king's sworn sword in the port town of Arlesha, suddenly realized, oh no, just how massive the king's master plan really was. He realized the queen's sudden arrival wasn't a fluke at all. The king was flashing her power to everyone and proving just how essential she was. And that's what made it brilliant, a perfect strike against the empire's aggression, where the king chose to give up land to forge a strong, independent buffer state, a sacrifice that was worth way more than every inch he handed over. Then the queen of all Raline whipped around to face Samaka and snapped, "All right, Samaka, I need a favor from you. When we meet next time, bring me flowers and seeds, especially from the demon forest in Sherwood, because I want some of that too." She flashed a knowing smile and said, "You remind me of those brazen flowers that push through the rocks. How cunning, and how much good this will do for the kingdom." Back on the open sea, the seabed queen beamed and waved Zeno's party off like she was celebrating their victory. Zeno the merchant was already eyeing his next deal when you laid those books and tools on the table, so damn tempting. "Next time," he grinned, practically vibrating with excitement, "I'll buy them right away, thrilled to lock in such a promising new partner." As their ship kept roaring forward, one of his buddies finally sighed. "Turns out, we didn't really do a damn thing in the end." Arch sighed, "I swear, I don't want to get tangled up with the kingdom. I'm retired, and you have no idea how many times that troublemaker Samaka has thrown problems at me." Suddenly, the seabed queen's voice ripped through the comm device. "Arch Dono, Goodwill Ambassador, I'm taking full responsibility for that letter you're carrying." Then she leaned in and asked, "So, what's your city called?" Arj got completely blindsided and blurted out the first name that hit his mind, Arlea, from a novel he'd read forever ago, and even when the others stared like, seriously. The seabed queen snapped that it was a perfectly fine name. Now then, the queen declared her power, and it started surging like a storm. "I'll pray you make it there safe." She screamed a great cry and let loose her water magic. Tendrils of water wrapped and twisted in the air. Then she declared, "I am the queen of the sunken sea. Demons, obey." The moment she spoke, a colossal geyser of water blasted up from beneath their ship. In the blink of an eye, a swirling watery bubble slammed around their vessel like a shield. The queen gripped the magic and promised me this: "Trust it, and you'll ride smooth from here. That boat won't rattle or shake anymore." The whole party stared in shock at that brutal display of power. Then the queen flashed a proud grin and purred, "Go on, shower me with praise, my honored guests." Arj sprinted into action, eyes locked on the demon lands, but before they could chase that danger, they had to race Rachel home and hand a letter straight to the Republic. The queen said, "Fine, take the quickest way." "Very well, I'll ferry you yonder, it can't be far from here." Then he tightened the plan, adjusted the course, and swore he'd shield the hull. She leaned in and told the worried archer that helping them wasn't just good for them, it was helping her too. "Don't talk to me right now," she snapped, and raw power surged around her as if it had a pulse. Even the water itself thrashed into brutal waves, turning every wave into a pounding fist, so everyone grab onto something. With a thunderous final command, she unleashed every last spell and slammed full force into the world. Sally sprinted straight for the fourth reptile club, barreling toward the demon lands. The ship exploded out of the cannon like a rocket fired straight into destiny. Suddenly Rachel screamed, "Arj Sama, I can see the demons land." But that relief didn't even last. Horror hit Arj as he realized, we've got way too much momentum with. Cornered and out of options, she ripped open her own power, "Wind, I beg you," and a vortex of air roared around the ship, trying to soften their landing. But it still wasn't enough. The ship hit the shore like a cannon blast, roaring loud enough to rattle your bones. They finally made it aboard, and the landing instantly turned the ship's interior into a full-on disaster zone. As Arja's senses came back, a jolt of panic hit. "Get down," she screamed, shattering the air. A terrifying strike, fast enough to feel impossible, tore out of her blind spots. A lone figure in black stood on the shoreline, and this stranger couldn't help thinking, "You've got incredible speed, but don't sleep on that animal instinct too, so tell me, who are you?" The woman in that sharp black suit perched up in the ship's rigging and stared them down like she owned the sky, then snapped, "Who are you?" Her voice sliced the air. "And what business do you have trespassing on my boss's territory?" "Because this is my line." Argento's eyes narrowed hard. Here was a vampire who should have burned in the daylight, yet she stood there unfazed like it meant nothing, and that power was terrifying. "Excuse me," Argento started cautiously, "but you're still an uninvited, unidentified person." What? Suddenly she lost her grip on the rope and slipped, just for a split second before panic hit. Her companions froze in stunned silence as she flipped herself back to balance with total skill, then her poise snapped back in an instant, like nothing had ever gone wrong. Her eyes sharpened into a menacing glare, and she leaned in, hissing, "So that's what you're saying with that wild remark. Do you want me to end you?" Before things spiraled any further, Richie Lee shoved forward, eyes blazing with instant recognition. "Ah, so you really are here," the woman gasped, her tone snapping as she stared at him. Richie Lee blinked, then nodded, "Yeah, why?" "What are you doing in a place like this?" The woman replied, "What are you doing here, Richie Lee? Don't tell me you don't know me." He cut in, grinning, "Of course I do, your uncle's secretary. And trust me, it's super rare to see a human in the demon lands." She shot through the whole story fast. "Humans dragged me out from the outside for a little while. These people stepped in and saved me, and then they brought me back to the demon lands." Isabella took the news in with ice-calm professionalism, like she'd done this 1,000 times. "If that's true, I've got to tell my master," she decided, then dropped down from the rigging with effortless grace. "And you don't look like you're here to start something, so I'll hold off on the hostilities for now. Welcome to the land of demons." In a grand hall of polished stone, a dark-haired man sprawled across his throne, and then he said, smooth as silk, "I see you made it." He leaned in like the whole room was listening. "That ordeal must have been brutal, but you were saved by these people." You flashed that calm little smile, then you had to go and apologize for worrying me, uncle. "Nah, it's my fault," he said, but his face gave nothing away. "I've been getting reports from Valeria's territory. We even talked about sending our own people to the continent." Richie Lee shook her head hard. "No, you've done more than enough." "Richie Leal is with you," the man asked, snapping his gaze to the guests. "Come on, what are your names?" Richie Leal stepped in and started introducing everyone. "I'm Argento Vampire, and this is my friend. Go on, give him a chance," he said. She snapped a gesture at Felnot. "Yep, that's Zenokun's escort, Felnot." Felnot blurted, "Hold up," and her expression burned with indignation. "Why'd you mess up just my introduction? And please, stop talking in that sad-sounding voice while you wear that serious face." The man on the throne just let out a smug chuckle, loving how heated his guests were getting. "So how are you? And honestly, what a wild bunch you are." He then straightened up and his casual act vanished. Something regal took over. "I'm Matsumi," he said, "and yeah, I rule this territory." "Wait, Matsumi." Argento hissed the name and it hit him like a bell. He recognized them too. "So you're Zenokun," Argento said, recalling the legend of 3 insanely powerful vampires, including the one called the Crimson Lord. In other words, he's a walking freak of nature, like that disaster of a girl, Elsie. Matsumi flashed a sly little grin. "Yeah, I've heard of him too, but honestly, I'd rather you not put me in the same box as that selfish golden princess." Argento's mind was sprinting, because even I've never seen a day-walking vampire before, not unless you count that silver-haired freak over there. Then her words hit me like a flashback. "There's one person I know who can handle it if she uses an umbrella, but even then, she'd still get drenched in direct sunlight, so wait, could it be her?" Matsumi's smile stretched wider. "You mean Satsuki-san? Oh, so you already know her." She scoffed, like Satsuki only had eyes for cute people, then grinned. "No doubt she'd latch onto someone as adorable as you." And just as Argento tried to process it, a nasty memory snapped into her mind like a flash of lightning. Before Isabella could even get a word out, she surged between them, her aura going razor-sharp and terrifying. Then she snapped at Matsumi, "Are you cheating on me?" Her master stared at her like he'd just seen the impossible, then snapped, "How the hell did you reach that?" Isabella didn't blink. "You're right, I was jumping the gun. So let's redo it, because you've got some nerve staring at another girl while I'm right here. And don't worry, I'm going to knock some sense into you later." "Hey, could you drop your fist before you start tossing around words like disgust?" Matsumi just stared, deadpan as ever, totally unbothered. "What are you even going on about?" he snapped. "And don't you realize I'm your boss?" Matsumi let out a heavy sigh and brushed the whole absurdity off. Yeah, she understood the situation, and that Richily just wanted to get home fast, but right now. "We've got a problem," and when he paused for dramatic effect, it was. His grin burst across his face like, "Oh, I just happened to stumble into a war even though it's the capital." Then he shrugged, "My territory's tiny, so they'll reach me in a day anytime they want." He leaned in and hissed, "Their army's coming to hit today too, so you'd better stay put and wait until they leave." The moment the words left his mouth, a brutal shockwave slammed through the palace. A party member gasped there was a barrier. Then, just like that, it shattered in the blink of an eye. Matsumi stayed ice calm as the sun rose. "When it's daylight, you'll need my permission, or Isabella's will handle it. I've already built a barrier, so you can't get in without me. You showed up right at the edge, so now that it's gone, they're coming for this place." He snapped his head toward his secretary. "It's about time we call for evacuation, sorry. Can I hand this to you, Isabella?" "Of course," she said with a sharp nod. "One more thing, don't stress. You're all set. Have a safe trip." Felnot strode forward, itching for a fight. "So what about you guys?" "Bua," she said. "I don't think we'll need any help." Matsumi flashed a grin and waved her off. "Perfect," she said. "I'll knock this out fast, then I'm back to help. Plus, lunch is your favorite hamburger steak, so get home quick." He flashed that predatory grin like a warning, because he wasn't just saying it, he was proving he didn't need anyone. Huddled at a safe distance, the evacuees stared at the capital. "And yeah, that's why we ended up coming after all," Felnot muttered. "Great, just what we needed. If anything goes wrong after this whole trek, I'd rather be snoozing on the other side." They spotted Matsumi standing alone by the city gates, and the king himself is marching straight to the front line with him, just the two of them. What kind of fight is that? Where are the rest of the troops? Matsumi just smirked. "Worry, I've got this. I'm more than enough for these goons." She sent her soldiers off to handle other things, even Crimson Lord too, and right then the ground started to quake. Everyone gasped. "Uncle, they're already here." And there they were, a crushing line of horned Oni warriors marching into view. Their ranks rolled out like a tidal wave of steel and muscle, 200 or 300 strong, packed tight and ready to crush anything in their path. Matsumi just watched them roll in, totally unbothered. Like, who cares if it's 200 or 300? Seriously, you guys are really doing this. The only chieftain, this giant warrior in samurai armor, let out a furious roar, and his defiance hit like thunder. "We can pretend none of this ever happened to keep your late chief's honor intact." Then he sneered, laughed, and snapped, "Hell no, I'm not some wuss like the old chief. Mark my words, before you even blink, our tribe will run the whole continent. And once I'm in charge, it's not that weak gom life anymore." Matsumi just shook his head, "So that's the truth. Sure, dream till your heart's content, but let's get real for a second. I've heard that same over 500 times, line 1,000 ways in all the years I've spent living in the land of demons." That casual dismissal lit rage in the chieftain's veins. Then he snapped, "Your father. Didn't your last chief fall like this too?" With a blood-curdling scream, he lunged, blade flashing in a blur, driving straight for Matsumi's neck. Argento snapped, holding her back as tension crackled in the air. Then she waved it off and said, "Relax, I've got this." The chieftain roared, "You'll learn that with this one slash." The Oni's roar tore through the night like thunder, shaking everything in its path. His blade came down like a thunderstrike, tearing a trench through the earth as it shot straight for its target. But right when the steel was about to clash, Matsumi shot up one hand, boom, and that massive blade froze dead still, hanging there on nothing but the tip of his index finger. The only chieftain's eyes popped wide with disbelief. "Welp, of course that's exactly what I expected," Matsumi said, dead calm. His companions stared in total disbelief as Matsumi's voice turned icy and razor-sharp. "Yeah, you've gotten better than your old chief. Your weapons hit harder, your attacks hit faster, and your drive is relentless, but you've always been the type who refuses to think about the worst case. Didn't your father warn you? Didn't he tell you why grabbing for the demon realm is a terrible idea?" As Argento spoke, a wild power surged out of her, twisting the air into a raging vortex, darkening the sky in a heartbeat, while the pale full moon looked summoned, like it had been called down just for this moment. Could it be? The moon's blazing, and the whole earth feels like some strange artifact. Then Argento snaps as Matsumi's voice thunders across the battlefield, calling out from the open garden under the crimson moon. He flung his arms wide, right on the money, and then shouted, "Now behold you fools and kneel invaders." A blinding crimson wave blasted up from the ground, swallowing the entire Oni army in seconds. This is my country. Kyuzuha braced himself just as the effect hit, and the truth landed instantly. Matsukisan, wait, what was that? My artifact is the Garden of the Crimson Moon. Its power's simple. Anything inside its range, except the enemy's own skills, gets its stats transferred straight onto me. It's insane. Matsumi just shrugged like it was no big deal, because that thing is sunk into the ground, its range is locked in place. And yeah, isn't that straight up unfair? But hey, as long as it stays on my turf, I don't get to lose, no matter how strong they are or how many enemies come at me. He cracked his neck, and that loud snap rang out into the sudden, breath-stopping silence. The whole Oni army crumpled onto the ground, and their leader, completely shattered, lay beaten and motionless. Matsumi stared down at the few who were still breathing. And if that still doesn't satisfy you, tell me, how badly do you want to end up like your chief, sprawled over there? The scene lunged straight into a sweltering jungle, thick with mist and heat. Dark Elves' territory waits just beyond that stretch. Sibella waved them off. Thank you so much, Isabella-san. Richie All-san will handle the rest, so don't worry. I'm just doing what Matsuki-kun told me, and when you're ready to leave the continent, come back and visit us again. Oh, and Zeno-kun, Matsuki-kun said he's got something he wants to take care of with you. Just as they were about to split, Richly leaned in and hissed to Argento, "By the way, aren't you hot in that outfit?" Then she turned to Isabella-san and asked, "Does she have some secret reason for covering up her skin?" Isabella-san caught every word, face calm as ever. Then she replied, "No, I'm just used to it." She let out a tired sigh, her mind snapping back to the political mess, then said, "All right, I'm out. I've got to return fast. The war's aftermath is waiting, and we've got to handle it." Her brow tightened with irritation as she muttered that Matsuki-san probably had to jump through hoops just to cook up a politically approved excuse for that boneheaded idiot. What a fool. Richie Lee didn't sugarcoat a single thing. This world is brutal. In demon lands, strength is currency, not a magic spell that wipes out every problem, and chaos isn't the rule. I'm built that way, honesty first, always. And yeah, multiple countries have already banded together, same as our side, pushing into Richie Lee's Alsan's territory and that dark elf zone. She kept going. Turns out they struck truces for riches, food, and whatever else they could trade for. Zabella snapped her voice with pure pragmatism. Now, even if they shuffle leaders, they likely won't pull that kind of stupid move again. I'm certain the only tribes finally realized what their aggression really costs, but if Matsuki-kun has to handle it, he'll just shrug it off with a "what can you do?" Once their goodbyes were finally out of the way, the crew plunged deeper into the jungle. The air turned heavy and steamy, so hot my clothes are soaked, and even my tail and ears feel like they're drooping. Ah, geez, this is brutal. Lament cues, he complains. Wait, are we sure we're heading the right way? Felnot asks, all knotted up like he's doing this on autopilot. Yeah, I know this route, he says, totally confident. So don't worry. Sure, it's muggy as hell right now, but there's a hot spring inside our territory. Hang in there until we reach it. Soon that massive ornate wooden gate burst out of the dense foliage, and Richeli's breath slammed in her throat, her eyes welling up as she whispered, Oh, I'm finally home, aren't I?" She whipped around to her companions, her voice trembling, then she bowed so low the gratitude practically rang. "Thank you all so very much." Deep in the wild, familiar forests of her homeland, Richelle slipped through the shadows with a huntress, deadly elegance. She knocked an arrow, drew her bow, and unleashed it like a promise of violence. She pressed a finger to her lips, demanding silence, and then she murmured that hunting where you know the land is always the smart play. The air, the wind, the way your body moves, the terrain, it all swirls through my head like a map coming alive. While the huntress stalked her prey, Arj slipped through the shadows, quietly foraging and plucking juicy fruit from the low branches. She stared as the dark elves strode with fierce purpose, and their baskets filled up fast with the forest's finest bounty. With how things are flying right now, it feels like my help won't matter. At best, I'll just end up gathering fruit. Richelle slid up beside her with that knowing grin, like she already knew what was coming. Arj stared down at the fruit in her hand and muttered, "I'm just being selfish today," and Richelle nodded like, "Yeah, exactly." The other elves huddled nearby, whispering and staring straight at Richelle. "Is this really enough? No chance the mistress will want way more." "Yeah," another elf nodded, "so we better thank the forest's blessings and pray we can handle her appetite." One of them caught Arj's odd stare and blurted, "Arj-sama, what's wrong?" She snapped back, No, I was just lost in thoughts about how incredible the forest's blessings are. Only Richelle has an appetite that's way out of the ordinary." The lead elf faced the group and said, "Splitting up like this will get us done faster, so everyone can rest longer." Every elf nodded like a drumbeat. Then they added, Arj-sama, and I will push a bit farther west so you all take care of the rest. As they headed through the woods, Rachel shot Arj a quick look. Come on, Arj-sama, right here. Please watch your step. Yes, ma'am, Arj answered, even as the forest loomed thick and invaders seemed unlikely. Still stick together, just in case. Rachel gave a real bright smile. You don't have to worry, I'm sure. Yeah, Arj blinked. Do you really want to travel with me? Of course, Rachel said, and her voice was steady. I just want to walk side by side with you. Arj drank in the lush paradise and thought, wait, this forest is really this nice. You want me to stay as long as I want? They said it didn't matter, and Arj's face lit up. Ooh, sure, thanks. She said, and deep down she was like, if they're treating me this well and letting me stay as long as I want, I could stay here forever. But if I do that, Felnotson is not gonna like it. The image of that furious Felnote barging in to rattle off endless lectures slammed into her head, and she immediately pulled the most complicated face. Because yeah, that's gonna be straight up annoying as hell. Rachel caught his face and said, so you two get along well, huh, Arj? Arj froze, baffled. I don't know about that. Rachel leaned in and explained, I'm just worried that if I stay here, Felnotes will try to shove me into work. Arj leaned in and said, it's not that we don't get along, I just set her off all the time. And you know why? Because Felnot-sama truly treasures you, so that's how it works, right? Rachel nodded and Arj explained, Arj-sama is a vampire, just like the spirits our dark elves worship. Wait, so you're saying it's like that? Back when I was living with the Khan family, they did the exact opposite. Only the exceptional were kept and the failures were tossed aside. I was human once, so she's got that wrong, and Arj finally got it too. So that's what you mean. Felnote-san is actually trying to reform me. It all clicks now. I just assumed she was always mad because she'd hit her limit with me, but Rachel nodded and said, yes, Felnote-sama cares about you more than you realize. A blush crawled up Arj's face and Rachel only smiled. Yeah, maybe there was a little of that too, but just a little, and she leaned in like, Arj-sama, there are a ton of ways to show affection, and I'm sure you know that. True. Arj tried to wrap her head around it, like she was comparing the whole thing to something she'd heard before. I mean, I know a dude who had like 30 or 40 wives, so yeah, I get the vibe. But that doesn't feel human, not really. It's gotta be some special race or something. Now it's a human mushroom, and Rachel looked completely lost, like her brain just short-circuited, a human mush. Seeing her confusion, Arj snapped into a new topic, letting out, sorry, your reaction just surprised me a bit. Then he leaned in and said, anyway, Arj-sama, it'd be a huge help if you could understand. Yeah, I get it, she replied. Thanks a ton, Rachel-san. Rachel froze her smile, her tone turning sharp. Arj-sama, it's about time I say thank you personally. Arj just shook her head. Your thanks, I think you've already done enough. Rachel let out a quiet breath. That's for my people, but even if you say it right now, nothing's really weighing on me. There's nothing I want, nothing else I'm chasing. She leaned in. So tell me, is there something I could do for you, honestly? I'd rather stay exactly like this, just lazing around all day. Arj blinked. Then what about this? Before Arj could even blink, Rachel slid in close, and her presence hit like a tidal wave. She slipped her hand into Arj's, her voice dropping to a serious whisper, because for a vampire like Arj-sama, the dark elf's blood, heavy with magic, is worth more than you'd ever imagine, so what do you think? Arj swallowed hard, her heart hammering in her chest. This offer was insane. She knew exactly what it meant to name a vampire that fed on blood, and the weight of that gesture hit her like a truck. I appreciate it, but ooh. Suddenly, Kyuzu appearing right at their side. Arj-sama, is it just me? Arj stammered. No, that's not it. Then you look grim, and they realize they're already getting blood drawn from Felon Oakson. She spilled her worries, and the vampire princess we'd met in the Republic backed it up. When vampires sink their fangs into you for blood, the vampire is forced to hand over the other person's deepest desire, and sometimes it even rewrites that person's heart. So you're scared of what might happen to me if you bite me? Arj asked softly. Yes. Her eyes darted aside, too scared to lock with Rachel's gaze. Rachel's voice stayed calm, like a warm hand on your shoulder. Don't worry. Not for you, not for anyone. No matter whose blood you drink, Arj-sama, I'm sure nothing bad will happen, right? A tight, strange dread clamped down on Arj's chest, like a brand new anxiety she'd never felt before. I don't get it. I don't understand why I'm worried about someone, she muttered, almost denying it as the fear kept crushing her from the inside. Is this what it means to worry about Rachel? Then she blinked, waved it off. Oh no, it's nothing. The forest is going up in flames, and a full-blown crisis crashes down on them as the fire devours those ancient trees. Lolo staggers back in sheer shock, then drops hard into a deep, bone-tired sleep, while a grim-faced Arj keeps watch over him. Riding hard on her steed, Bihaki peers over the inferno, and the burning crackle of wood plus the clanging steel in the distance tells the terrifying truth: this is an invasion. Carefully, she hoists the unconscious Lolo onto the horse's back, then snaps, "Protect Santa, Lolo." "I've got to get the injured out first. Bihaki, tell me what's happening." The intelligent creature answers right inside her head, and then her world shudders. They fell from the sky. With one last worried look, Bihaki rockets into the smoke-choked woods, clutching its precious cargo like it's life itself. "Archsan, we can't sit around anymore. We've got to act now." Fenny snaps, her voice trembling with pure urgency. Suddenly, the beastkin's ears jerk forward. She catches a scent, no magical flame at all. Her eyes narrow as she recognizes it, John's wart. With a sharp command, she spawns several beast-tail clones, then orders them to split up and hunt it down. Arch freezes, she recognizes that smell instantly. Oil. In a world of magic, oil should be impossible, and yet it's right here, as if someone dared the universe to be ordinary. That realization freezes her to the core, then power surges through her, and she rockets into the air. And she hammers her foot into the ground, blasting out a crushing shockwave. An attack whips past her head. "Wind, please." She chants and rockets backward, just as it clangs uselessly into a tree. But then another strike lands. Black, thick goo splashes across her arm, and she snarls through her teeth, because there's zero time to drag this out. She has to finish it right now. She rips her blade free, just in time to smash aside a vicious sword slash. From the smoke, her attackers burst out, 3 humans, and then a vampire lurking with the dark elves. One man sneers, staring hard with crimson, arched irises, and spits the question, "So you're a vampire?" The leader, grim with a cruel smirk, steps forward and snarls, "Why are you hunting in the dark elves' territory?" Then, with a snap of rage, he lunges, blade flashing into a blur. Arch twists and dodges, slipping past one arrow and ducking under the leader's blade, totally synced up, like they're playing with her. She lifts both hands, drawing in the wind's power. "I beg thee." But the spell spits and sputters, failing harder than it should, like the strain is eating her alive. The men burst into laughter. "Are you from some performing troupe?" One jeers, and the others mock right along. "Do you think that bow and arrow is gonna be enough, or are you missing the mark?" The leader presses. "This vampire's top tier. Father will be thrilled once you bring it down." A bespectacled man flashes a grin, and pure predator joy lights up his face. Spitsakita, Sheba, those names slam into Arj's head like a sour scream, cutting through the chaos of battle. She remembers the terrier bandit trio. She stumbled on the moment she arrived in this world, and yeah, that wasn't an accident. And in that split second, the whole strategic world flips on its head. Those flames, they don't smell like magic, they reek of oil. A technique stolen from another reality, just like Cyril, the guy who stitched this world's currency together, another reincarnator too. This whole invasion idea, using a blazing liquid to torch an entire forest, comes straight from a world where magic never existed. As Arj reels from this earth-shaking revelation, one of her opponents gets blasted and shoots flying right past her. A black-clad fighter drops right between her and the attackers, blocks a blade like it's nothing, then, even mid-chaos, turns her head and asks, looking away in the fight, "Are you an amateur?" It's Isabella. She snaps her icy stare at the invaders and barks, "Who are you?" Without waiting a beat, she sneers, "You're disgusting. Stop breathing right now and explode." Rage blazing in his eyes, the hulking brute brings his massive axe crashing down toward her. Isabella gasps, and then with one outstretched hand, she slams the colossal weapon to a halt like it's nothing. Arch stares in stunned disbelief, because Isabella's brute strength is downright monstrous. With a contemptuous shove, Isabella slams the giant off balance and sends him stumbling backward. She shoots her arms up, and boom, there's no flesh underneath, just shiny silver artifacts, freakish and wrong, but I picked them because I'll do anything to shield what matters to me. The brute freezes in pure horror. This woman just cut off her own arms and swapped them for an artifact. Isabella's voice turns to ice. My prayers snap to life, and my cursed silver arms, Urgitlam, awaken. The artifact surges with power, doubling the silver's magic and letting her monster blood pour out with terrifying ease. "Archson," she snaps, eyes locked on the enemy. "If you can stall them long enough for the firefighting, I'll kick these bastards out of this land." "Archnauts, I got it." Isabella wears a grim face. Valyria territory and her have a long, painful past, and that bond is something they can't ever afford to lose. The enemy leader slams out his order, and the vampire wastes no time. This is just another night of business. Ardor snaps into action, and a burst of blood-red chains lashes out, wrapping around one of the men that. The chains yank tight, slamming his arms in place. Arj's attention fractures. "I'll take the big one." She snaps, eyes locked on the brute battering Isabella, while she keeps spinning through her deadly rhythm with the rest. She slips in like a phantom, every hit landing clean, but no matter how she fights, she can't crack their vitals and end it. "Why are you snatching vampires and dark elves?" She snaps, then the leader just shrugs. "I don't know. The old man told us to take whatever we can, and that's it. He grins. Up until now our job has been vampires and you. You seem to know way too much about us. Isabella watches her thoughts like a Cold War map in her head. These men are miles above the terrier bandits, but there's one line they can't cross, and she refuses to let them pass. Are you out of your mind? She jeers at the brute, and it's clear. Only a total piece of trash would call someone an idiot right after meeting them. Her tactical read hits instantly, cold, brutal, and merciless. Somehow she and the others work like a team, yet they still look amateurish. Their goal is simple: wipe Arj out, then swarm me with waves of attacks, corner me, and bury me for good. She charges that brute again. So tell me, are you guys actually soldiers? And if you still don't get it, whatever, I really don't care. Their movements lock in perfectly together, yet each person individually still looks wildly unskilled. A brutal flashback hits Isabella's mind. One past mistake, one selfish grab for her power, that silver cross, and she used it wrong, failing to protect what truly mattered. The power she swore she'd protect instead burned every person and memory she loved to ash, until someone grabbed her, yanked her back from the edge of that reckless despair. I don't know if I'm right, but I've made my choice. This time, I won't slip up on what I'm sworn to protect, because that's what fighting is really for. Her silver eyes blaze with pure conviction. This all boils down to who wins, and she's not letting herself lose. She'll punch straight through you. She snaps up another thunderous strike and stops it cold, just like that. The brute's jaw tightens as he stammers, and you go, so you can stop it, right? Magic Fist lucid roars, and a brutal burst of energy slams into him, swallowing him whole. Brace yourself, because this is going to hurt like nothing else, so good luck surviving it. He screams as the magic rips him to pieces. Then, just like that, Isabella calmly calls, "One down. Next, who's it gonna be?" A glowing arrow slices through the air, right on cue, a signal. Spitz, wake Akita up. The leader barks. Sorry, Silver won, but we've run out of time. Sheba, the leader, finally strikes. Akita, it's the old man's command. I've gotta go smash that blonde woman. A deep, bone-shaking gong thunders through the clearing, so hard the air ripples, and the invader's stealth field crumbles like smoke. Towering above the forest canopy is a sight that shouldn't exist, a massive iron airship looming out of the sky. Arch can only stare, her thoughts spinning like crazy. The leader bursts into laughter, so that metallic stench really was an airship all along. If you're clever enough like that old man, you might even build a crazy machine that can slice through the sky. Arj's eyes snap onto the symbol stamped across the vessel's side. The Can family crest hits, then the leader's smile drops like a knife. The old man warned me to watch anyone who already knows the Can name, and now you're proving just how dangerous you really are. His face tightens. This order is huge. A rope ladder drops down, and he starts climbing up right away. Trust me, it's way better this way. So that's the Khan's crest you want, Arj gasps. Wait, please. She and Isabella sprint after them, but the airship rockets upward, hauling off the attackers and the Can family's mystery with it. A chilling, all-too-familiar sigil sat on its side, and when she whispered, her eyes snapped open in disbelief. Cleon's family crest. An airship, pure engineering magic, way beyond anything Felnote had ever seen, glided through the sky in total silence, and Felnote whipped her head toward Arj-san. Do you know it, Arj-san? Arj only shook her head. No, I don't. They dropped into the clearing and ran straight into the dark elves who still had breath. Richelle, their leader, came sprinting forward with relief burning in her eyes and anguish clawing at her face, and Arj-sama blurted, "Everyone's somehow still alive," while Zeno waved in backup from Matsuki's territory, and the firefighting was already roaring into full swing. Arj's eyes snagged on the survivors' faces, and she instantly knew the so-called win tasted empty, while Richelle's voice shook as more dark elves were hauled away. A brutal silence crashed over the group, and the pain of their loss burned on every face. Richelle snapped her eyes back to the sky, fists clenched with fury. If I just shoot that hunk of iron down. But it didn't fall fast, and without hesitation she pushed back. Richelle-san, don't. Bad idea to bring it down. Even her warning dripped with stress, because still, nobody could even tell what that thing was. That strange vessel wasn't like anything they'd ever seen, just a silent predator lurking in the clouds, and Felnot's sharp senses snapped to it. Something is moving. That thing made zero sense. Iron is heavy as hell, so how did it even rise like that? Then snap asterisk. The airship section swung open, and from its belly, a dark object started plummeting. Arj's blood turned to ice. She knew the moment it hit. I can feel it, she screamed, wings exploding from her back as she launched into the sky. No time for explanations, only action, and only action right now. As she closed in, her worst fears snapped into place, an enormous dead shell crashing toward the forest below. A bomb, I knew it. Worse, she could feel a wicked aura pouring off it, like a cursed presence from some place that didn't belong in this world, and trying to shake it off or trap it inside her blood box would be a total disaster. In a split second, she made a gut-punching choice, yanking her path midair, and slammed straight into the bomb casing with a sickening smack. She threw her arms around the cold metal, wings battering the air as she strained against its brutal weight and the unstoppable rush behind it. With a desperate scream, she yanked its fall sideways, flinging it away from her friends, past the forest, and straight out over the open sea. She climbed higher and higher, a lone figure dragging a deadly omen straight toward the blazing sun. Right then, startling clarity hit her. This is the fate I dragged into being. A memory slammed back. Someone else who'd been reborn from the Can family, sharing the same presence and issuing the very same command. Fresh images of her brand new friends slammed through her mind, those bright smiles, that wild laughter, all hitting like a wave. A faint ticking crawled into her ears, like the universe was counting down to her final breath. No time left, she clutched the bomb like it could save her, murmuring, "I'm sorry, okay." Then the ticking vanished. A blinding white light swallowed everything in an instant. Then a silent, world-rattling explosion ripped through reality and erased the sky itself. She sat on the edge of a bed, inside a room, so blank and white it felt like the world had been erased. I was trespassing in Richelson's territory, clutching a bomb, when a calm, feminine voice cut through my thoughts. "You finally woke up, you utter fool." Arch snapped his gaze upward, and there, standing before him, was a young woman with long dark hair in the fancy robes of a shrine maiden. "Miss Young, even the way you talk about others from that side is just as objectionable as always. Fine, so be it, now that you've finally awakened." Arj froze in confusion. "So you were really in a tiny form back then?" The goddess snapped, her face hardening. "Shut up. This is exactly how I looked when I was alive. This is the easiest shape for me to move in." Arj kept pushing the point, grilling her about just how much bigger it really was. Then the goddess just muttered something about 3 centimeters of. A sharp wave of dissonance crashed into Arj. "Wait, did I die again?" The goddess snapped, her gaze downward. "Fool, look at your own feet." Arch stared down and gasped. Her feet were see-through. "Whoa, what is this?" The goddess said, unshaken. "This is the gap between the world where gods live and every other world." Her voice turned razor serious. "No one is allowed to exist without the gods' permission, and if you stay too long, you'll start to disintegrate." The goddess perched on the bed beside her, and I couldn't help but stare. "So what does this mean?" "Under my jurisdiction, my job is to keep you together, but you just dropped in out of nowhere," she snapped. "Now tell me what happened over there." Arj nodded. "I understand." "Do you know who dumped me here?" Arj shot back. "At most, the only person from the Can family who's been reincarnated, under my control, is the—" Arch's eyes bulged with pure shock. "Huh." The goddess kept staring, calculating, sharp, unblinking. "Oh no, there are other shrine maidens running these reincarnations. That means one of them has already pulled someone back into a new life. A rival deity was making moves, and I could dig into it, but for personal reasons, I'm not allowed to reveal what's inside those databases." Arj absorbed it, and yep, I was right. This whole setup runs like a cold government office. The goddess's face twisted darker, while the god just stared and called you an extreme irregularity for showing up again. A chill ripped down Arj's spine. "I'll at least stall your disassembly from this world, just long enough to hear your story." Even the gods who rule reincarnation didn't see this coming. Mused, goddess herself, stared at the bomb's image in shock, because the curse carved into it was wildly different from the cold tech it was built with. Arch's eyes widened as the truth hit him. "So if this talk ends, do I get shoved back to my old world?" The goddess just nodded, and that answer screamed one thing: the gods never meant for it to be used like a normal tool. This wasn't a weapon powered by plain science. It was magical, maybe even cursed, the kind that doesn't just explode, but rips you into another world. With a sharp snap of her fingers, the goddess announced, "That's it, I've heard enough. Time to bring you home." A soft, glowing light swelled around Arj. The goddess stared and said, "So you've gotten used to that body, huh?" Arj grinned and replied, "Yeah, reincarnation-'s been a while for me. And tell me, aren't you glad you got reincarnated right now?" Arj stared at her hands, a soft smile tugging at her lips, like maybe she'd never truly know if it fits her soul, but one thing was certain: she'd lived through a bunch of moments she'd never forget. The goddess met his smile and lit up with real, heartfelt warmth in her eyes. "All right, so Twitter's actually worth my time. Guess it's going to help me do this job." The goddess pressed her hand to Arj's forehead. "Wow, your hand's ice cold, huh?" Arj stammered, I might be. I can't warm up my body temperature yet." The goddess dropped one last piece of parting wisdom. "All right, before you leave, I'm going to tell you this. Then Miko-san no Miko Amabashi. That's my name. Don't keep calling me that strange title." She leaned in even closer, and her voice fell to a whisper as she told him, "Just do what you think is right. Figure out why you were reincarnated and why you were handed that power, because the moment you spot what you truly desire, everything clicks." The return hit like a meteor. one dizzying, brutal slam back into the mortal plane. Sunlight blasted through the huge window, lighting up a man in full plate armor as he stood watch, unmoving. Her gaze snapped to the ornate bracelet on her wrist, familiar in the worst way. Wait, could I be in Russia, Argento? Like his name had yanked him from thin air, a dark-haired man with royal poise strode into the room, flanked by two women, then his eyes widened. Oh, it's Arj-sama, what are you doing here? He looked genuinely shocked, because of course it's Arj-sama coming with his maid and bodyguard, and yeah, it felt like you were about to do something seriously weird. The maid stepped forward and introduced herself as Eldora, while the knight beside her was Yuzureha. Argento, the lord of all Russia, grabbed Arj's hand and bowed so low, then murmured, "You're still just as breathtaking as ever." He stared up at her, eyes burning as he blurted, "Argento, won't you be my wife?" But before he could finish, Arj snapped her hand away with a sharp crack. "Sorry," she said coldly. "No." Argento let out a heavy sigh, still unshaken. "So this is a state of emergency, huh, and you still act the same? Samaka Mushroom Lord." He straightened like a switch flipped, serious, focused. "Wait, that's not even what I'm trying to ask right now." Arj snapped, "Argento, why are you here now?" Argento shrugged. "A lot went down, and the fact I didn't feel you at all means you used teleportation magic, or someone used it on you." Suddenly, the whole building erupted into violent trembling, and a terrifying rumble slammed through the foundations like the earth itself was breaking. Argento snapped toward the shield arch on instinct. "If I could, I'd slip you out quietly, but right now it just isn't possible." Argy leaned toward the window, eyes wide. "Is some monster back again?" And Argento snapped, "No, this time it's worse. Pirates." Yeah, he broke it down. These guys are way worse than monsters, and even the skilled pirates have discipline that shames the local militaries. Arj snapped to her feet, patience crumbling, and shoved past him straight toward the window. "Argento, wait, right now is." She cut in hard. "You can't just kick back and chat. Afterward, I've got something I need to tell you, so I'll handle getting them taken care of." With a sharp sigh of irritation, she launched herself out the window. As she dropped toward the chaos below, one thought slammed into her head. Handle this first, then I can finally breathe, get it all done, and crash for a nap. The port town of Alresha had turned into a full-blown war zone. Explosions pounded through the cobblestones, and the pirates, cannons blasted bodies flying through the air. But in the middle of the chaos, that silver-haired girl tore the world open. Blood arms, chains she roared, and from her own lifeblood crimson chains erupted, snapping onto the rampaging pirates in the blink of an eye. The brigands yelped, reeling from the supernatural strike, and one of them spotted her face from the wanted posters. "Wait, you're the Silver." He stammered. "Yes," Argento answered, her voice icy, as the chains tightened and a scorching pain ripped straight into their souls. The remaining townspeople surged toward her, fear and hope crashing across their faces, and then, pirates everywhere, one man blurted out the terrifying truth about how bad things really were. Just then Samakar burst in, his eyes narrowed tight with worry. He stared at the burning buildings and the terrified people, jaw tight with disgust, and this once peaceful port, known for its soft sea breeze, now shook with cannon blasts and non-stop screams. It had to stop, and it had to stop right now. Argento didn't hesitate. She sprang over the water straight at the pirate fleet, and massive cannonballs tore through the sky toward her. "Wind, stop them," she snapped. With terrifying force, the iron projectiles slammed to a stop midair, freezing their paths and snapping into an impossible shield around her, while the screech of their dead momentum boomed like thunder. With a sharp bite, she drew blood and tore the power back open. Blood arms, chain stretch. A colossal spiked chain of hardened blood blasted from her hand and slammed straight into the lead ship's hull. It hit like a meteor, cracking the deck and cutting the cannons off cold. "What a nuisance," she snapped, waving for everyone to be quiet, but the chains began whipping across the ship, shredding the crew's order and leaving them scrambling. The crimson tendrils kept hammering down relentlessly, ripping through the sail and masts without mercy. The pirates shrieked as the living weapons of blood tore into them, smashing the ship until it became a ticking death trap. A hand snapped onto her arm and yanked her backward. "Stop, Argento." Samaka roared, his voice cutting straight through her battle focus. "Don't overdo it," he warned, his grip firm yet careful. "Vampires can take a lot, but this is way beyond." He pulled her in tight, and his voice turned gentle as he said, "Listen, don't go doing things that don't feel like you." From the shoreline, the townsfolk stared and whispered, because they knew her as pure-hearted, not the kind of force that tears cities apart, and when Samaka stepped into view, it felt like the storm inside her finally eased. Argento's shoulders caved in. "I'm sorry, Samakasan. I admitted I'd been acting weird back there," and he just nodded like, "Yeah, as long as you get it." Samaka snapped his focus back to the battlefield, already plotting his next strike. "If we sink their boats, they'll be trapped and can't retreat." He roared it like a command, and the logic hit hard. That's their momentum dead, and we can't keep letting our guests do all the heavy lifting, so we clean this up fast right now. He let out a silent sigh. This kind of rage wasn't his usual thing, but it was a leftover scar from his old life with the Can family, a painful piece of himself that he'd learned he couldn't afford to lose. He snapped out orders with lightning precision, and our mission hasn't shifted an inch. Evacuate the residents and crush the pirates, now that their bombardment has been silenced. Let's end this fast. Argento steadied himself and fired off a game-changing plan. Since I'm the vampire, let's split the troops. Samaka's eyes snapped with approval. Reorganize it, every uninjured fighter teams up with whoever has been healed, then sweep the whole town from one end to the other. Not one of them gets away. Then he lays out the roles like a battle plan. Eldra, stay right beside me. Samaka-sama, tell me what I should do. And when Yuzuruha says, if you act on your own, I'll be okay, he nods. Got it, I'm going. No mistakes, none, because the king isn't just nearby, his presence is locked in this city. He shot Argento a respectful nod like, thanks, this is seriously incredible how you pull all of this off so fast. But Argento could only drag out a weary yawn. Their momentum slammed to a stop when one last pocket of resistance showed up. Pirates cornered them, desperate and ruthless. Samorka stepped forward like pure calm power. Looking straight at them, she asked, so, gentlemen, are you ready to surrender? The pirate captain spat back, not a damn chance. Samaka snapped his attention to Argento. Keep healing my wounded men, don't stop. The pirates clocked their opening and locked onto his companions. We'll take your women hostage. They hissed it, but Samaka's grin didn't reach his eyes. Keep hurting my men, and it'll be the worst day of your lives, he said, then stepped in to personally wipe you all out. From his coat he pulled out a tiny, intricate artifact. Then with a grin he declared, separating Taurus, all right, now then, shall we dance? A pirate lunged forward, blades blazing as they flashed in the light. In the blink of an eye, Samaka was right behind him, his sword already out, watching the man crumple to the ground as he demanded, dead people can't be hostages, right, Kuli? His speed was unreal. He slipped through the world like a phantom, and his blade, Dora Ista, flashed through the air in lightning streaks. He tore through their ranks like a streak of lightning, cutting a deadly path as his enemies crumpled one after another in his wake. Zilphi, he ordered, will you cause them a little chaos for me? A ghostly presence flickered into being, and the last pirates screamed in pure terror. In the middle of a paranoid spiral, they started seeing illusions and swung their blades at each other, convinced everyone was a threat. Argento gasped as he realized it was dark element magic, and Samaka just bowed in and said, I'm sorry, Argento, but can I ask you to treat these ruffians' wounds too? Argento was still reeling, stuck on his new power, so that artifact, right? She asked, and Samaka snapped back, yeah, it's real. My inseparable Taurus is an artifact, he said, and it lets the user tap into their consenting partner's abilities. Eldra grinned and spilled the truth about the artifact, but anyone who agreed to it would get their abilities ripped away, because saying yes to Samaka-sama meant trading power for life as nothing more than an ordinary woman. Samaka let out a wicked chuckle. So, Argento, did I finally get under your skin? Argento didn't waste a second. Nope, not happening. With the last pirate finally knocked down, Samaka shifted from fighting man to lord in one breath. Good work, gentlemen. Now we process what's next. First, pay back everyone who lost their homes. We'll clear the wreckage and tally up every area that needs repairs. He spun toward his crew and said, we'll nail those pirates one after another right now, toss them all in a cell. Then he asked, but can we trust the injured to Argento-sama? She gave a sharp nod. Yes, I can handle that. Samaka shot her a look and felt that tight, lingering unease. Something wrong? Argento hesitated, because he knew exactly what she was thinking. The dead can't be healed, so save whoever looks like they're about to die. Suddenly a new voice sliced through the calm, steady, royal. I see you've handled things, Samaka. Every eye snaps to a young man in a crown, blazing with unshakable authority. Your Highness, Samaka panted as the king's eyes snapped to Argento. So that's it, the angel of the sea, he murmured, a thin smile curling at the edge of his lips. Argento looked totally flustered, waving it all off and flat out denying that grand, over-the-top title. The king's playful grin vanished in an instant, and a brutal stare locked onto you. Where did you come from? What's your mission? Don't waste my time. All that matters is the power you're holding. His voice dropped like a weight, packed with meaning, because with power that huge, you don't just act. You turn into either an angel or a devil depending on what happens next, and Argento just froze, utterly speechless. At last she found her voice and declared, I'm a goodwill ambassador. Then, with a flick of her sleeve, she pulled out a vial that churned with swirling black sand. Sand spills from the vial, then swirls into a ghostly, majestic sea beast, because Seat Hilla, the sea demon's ruler, commands the seabed city Arlea, and I'm here as a goodwill ambassador with a letter from her. The king's face gave away nothing, I see. So that's the name, first time I've heard it, but there's no lie in it. I take their letter and I welcome them in. Then he rose up tall and bowed formally, introducing himself with his grand castle looming behind him. With a graceful wave, he pointed straight at the castle gates. Welcome to Alshan, our country's capital, Miss Ambassador. Don't worry, I'll personally escort you in. And Sameka, he turned, smirking, since you're the lord of all Russia and their capital sits at the bottom of the sea, I'll hand this job straight to you. Samarka dipped into a deep bow and said, leave it to me, I'll write back right now. The king gave a firm nod. Good, I'll be right here, seal in hand, waiting. He spun back to Argento. All right, goodwill Ambassador Argento, can you call me by my name? Then he snapped, Arj, come with me. As they stride through the grand opulent halls, maids and ministers bow hard and their admiration for their young king is everywhere. So they really adore you, huh? Argento said. Yes, Subaru answered, deadly serious. It's extremely important. He shot her a quick glance. Lately, thanks to those flowers, I haven't been able to drop my guard, and I don't want to make the goodwill ambassador lose sleep, so I'm not going into details. Argento, the adrenaline finally draining from her, let out this huge yawn. The king clocked it and went, you seem sleepy, and he just blurts, sorry, I haven't slept in 30 hours, so yeah, I'm a little out of it. He guided her into a lavish, beautifully decorated chamber. This is my room, dinner, not for a bit, so go on, get some rest. Seeing her hesitate, he leaned in and insisted, hey, I don't mind at all tiring out the goodwill ambassador just to haul you around. That's not good hospitality. Take my bed, go on sleep. Climbing out of Yaba, I pulled myself together, because I really didn't mean to show you something embarrassing. No, I was just shocked, but I'm relieved you're okay. Back when I was human, I had this awful habit. I'd lock myself into these long baths and melt in the heat. I never knew all wrong would buckle to it, and today, I finally learned the truth. She spun toward Arj, sorrow crashing through her eyes, and bowed low. I'm sorry, I didn't keep our promise, but it's okay. Still, this isn't good, Abba said, her smile snapping back, but it looked fragile as glass. Still, we made it to meet again. And you, the new you, are growing brighter than you were back then. What I wanted to see, it's right here now. And oh, my wicked heart is about to bloom. Thank you so much. Arj stared, totally thrown. Your wicked heart. Yaba cut in. Yeah. I figured I wanted you to bloom somewhere besides this world, and now that you're here, I just want to keep a closer, tighter eye on you. Arch flashed a comforting grin, and honestly it makes total sense. When one wish finally lands, your heart instantly starts chasing the next one, and wanting to do a ton of things and reach every goal. That's not a problem at all. Yaba's face lit up, and yeah, I'm better with the name of Yaba now, but I can't pretend I didn't once answer to Jinji Khan. That history is real, and I'm carrying it. So fine, I'm going to chase the promise I buried that day. It's late, sure, but we're still going. Let's go flower viewing. I've got a perfect spot in mind. There's this place called Saccharonemia. Yaba said it like it was a secret. That's the Republic's capital, and I swear I've heard of it. The cherry blossoms there bloom so beautifully, they almost steal your breath. And yeah, since I got thrown into this world, I've seen everything. I've crossed paths with so many people, made so many memories, that my past has started to fade out completely. She stared at Arj, determination blazing in her eyes, and after hearing that, I swear, you're not gonna see me as just a bud anymore. A sly grin crawled onto her face. So you've gotten greedy too, huh? Right then, a soft, faint whisper of a sound fluttered through the air. Arj shot her head up, every sense screaming as an airship drifted through the night sky, and she hissed, in this world, it's not just the two of us tangled with the Khan family anymore. Yaba snapped her head toward him. Arch-san, what's wrong? Before he could even speak, her eyes went huge. Yaba-san, I've got something I need to tell you. Then, boom, a deafening blast shattered the air from above. The airship's belly split open, and dozens of ornate black coffins plummeted straight down onto the castle grounds. They slammed into the stone courtyards with sickening thuds, the lids exploding wide to spill out cloaked, terrifying figures. The creatures exploded forward, tearing into the palace guards with lightning speed and savage fury. Vampires so much awe, then pure horror, as a Yaba's face cracked into rage, because I never thought I'd see that cursed Laurier family crest again in this world. I'm the queen of the Allron now, allied with Pleiades, and when Ayaba spoke, her voice tore through the air like thunder. I can't ignore an allied country's collapse, messing up like you did. For the crime of pulling that secret in front of me, you don't get to walk away. At her command, thorny vines burst from the earth, slicing through the air and tangling the vampire soldiers in seconds. Vines slammed them into the walls with bone-rattling force, and I heard vampires are tough, so yeah, instead of just killing you, I'm going to smash you into pieces. Yaba flicked her hands, weaving a sign, and right away a fragrant mist burst into the air, like it could have slipped out of them all at once. All right, how about this? Arj-san, cover your nose for a bit. Arj stood there stunned as the vampires hit the scent and suddenly froze, then crumpled to the ground. A Auber said it was the smell of a magical flower, one of the most powerful in this world, and depending on the magic it can do different things, but this one makes them faint, and even just the scent alone is enough. Yaba spun toward her friends, grinning like a spotlight just hit her. So how's that? Tell me it's amazing. Yeah, go on, praise me. And admit it, every rond is amazing and flowers are meant to be loved, right? While the remaining guards bound up the fallen, Subaru snapped his eyes across the wreckage. So what's this attack really about? This has Empire written all over it. Only the Empire has the power to clash with and wage war on the kingdom. So tell me, does that mean someone from the Kan family is hiding inside the Empire? She snapped her head to Abba like, did something happen? And just like that, Abba's bright smile vanished, replaced by ice-cold fury. Yeah, that's how it is, she said. No matter where we go, our family turns into a joke. I can't stand them because they're the ones who built a world that decided you're worthless. She swallowed hard. I cried my guts out so I wouldn't be labeled worthless too, but… Her voice flared up in a fierce, righteous crescendo, like, how could you possibly say you cut off a beautiful flower like me? Tell me that doesn't sound unbelievable, because here's the truth. Flowers aren't valuable on their own. The value depends on who's staring at them. And when it comes to arranging flowers, I swear the Kan family is the kind you wouldn't want to decorate with at all, so tell me that isn't total nonsense. Her explosive shout ricocheted across the courtyard, and Subaru just stared at her, caught in that quiet, thinking look on her face. Like, wow, she can hit expressions like that too. It made me wonder, back in the Kan family days, I swear she seemed way more laid back. The king dropped to his knees beside one of the fallen vampires, studying it like a crime scene, and I couldn't shake the dread in my gut, so this was it. Their wills had been ripped clean away, their powers turbocharged, and now I finally understood. These weren't just vampires, they were enhanced vampire soldiers. The crest from the enemy empire etched right into the weapons they forge, gave it all away. And the worst part, this is the first time in my entire reign that the capital has been invaded. But one of her knights snapped. This is a total disgrace. Those coffins must have been dumped on us in a way that hid them from sight, so tell me, where did they even come from? Subaru lifted her gaze, blazing with royal authority, and drew a magnificent star-forged sword, like it had fallen straight from the sky. Subaru-san, that sword, Arj whispered, stunned. The king's voice rang out, pure steel. Subaru-san, I'll show you the stars. Artifact, Meigaju stellar sword. She thrust the blade up toward the heavens, and I swear on my life, no vampires roam my territory except Arj, and the ones hovering above us, they're not mine either. Not a single one is allowed to be found. Magic erupted around her, the air snapping with raw, unstoppable power. Judge all things, my twisted kind of absolute monarchy, won't miss, won't falter, and I'm here to erase every vampire in the entire sky that dares to step past the reach of my arms. She whipped the blade through the air in one massive arc, unleashing its final, ultimate judgment. Hear me, ye fools. The stars will rain down on you, and you'll learn the king's authority the hard way. A blinding blast of light tore out of the sword, exploding into thousands of razor-bright beams that streaked upward into the sky like a meteor shower being rewound in real time. In the blink of an eye, the aerial invaders got erased, their bodies crumbling into dust under the king's crushing power. Arj just stared, frozen. Amazing, so it's a defensive armament. The reach is only the castle and the town. Got it. He nodded like a light bulb went off, because yeah, they were up in the air after all. Subaru lowered her sword and scanned her kingdom, because tonight this sky is mine, and that's where they're hiding. Just like the stars on the night, the castle they're watching, that belongs to me too. I'll thank them for staying out of sight, and not staining the stars with that ugly face, and the sin of letting calamity fall instead of gentle rain. That one's unforgivable. As the dust of her enemies started to settle, Ayaba surged forward, and humming through the debris, she warned that it would still be deadly if that blossom didn't bloom in full glory. Arch could only freeze in place, trapped between the two queens as pure, impossible power tore the air open, like nothing he'd ever seen could explain it. Their abilities weren't just strong, they were in a whole different universe. Wiped out by that brutal fight and the knight's jaw-dropping revelations, Arj felt a heavy exhaustion sink deep into her bones.